extreme Christian-nationalist and fascist ideology amongst the youth. This case concerns the very foundations and pillars of safety within our community and the standards of behavior which are supposed to follow with such an immense responsibility as leading a 7,000 member strong nation. The defendant has violated the guidelines of the stalemated community of respect, privacy, anti-discrimination, anti-racism, and the terms of service of both Roblox and Discord. You will see today that Aleczaender, a prominent member of this community, engaged in actions that were a direct and flagrant attack on these standards and ideals which govern our community. You will see evidence which proves this, and furthermore, you will find that the defendant seemingly has no remorse for their actions, instead deflecting, victim blaming, and using the defense of, what's the big deal? I'm here to tell you that it is in fact a big deal. We will call multiple witnesses, or in their absence, examine their statements. These witnesses will testify to the heinous actions taken by the defendant. The defense may try to tell you that the defendant had no intention of grooming the individual in question, or that they weren't responsible for the fascistic personality cult that they had created. They may try and tell you that the age difference, quote unquote, wasn't that bad, or that the individual is almost an adult, and therefore that makes it okay. I'm here to tell you that these statements are simply going to be made to try and throw you off, to try and throw doubt into the fact that these acts were clearly intentional, conducted with full knowledge and responsibility, and that Aleczaender should have known better. Even in his own defense document that he made, he acknowledges that he should have done things differently. Even in his rebuttal video, he contradicts himself. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that at the conclusion of this trial, you find the defendant guilty on all charges. Beyond the testimony that you will hear today, there's over a 200-page investigative report that we will read selectively during our main argument, but that in itself should be damning enough. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you make the right choice, the correct choice, and find this defendant, Aleczaender, guilty. That's all.
All right. Defense counsel, you may proceed.
Do you want me to stand up? Is that it?
You can if you want, yeah.
Okay. Honorable members of the tribunal, my name is Aleczaender, and I am here because I've been accused of something serious and truly disturbing. Grooming, doxing, I was been accused of trying to spread Christian nationalism and much, much more amongst other allegations. These are serious allegations, and I understand the gravity of the situation. These are accusations which, if they are to be labeled upon one's name, the evidence for it should be solid, concrete. I understand that when grooming allegations are levied, people are quick to immediately assume the worst given the nature of this platform. But at the end of the day, it is unright and unfair to immediately believe allegations unless both sides are heard, including mine. I would like to say that I am fully clean of what I am being accused of. I have never coerced, manipulated, or harmed anyone. I have also never endorsed anyone involved in leaking someone's private information or backed them up in any way. I've never established friendships with my members, especially those on the younger side, with the intent to groom them into anything, especially marriage. What I did was participate in conversations with a person named Freya, where we discussed life, Bible studies, gave her Christian advice in a household where she's surrounded by atheists, and in a country which hates God, and so on. None of this equates to me grooming her in any way, shape, or form, alongside any allegations of me calling her weird nicknames, alongside other hearsay. I would like to also mention that friend groups such as the Monkey Crew are not a deep state doxing cult, but rather a casual group of friends that have known each other since 2019. The Monkey Crew members like Volkmar are new additions, supposedly, and his actions do not speak for the rest of the Monkey Crew. Over the course of this tribunal, you will see that there is no actual evidence of me doing what I am accused of. I have not coerced people for explicit images. I have not alienated anyone, nor have I doxed anyone myself, nor have I threatened or lied to anyone. You will hear context behind the screenshots that were shared, and you will see how assumptions and rumors turned into accusations. Over the last week and a half, I have been accused of being a pedophile. I've been accused of having child porn on my computer. I've been accused of playing Kano games with Freya, accused of previously having a porn addiction, and accused of being older than I actually am. And for the record, I am currently 22, not 23, by people who have claimed to have read the document. even though the majority of these allegations aren't even included in the document or have otherwise been corrected in the document. Calumny and slander on my name have been spread and enabled because of what people believe is in this document. In addition to my good name being tarnished, Freya, who is this supposed victim, has had private, explicit messages leaked of her where she expresses private thoughts and opinions about how she feels. Not just that, but unnecessarily so, a chat log of Freya joking around with an Aleczaender bot was leaked, which had extremely graphic text. RCR has admitted that this was a mistake that they overlooked when making the document. Freya stated in an RCR stage the damage RCR did to her impacted her more than anything that I could have ever done to her. She has lost friends, she has been harassed, she has been labeled an e-girl, and has been betrayed over this drama originating from this document, which was so unnecessary. Is RCR really out here to protect victims from so-called groomers? Or are they more concerned about their narrative, which requires exposing explicit text messages between minors and exposing them in order to produce a narrative that their way of thinking was in any way, shape, or form influenced by me? Now, I am aware that many people see me as what I'm being accused of. But what I ask all of you to do is look at the evidence and truth, not the emotions, not the propaganda. I trust that when you do, you will see that I have been misrepresented and falsely accused entirely. I am not some evil monster. I am a stable, functioning member of human society. Someone who works a normal job, someone who is involved in my church, and someone who is involved in mainstream politics. Not some evil individual out here to do monstrous things to people. I am here to cooperate with the tribunal, and I ask for a fair and careful hearing of the facts.
Okay, excellent. God bless. Now, we're going to move into the prosecution's main case. But before we do so, I'd like to ask that the prosecutors to be sworn in by the Chief Bailiff. So, Chief Bailiff, you may proceed with this swearing in.
Do you, Michael and Victor, promise to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very well.
And then Wotan Spear.
Do you, Wotan Spear, promise to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very well.
And finally, Ethel.
He's not in game. But Ethel, do you promise to tell nothing but the truth?
I do.
There's also 338 Ethan. He's an assistant prosecutor as well.
Go ahead.
Is he in the States even?
Yeah, he is.
I told
He's just muted.
Tony to move him up, yeah.
I don't see him.
What up?
Right here.
Okay. Mr. 338 Ethan, do you promise to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Very well. Proceed.
Okay. Now that you've been sworn in, you may present your first piece of evidence or witness. Go ahead, take it away. And Mike, you can just you can send it to my DMs, your first piece of evidence or your witness.
Okay. I'm waiting for Ethel. He said hold on.
All right,
I'll send you the image though.
that works fine.
Sorry, my fucking computer's lagging this game, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. So just send it to me and then I'll forward it to the
Yeah.
tribunal group chat and then we'll review it.
Yeah, I got
And
you.
you can go ahead and when you present it, you can argue the case along. So you can go through whatever line you want to.
Yeah. Alright, it's sending. That's the first piece.
I'm gonna forward this. Give me 1 second. Okay, go ahead and explain this piece of evidence. And actually, let me so that the go ahead and send me your friend request. I'm gonna make a evidence group chat so everyone can view it properly.
Alright, I do.
Give me it's gonna like 30 seconds real quick. Let's put this together. All right, the first piece of evidence that I would like to bring up is in regards to the Freya situation. So, in a private DM with an individual named Maltadar, he had asked Aleczaender, "How's Freya trustable?" Aleczander responded, "Because I fucking own her, retard." So, Alec, I guess, would you like to,
Hold on,
explain?
let me post the piece of evidence that he's referring to into the court. Make sure to post it all into the court evidence group chat, and I'll also post it to the public. So if you check within the chat of the stage, you can see the evidence being posted.
Just make a new channel for it. Otherwise, it's going to get buried.
Alright.
I mean, the chat's muted with permissions, so I don't think it'll get really buried.
Oh yeah. As long as it's
Muted,
clear.
but it's fine. I think it'll be fine there, but
We can type in court evidence, bro.
I already changed the perms. Alright, hold on, let me purge this. Alright, there we go. So this is the first piece of evidence that Mike's presenting. And then
Where's this being posted?
also
Wait,
there's this
don't send the next one yet. Don't send the next one yet. Hold up, I got one before that. This is
The
this is
evidence
the one
is-
I wanna
Actually-
send.
actually Mike send one piece of send whatever is like collectively together because you're going to present different pieces of evidence.
Okay.
So go ahead and start with the first
But
image I just
My computer's
I just-
lagging so fucking bad right now.
so you can go ahead and discuss the first piece of evidence.
Can I also have access to this core evidence channel so that I can send counter evidence and
It's a
respond?
GC. We're in
There's
the
also-
GC.
Okay.
Yeah, just send it to me and I'll post it there. But
I'm gonna
if
wait
you
for
want
them.
to if you
and
want
then
to
I'll-
question Aleczander, Mike or Athel, you're going to need a
I think
you'll
Ethel just asked Alec a question.
Okay,
you,
Alec,
you
go
have
ahead
to
and
call him to the stand.
yeah, come to the stand and then you'll be sworn in.
Okay.
So bailiff, go ahead, take it away.
Okay, look. Do you, Alexander, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very well.
Perfect. Athel, you
And
can go
with
ahead
my defense, am I allowed to post counter evidence that you will post in correlation with what I'm about to say? Or will that be
Yeah,
after?
but that-
How we-
that'll be there's going to be rebuttal. So there's going to be times for rebuttals for both, and then you
Okay.
can post your counter evidence then, and you can argue that.
So not right now, but after their rebuttal.
No, not after. After they present their case, you can rebuttal.
Okay, so I'm going to send you this in the court evidence, and
Yeah,
you're
so
going to
they'll-
post it. Okay, thank you. So, again, as I stated in my opening, a lot of these screenshots are going to look out of context. What the context is, I want to say first of all that Malta himself did not consent to this chat log being leaked. There is context of this chat log that is missing. And the chat log and the missing context is the fact that Malta did not trust Freya. We spent maybe about 20 minutes arguing. To this day, Malta still thinks that Freya is some sort of honeypot, right? That she's some sort of catfish.
Okay.
So me and Malta got into a long.
Objection. I have an objection.
Alexander,
I'm explaining the context of the
Okay.
screenshot.
let
Could I Alexander, do you have a
April
screenshot of the full context? Do you have a
Yeah.
That's what I
screenshot?
was about to.
of the context?
I'm calling for.
Yeah.
That's why I'm calling for an objection. Is do you have proof that Multidor believes that Frey is a honeypot and that he was not the one to leak those DMs?
Yes,
Or
I
did
can
not
post
wish
those
that
as
he
well.
leaked those DMs? Okay. Yo.
So if
I already
or
posted
go-
it. Hold on. I already posted that in court evidence of him saying he did not consent to that being leaked. The second thing you asked, do you want proof of him saying she's a honeypot? I'll get that as well. I have that right here.
Okay, so you want me to post both pieces
So
of
then
evidence?
let me ask you this. So why did Multidor go to Mike with this information
he's-
here?
He contacted
If you're-
me.
if you're-
Well, then
Yeah, so
I
if you're telling
believe-
me, so then you're telling me, okay. So what you're telling me is that he did not want to leak these DMs, but he's going to multiple individuals explaining his situation.
I
How does
think
make
that
sense?
it does make sense. It means he's an unreliable witness. If he's going to you and saying one thing and me saying another, then he is unreliable. He's coming to me and saying he didn't consent. Now, I'd like to explain my context of what the chat log was about. You sent a screenshot, which looks bad. I'd like to explain the context. Can I proceed with the context of what the screenshot was?
Hold
Go
on, let
ahead.
me post.
Thank you.
I'll post it
So-
in court evidence, and then you.
So I will explain the counter evidence, but first I want to address the screenshot. I'm not going to restart, but what I will say is that Malta was very paranoid that Freya was going to be this weird honeypot and said, don't trust her, don't talk to her. And I told him over and over again, she is trustworthy. You have nothing to worry about. She is this, she is that. And he would not budge. He would not budge no matter what I said. So I got pissed off at him and said, dude, she's literally loyal AF. She's literally a fanatic, whatever. And he still kept going on until eventually I said, okay, I literally own her. I literally own her business, her Freya's franchise. I own the holder account for that. That could clearly be the context for this. So, and like I said, the screenshots prove this. If you look at the screenshots, you will literally say Mike leaked our old GC and added to his docs, WTF. I did not consider any of that. Mike and Eighth are challenging it that is not true, and they very well can
Objection.
challenge that it's not true.
Objection.
Go
I have an
ahead.
objection to that. Okay.
Sure.
So you claim that the context of saying that because I own her in regards to owning Freya's for establishment within Octavium, and then right after that you follow up with saying that she being Freya wants to fly out to the United States and marry an Octavian. So that doesn't really make any sense as far as you claiming the context is regarding owning Freya's the establishment, not the individual. So why would you follow up with? Why would you follow up with saying that you want to fly her out?
Yeah, it doesn't make
Objection
sense.
Yeah.
The objection is sustained. So explain
Okay.
the relevance of the situation, because those don't really correlate.
Well, obviously, they're trying to say that the agenda was to fly her out to marry me. I said marry an Octavian, and Octavian could be anyone. And Freya has always talked about, dating someone in Octavian or whatever down the road. There's people that live in England that she's talking about meeting up with and whatnot. It doesn't have to mean specifically me. And if you want me to go more in depth, I can, because there are people that are involved in this trial that are involved in that. But we've always said in our group that there are people that are going to get married. An example was someone named Jen Gilliam. He married, or didn't marry her, but he's dating her. He's dating a girl, I'm not going to release her name or anything, who was in Octavium. And now they're dating. They're both 18 or they're both adults, whatever. And so it's like, it's kind of the same thing with other people in our community, where it's like if they're becoming of age and there's someone around the same age that they want to date and it's a realistic chance of happening, then of course I'm all for it. It's happened before and it will probably keep happening in the future. Again, this is an out of context screenshot. If we're going to say that I'm grooming her, I think it's fair to say it should be a concrete evidence. This is a group chat with multiple people in it. If I'm going to come out here and say this,
Alec,
hold on,
objection real
I
quick.
let you speak.
Yeah.
Okay, I let you speak.
What's your object? What's your
No, I
objection?
do an objection. I'm gonna, yeah.
What is it? What's the objection?
I have a piece of evidence I'd like to post for you guys to review. In
Can
regards to
we-
him saying,
Okay.
But what's the? Okay, objection overruled. Continue, Alexander.
Thank you.
You
So
need to
we
say
need
the
to-
purpose of the objection.
yeah, we need to do this one at a time. We keep interrupting my story, and I'm not being able to get my full story out because I'm getting interrupted here. So, as I was saying, I completely lost track of where I was going with this. this group chat was a public group chat with multiple people in it. Do you seriously think that this is, I'm going to make allusions to dating her and grooming her in a group chat full of multiple people, including Multidar, who, let me remind the audience, is someone who is not, or at that point in time, was not a big fan of me. The context behind saying that was to calm him down because he did not trust Freya. And I was saying whatever I could to ease his mind. And that was the context of why I said that. Was it exaggerative? Was it something that you could say was inappropriate? Sure, you could say that. But,
Can I ask a question, Alexander?
Sure.
You said previously, I mean, it must have been you or Malfadar who had sent that screenshot, because of the highlight, we can tell that Malfadar sent it.
Right.
But you then said it was a group chat, but previously it had been spoken about as though it is DMs. Could you clarify which it is?
I am pretty sure that it was a group chat, and that's what Multidor called me. I mean, this is a group chat or conversation that happened a while ago. We're talking like probably back in 2024, if I'm not mistaken, and you can tell because it's my old profile picture. So I'm not in this group chat. I don't remember that much about it. What I do remember is the argument with Multidor, and that's what I remember about this particular screenshot. This is an old screenshot from when Patrick was originally cooking up a video on me, which he obviously canceled because he thought it was exaggerative. But that's where this all originally came from.
So I have a question. Is that for clarification? So you speak on Malthadar a lot, but it seems like I'm not really sure what he's saying, because you said he posted some evidence against you and then he was for you. Can you clear that up for a second? I'm a little confused.
What I am saying is that Multidar is an unreliable witness. He's going to the prosecution and saying one thing, and then coming to me and saying another. Therefore, anything this guy is saying is unreliable.
Okay, objection
not
hearsay.
hearsay.
So do you have
any evidence?
You're not going off of firsthand. Hold on, you're not going off firsthand knowledge. So do you have any like actual proof that you can send to the tribunal proving what you're saying right now?
I've already sent my evidence. So if you look at
the out of context screenshots is your evidence.
Out of
context.
Can you highlight the evidence? Can you ping me and then we can go over? Okay, this is the one.
Yes.
Leaked our GC and Anatomy in his docs. I did not consent to any of that.
That's him referring to the screenshot and the
him
GC.
referring to the screenshot. But can you give us a full screenshot of that conversation? Because that could be referring to it could be referring to virtually anything. I did not consent to what, right?
Yeah. Objection is sustained. Can you provide the full screenshot?
Yes.
In context.
I'm providing it.
Thank you.
So he randomly DM'd me. Hold on a second. Let me post the screenshots before I explain this. So before he sent that, there was no chat log because he randomly DM'd me. I think this was the day that, or maybe a day after the document got. No, sorry, it was 2 days after the document got released. And he came to me saying that Mike leaked our old GC at me in his doc. And then the screenshots that I posted provide the context above and below that screenshot. But he also went further and doubled down and said, it's your old account in that GC. I destroyed it. Why are they mad at you? I was on my way to the gym when a bunch of caddies DM'd me about your video. Anyway, if it gives you a problem, I can make a statement. Just let me know. Hail Jesus.
Okay.
And then I'll also reread the original screenshot because people are saying it's out of context. And I think the context is very clear. Malta says, thus, soft N-word, Muke, Mike leaked our old GC and added me in his docs. WTF, skull clown emoji. I did not consent to any of that. And then I responded, it is what it is. What other GC was leaked? If there is missing context, it wouldn't be my responsibility because I provided the context. What other GC is referring to? As far as I'm concerned, there's only one screenshot that Multidar has ever leaked in regards to me, and is the one where I claim to have owned Freya. If there is another GC that was leaked, you would have a valid point. But there is no other GC, therefore there's not need to be more context to what is being supplied here. Multidar came to me and said that you guys leaked it without his consent. He literally says, I did not consent to any of that. What else would he be referring to? There is something else to be referring to. There is no other evidence he's supposedly provided to you guys. There's your context.
Do you have any other questions, defense?
14 days earlier, He literally gave me the evidence saying, let me go on PC, I'll send you everything. This should be everything you need. I can even screen record it and stream for you.
Okay.
Well, actually, we may be able to bring up Malthadar right now, and we can clarify this.
Well,
Okay.
Alec had stated that he's an unreliable witness. Alec, do you still think that he's unreliable? What do you know?
Well, obviously, if he's saying one thing to you, one thing to me, he's unreliable. But I think getting his take on this could help to clear up context. So it's really up to you guys. What does the tribunal think?
I have a
I mean,
question.
if we
about-
can
about
clarify
Malthadar.
what's going on
Let's
here,
bring him. Let's bring him up. Let's bring him up and see if
Yeah.
you can give proof that.
I
he's
just have I have a
group
question.
chat,
I have a
because-
question about
All
him.
right, you can go ahead and sit down, Alexander, and then
Thank you.
we'll swear
Okay.
in. We'll swear in Malthadar here. Let me just get him in. I don't think he's in the stage, but I can actually get him. Yeah, we'll get him in the stage, and then
Hey.
Before we move forward, can Lourdes ask his question?
Yeah, yeah,
go ahead,
yeah.
Lourdes. You can ask your question.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, what's the? I don't think it. Like, do you think is it really relevant whether or not
Oh, he's muted.
consented?
Here we go.
What?
Try now.
You trolling me? Okay, bro, listen. Is it relevant whether or not Malta gave its consent about the document being released, or not the document, the screenshot? I mean, I'm just wondering why we're
Yeah,
submitting
yes.
that. I mean,
On the grounds
Okay.
that there's missing context, because obviously,
I think the screenshot had already been leaked before, but regardless, still get him up here.
yeah, just get him up here and let's put this to rest.
What exactly is he adding to the? You answered Lourdes' question, but it still is a really
He said
big
he's
statement.
at Malthadar said he's at a beach club. A DJ is playing his set in 15 minutes, and then he said,
Okay.
"Tell him, waiting for him to type." I'll send a screenshot of the full thing. He said
He
he
also-
can make a statement tonight, but he can't right now.
Okay, then we don't need to worry about him.
He said, I do have additional evidence.
why would we need him
He
to
said he's
testify
too
though?
drunk right now.
It's
He
Alex
said
it's
he's
Alex's
too
words.
drunk.
It's not.
Okay, then hold on. Then we'll just
Not
move
his
on.
words.
We'll move on to the next piece of
Yeah.
evidence. If he's not going to come up as a witness, then it's no sense in dragging this along. So let's move on.
He actually wait something just I just noticed something. So
Alexander
the day of
just-
when he was DMing Alexander, he DM'd me. Malthadar DM'd me saying, "Why did Alec DM me?" And then I said, "Yesterday, because I just got back yesterday after not being on for a week." I said, I said, "I don't know," and then I'll just send the whole thing.
Okay.
All right. Prosecution, you can present your next piece of evidence / witness.
Stand by. Just one.
Can we post that in the channel, by the way? It was just sent.
Yeah, I'm gonna send.
It's already put up here. Our next piece is already put up here.
We have some different pieces of evidence. So whenever you're ready, just tell me.
Yeah, I pinged you for the next two screenshots after the Malthadar one. It's more so going to be an example of, I don't know, Atho, you can describe it however you want, but
Are you saying the two screenshots regarding Maltadar specifically?
no, there's only one screenshot regarding Malthadar. The other two are a conversation between Alec and Freya.
Send those two regarding Freya to my DMs then, because I'm looking at this one for Mathal, whatever the fuck his name is.
So is your piece of evidence still addressing Freya right now?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, this is all, yeah.
Okay.
All right, sent
And I
it.
just want to let you know you're 30 minutes within your time, so you still have 2 hours.
Okay, sweet. All right, I'll present this for you guys to review, and then once you're done reviewing it, we'll get into it.
Let me post this in the. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
I would like
Are you-
to ask the court that I will be having to leave here in a little bit. If I may have someone else represent the ruler guard prosecution team, specifically a. Sorry, let me get his name. I'm probably gonna butcher this username really bad. Leonid Kunetsov. I don't know how you say that, but is there any way the court would allow that?
Yeah, can you send me his username?
Yeah, I can
Kunet?
send you his username. I just cannot pronounce it for the life of me.
Yeah, I don't know how to spell that. But Alexander, you actually Ethel, are you gonna call Alexander back up for questioning?
Yeah, I plan to in a moment here.
Alright, so Alexander, you can go ahead and just stand up to the stand.
Yeah.
All right, we're not going to be
Tony?
using those 2 screenshots anymore because we're kind of in a time crunch right now, and they're not too important at the moment. So I'm gonna. It's
Tony,
still
can you
regarding the
please
Freya
make a request?
situation, but it's still regarding the Freya situation, but we're gonna be focusing on these 2, I guess.
I could speak to the first one real quick, and then I'll periodically add some more as I'm speaking.
Okay.
So,
I'll post these 2.
all right.
Go ahead.
Tony the Pro, could
So
you
in
please
a
make a request?
yeah, in a direct message between Alexander and Freya, he had stated, "Yeah." So this is from Alexander. "Yeah, you aren't because you haven't been jaded by relationships. The more innocent and inexperienced a girl is, the more unlikely they are to be toxic and manipulative." Okay, and he's saying this to I believe Freya was. I'm looking at the date of the screenshot. I believe she would have been 17 at this time, either 16
No,
or 17.
she's 16. We confirmed that
16?
already.
Okay, so confirm 16.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Lack of foundation.
Yes,
Lack
she
of
said. We said it's proven that she's 16. What proof is there?
All right, hold up. Give me 1 minute.
And then, in addition to that screenshot, I'll give further context in this next one you guys want to review.
Okay.
Is that all?
No, it is not.
Yeah.
So in this next screenshot, following up what Alec had stated about the younger a girl is, the more inexperienced and innocent she will be. Alec, in what appears to be a group chat, states to Freya, "You're going to marry a rich white Christian guy and have a bunch of kids and be a nice housewife." So,
And this is you posted this. You see. Oh yeah, here it is. And what's the where is this information from? Like, how do you get this information?
I was
From group
sourced
chat.
from a group chat with sourced from. I'm not entirely sure which group chat exactly.
The Axtane
It
Island.
looks like an
The
Octavian.
deleted user, for context, deleted user is Freya.
It's Freya.
Pardon, what was the group chat called?
Oh, we're not in it. Someone sent us a bunch of screenshots from the group chat.
Alex said the name of it. What was the name of the group chat? I didn't hear you.
Like Xavier's something island or whatever. It's one of his group chats.
I think it was Lax. Yeah.
Xavier's Island, you said?
No, Laxstein's.
Ajax Steins, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think
Is
that's
that a
what it was.
reference to anything?
Okay. Let me post this evidence.
In addition to those last two screenshots, I'll state this one as well. Private DM between Alec and Freya in regards to Freya or Alec giving Freya his Apple Pay or one of his debit card information, stating from Aleczaender, I'd say use my card, but I don't want to pay consistently for your nitro. From Freya, what if I cancel it after the 2 weeks? From Aleczander, yeah, but you'd have to remember, do you have my card info? From Freya, I have it saved in my Apple Pay. From Aleczander, okay, good.
Oh, you
And
want
then
to go? You can go.
Aleczander further states that it is a credit, okay, not a debit card, it is a credit card that he had given Freya to pay for her nitro.
Yeah, the biggest thing with that one is why would a 22 like gifted nitro to someone is one thing, right? I think all of us have either gifted nitro or been gifted nitro, but giving someone your credit card details, credit or debit, regardless, so they can buy nitro bi-monthly, that's pretty crazy. I don't think anyone here has done that shit.
I just want to say, when do I respond? Because it sounds like we're just going to say a bunch of
Yeah.
stuff, and then I have to respond to like 20 allegations at once, which isn't.
You can
Can we
respond
start?
to
Can we start from the
respond to
beginning and
the
work
first-
from there?
Yeah.
So let's start with the first one. Okay. So we're starting with the one where it says this guy is your friend, right?
No, we're starting with after 338 Ethan said something, the first screenshot
So
Ethan
those,
sent, where
so
he
not those
said-
two,
and
but
no,
the
we're disregarding
after.
those 'cause
Okay.
we're
You aren't jaded by
yeah.
relationships. That one, right? Okay.
yeah, down.
So again, a lot of this just seems to be something that's out of context. The allegations that she's being groomed for marriage. Okay, you can go ahead and say that, but that doesn't mean that I am. Just because I'm encouraging her to get married, you got to understand. I'm someone who's involved in my church. I'm involved in the GOP, and at these conservative conferences, people like Charlie Kirk. Not that I like Charlie Kirk, but they say this stuff all the time. When you're young, get married while you're young. I just saw a TikTok where Charlie Kirk said that if you're 30 years old, there's a 50% chance you'll never get married, and so on and so forth. And so within the Catholic Church, within politics, it's very common to encourage young people to get married. That doesn't mean I'm saying get married now while she's 17 or whatever. That's just saying down the road, it's good to remain celibate. It's good to save yourself until marriage. It is a Christian teaching to say that. To say that it's for an ulterior, hold on. To say it's for an ulterior goal or whatever is speculation. And again, I don't think we should be laying down allegations based on speculation.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled because he's connecting that with why he's But I've
objection, improper lay opinion. He is not a learned man on faith or anything.
Wait, what? I am not a man of
I'm
faith.
not a priest.
Objection, I'm not I don't have to be a priest. Do you know what a youth pastor is? No, you don't.
Yeah.
I'm in charge of a young adults group, and I also have mentored a youth group in the past. So that's not true. And I've also was a youth chair, which pertains to the youth. So that's totally incorrect. You don't have to be a priest.
But I have a question.
Tony,
I have
can
a
we
question.
regain order?
Yeah, bring some order to the court. I would like to ask a question tying in back to what you said earlier.
Mhm.
You said that you don't want her to, you're not grooming her, you don't want her to marry a certain person, but the evidence that was presented says she's gonna marry a rich white guy or she's gonna marry an Octavian.
Well,
how does that
hold
tie in?
I'm addressing each evidence piece by piece. When we get to that evidence, I'll respond to that. But we're doing is addressing each thing piece by piece, right? I'm not going to address all 20 in one sentence at one screenshot. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So let me address this screenshot first, which I'm trying to do right now. I don't want this to take up like 2 hours. There's other things I want to address besides just this. So let's try to just get through it. and then move on. So, but yeah, I mean, what I said is true. And I think encouraging women and men to be celibate is a good thing. It's not just young women that are being advised this, but it's also young men. We want to build a healthy environment. I mean, what's the alternative? I tell her to go and have sex and have drugs and go party it up. I mean, that's the alternative. I think that encouraging them to do the opposite of that is something that is moral and holy and right. It doesn't have to be something that's weird, and it isn't from where I'm from. Maybe in an atheistic community, maybe in a community that isn't Christian, it's a difference. It's indifference. But where I come from, I want to encourage young men and women to save themselves and to devote themselves to God and not be promiscuous and sinful. I'm now going to address the second screenshot about the card. So, first of all, it wasn't a debit or credit, it was a gift card. And we weren't sure if gift cards are credit or debit. I did some research, depends on where you go, whatever else. But what I did was a long time ago, before the Nitro thing, Freya went to school for lunch. And what she told me was that she didn't have any lunch money and that her parents, she couldn't call her parents and da-da-da-da-da. And it was this really big deal. And she was begging me to give her money. I'm like, well, can I do PayPal? Can I do Venmo? Like, what? She's like, no, it's a school. I have to do like give them a card number. I'm like, can you tell them a card? Like, can you tell them the digits on the card? And then she said, yeah, they can do that or whatever. Or they can do it. She can do it virtually for Apple Pay. And I'm like, okay. So I went online and I got her a $50 Visa gift card and said, whenever you need to use it for your lunch or whatever, then you can. And at a later date, obviously Freya wanted to use this card for her Nitro. And my concern was that if she did this, that she was going to spend it all on Nitro over the course of a couple months. And if she needed the card for lunch money or whatever it was, so she's not starving at school, then she could use it. It was a nice gesture that I wanted to do because she was very upset about it. And I figured that it'd be nice to, and nowhere in my mind, I think it was weird or over the top, especially because, hold on, I'm almost done. All right, go ahead.
I don't mean to interrupt, but do you have evidence to substantiate these claims? Because I don't see any of the screenshots showing that you gave this for like lunch money or you gave this. I see the Nitro part, but do you have any evidence that shows you giving it to her for lunch?
Well, unfortunately, it was on a different account, and both her and so it would be hard to go and obtain screenshots that I don't have access to. As someone mentioned earlier, one of her accounts is deleted or something. So
would Freya be able to testify this?
Yes. Well, that's up to her. I don't know if she would, but you can ask her yourself when she comes up.
Okay. That'll be addressed later then.
It was on your account though, because it has the same profile picture they have right now.
Yeah, but I'm saying her account would have been deleted. I don't know when this happened. So, and I've looked and it's not in our chat log. So I wouldn't be able to prove something where there's no chat log for. So, where was I?
I'm pretty sure you can still pull it up on your phone, or like if you have the Discord app.
No, I don't. I'm currently
search one of the messages.
As you know, I was hardware banned from Discord, and I cannot use Discord on my phone, which is why I use the web version and not the mobile version. Okay, so I lost track again. Yeah, I thought it was a nice gesture.
I'd like to move on to some other piece of evidence now.
Yeah, I like to move on too. It's fine.
Let's go.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the next one, which is what Tony brought up earlier. Guys, Alec called me cute. No context, by the way. Dino says
that was what we had. So that's not what we had. That's not the reason why the screenshot had been posted.
I know. I'm getting to it.
Go ahead.
So people want to address is you're going to marry a rich white Christian guy and just have a bunch of kids and be a nice housewife. And for the record, that's what Freya has always said. When people ask her about those topics, that's what she has always said. And if you look at the context, she's saying, guys, Alec called me cute or whatever, because she's insinuating, he's like, oh, yo, no, I want him to get with me. I want him to be with me. My response to that was, you're going to marry some rich white Christian guy and go be a nice housewife, whatever, with them. That was my response to her trying to do some weird, the flirting
Even
in the
though
group chat.
objection, even though you state that Freya is obsessed with you.
She was obsessed with me at one point. As of recently, I don't think she is. We've been relatively distant in the last several months. So, so I wouldn't know.
So, at
Maybe
the very
if
least-
she
okay,
is, I
so-
wouldn't know.
But at the very least, would you say that's appropriate as a 22-year-old to be, I guess, enabling this behavior?
Enabling that she's going to get married to a Christian man later in life.
The fact that you state that she is, I mean, said all these things and acted in a certain way as a 16-year-old towards you who's 22.
17-year-old.
You can, no, she's 16, and I'm going to get to that later. No,
Okay.
she's 16 years old.
Gentlemen,
Stop.
order in the court. We'll have Freya come up and she'll clarify her age. That's as simple as it is. There's no point in bickering.
Okay.
Continue, Mike.
So,
I mean,
okay. Wait.
I mean,
I'm addressing the evidence here.
Continue. Okay,
Okay.
Yeah,
go
Alex was
ahead.
addressing
Go
it.
ahead. Sure.
Okay. But that's all I'm doing. And if you want to speculate that this is me grooming her for some marriage with me down the road, and that's a speculation at the end of the day, and that's all I'm going to say. The next screenshot says, "What do you think? There's condoms for people with less than army kids. Doesn't mean it's going to have army kids with her. It's just suggesting she has lots of kids. She has lots of kids." So what that screenshot is basically alleging is saying that I'm defending Colt. What he did wasn't wrong, and this is something I want to talk about for a while about Colt. For the record, Colt has been retired. He's been retired for a while. And I have conversations with Colt that kind of prove exactly what went on. When people came to me and said that Colt was a pedophile, the reason why I would say no, he isn't, is not because I was trying to defend him to keep him in the group, but because he didn't do anything that exhibited that sort of behavior. The behavior that Colt exhibited was weird, it was strange, and it was something that someone of his age shouldn't be saying to women who are younger. And there's debate whether she was 15 or 16. At the end of the day, what he did was really bad optics, and it looks bad, regardless of what the intent was. As far as I know, to this day, there has been no proof that he tried to solicit nudes or sex from this girl who lives in the same city as him. And I said, okay, well, unless that happened, I don't think he's a pedo. I just think he's really weird, and what he did was extremely stupid. And for that, we moved his retirement from August to late June, which is indicated in the screenshots that I provided, which I will read out. The first screenshot is about Mike. When this situation happened, Mike came to me about this and we talked about it. I'll go ahead and post that in the evidence channel, but I'm gonna read it out. Mike, actually, I'll start with me. Aleczaender, I spoke to the girl for 2 hours and she was totally into him. And she was mostly mad that he left her. Mike, so she's just reporting him out of retaliation. Aleczander, correct. Well, a mix of two reasons. Not so much retaliation, but she kind of just wants her friends to talk to him about it. Mike says, right. Aleczander says, like she said, she isn't interested in legal trouble or exposing him to the public as a pedophile. She just said that she thinks he should be evaluated, but she said she doesn't think this intention was to solicit her for sex. Mike responds, I'd be real, bro. I'd be more willing to call Patrick a groomer than Colt. Because the difference is Patrick actually has e-sex with females, and he has even made a club to do so. That's the first thing.
Aleczander, I've got a question. Could I quickly just ask what is just about there's something that says let's have an army of kids, and let's is a contraction of let's.
He said a lot of weird
which would
stuff.
usually imply that the speaker and the person being spoken to will do something together. I'm not saying that's how Colt meant it, but I think you can probably see if we're going definitionally, then it indicates joint action, or at least that's what's going to be assumed when someone reads it.
I do agree that it looked weird and it looked like it could have went in that direction, but we don't know for certain. He could have totally meant it a different way, but we don't know that for certain, which is why I've always said that Colt is weird for it and he's out of the group, but I'm not going to call him a pedophile. When War Commander came to me and wanted Colt banned, he wanted an announcement drafted up. He wanted this big parade for death of Colt and Bro Moment, and I said, we're not going to do that. Bro Moment is going to go away quietly. He's not even an active member of the group. He doesn't even have a computer. He did for a few weeks, and then it wasn't even his computer. It was someone else's that he was borrowing. And then Colt was retiring anyway. So it was like, let's just get rid of them and move on, because, I mean, you're right. If it was something that was clear cut and dry, he asked her for nudes. He asked her for sex. He wanted to do sexual things with her. I would have been, then it would have been clear cut and dry, ban this guy, remove him. but it wasn't. It was very, dark gray. It was very like, this looks really bad, and for that, I'm going to remove him. But it's not enough to hate this guy. And this is a guy who's involved in politics. He is friends with a lot of people IRL. This is a guy who was on the Trump campaign. If we're going to say or call this guy a pedophile, then we need to report him to the police. We need him fired from his job. We need to ruin his life, because if he's an actual pedo, none of these people should be hanging out with him. And a lot of his IRL friends, like people IRL, who have seen this because this girl went and told his IRL friends about it too, have kind of maintained the same take that it's weird, but it's not enough to say that this guy is an evil pedo. And that, I think, is a very fair take. Again, that's not me saying he should never be removed. Go ahead.
So, just to cover on when you said that she didn't want to expose him, I posted a screenshot in the court evidence GC after your screenshots. This is her original testimony to me. She wrote another one, but this is the original message that she sent me. Let me just read it word for word. I had met Colt when I was 14 years old. He is currently 22. I had just turned 15 last month. If we were being serious, I met him on Roblox. Parentheses, not kidding. To which he had me add him on Discord and pursued a relationship with me after I turned 15, despite me never agreeing to such a thing when he first demanded we were together. Craziest part is that we're both in Arizona and have likely been in the same places before. The messages I have of what he has said is absolutely vile, and there are quite literally pages and pages of it. To my count, there's around 40 images, which we have in the document. Anyways, I'm putting a lot of trust into you. Even telling this to you, I'm extremely nervous about even speaking about it. I did not wish or want to file a police report at all, nor do I want any departments or akin to any involved for many various factors. Neither do I want to file a restraining order. I don't even think I have enough information on him to do such a thing, considering I don't know his last name nor where he even lives besides the general area he told me at the moment. The reason I am telling this to you is because I want the people he knows and that are around him or associate with him, whether it's IRL or online, to know what kind of person he is and what he did. And then, so that's what Madeline said, the girl that Colt spoke to, the 15-year-old. And then the second screenshot is in regards to my conversation with Alec, which he posted it in the court evidence GC. He said, I said, I don't know, considering his age and her age, I think he was being really weird. And Aleczaender said, yeah, but actually, let me get the full thing so you can see the images that Aleczaender replied to. Hold on, I'm trying to screenshot it. My fucking computer's lagging so hard from this game.
That's fine.
Listen, court evidence GC will speak on this after Mike is done with his rebuttal.
All right, anyways, I got the screenshot. So I said, I don't know, considering his age and her age, I think he was being really weird. Then Aleczaender replied to the images I sent where it was just 3 images where he was saying, let's have an army of kids. How many kids do you want? And the Colt said like 7. I don't have the screenshots pulled up. I'm just looking at the screenshot of mine Alec DMs. But
what do you mean like 7? If you're gonna, one thing I will say, if you're gonna say,
that's what Colt said to her. Let me send the actual screenshots of
yeah,
that shit.
because I'm gonna need the actual evidence. I will like to say, Aleczander, I have a question. When you say,
can I also finish addressing my evidence I presented when you're done?
Yeah, hold on. I'll get to it. I'm almost done. I'm just sending
when you
these
say,
images.
when you go tell Ariane Freya is Octavian property. I remember you said there's a distinction between Freya and the actual business, but it doesn't look like that's the context of it's like.
I mean, you could say that the joke is like women are our property, whatever. In my statement, I said that the context could mean that. that I own the Freya's group.
Whatever. Hold on. Objection. The context could mean that, but you're the one who would sent the message, so you know the context.
What is?
What do you mean?
What is the?
Objection, ambiguous statements. Like you're gonna have to say, like, did you? Like,
The objection.
did you mean it or did you not?
Objection is sustained, but
Hold
explain
on.
the.
Yeah, can
actual
I
context.
explain the context real
Let
quick?
him talk.
When I-
let him talk real quick.
When I said this stuff to Malta, as I explained, it was to express an exaggeration to leave her alone, that she's loyal, she's good, you know. And I've already said that these are exaggerative statements that I don't mean. You know, they were statements I made kind of in jest a while ago. But it is true that I own the Freya's franchise group. And so I do literally own her and her group in that sense. And that also could mean a joke. You could say it's ambiguous. You could say that it has multiple meanings, doesn't make any sense. But there are multiple contexts to this. The whole time, what I've been saying in this whole court is that there is nothing, it's all out of context and theories to what people think is actually going on, right? And I mean, there's more screenshots. Like I said, like, oh yeah, time me back to the kitchen. You know, a lot of this stuff is just jokes about, oh yeah, you're a woman, whatever, you go do your woman things, you know, your property of Octavium, whatever. You could say that.
So
but
what
there,
did
hold
you
on,
intend?
I'm almost done.
What did you wait? What did you intend? That's not what we're asking. What did you intend when you sent that message? What was the intention or the context of what you said, not what people think?
I just told you what it could mean. And you're expecting to
No,
remember the
no.
exact. If
I
you
don't
want an
wanna- I
exact
don't wanna
answer,
know- I don't want to know what it could mean. I want to know what it means, not what it could. What it means when you sent it. What did you mean by that? Not what it could mean.
So, like I keep on saying, this is stuff that's happened months ago. One of the screenshots is as old as October or November. I think November, right? I don't remember the exact context as to why that particular joke or statement came to my mind. What I can say, though, is that the context definitely did not mean that it was a reference that I'm grooming her for marriage, which is what the prosecution is saying. And that is my defense. There is no other context. I'm telling you the multiple meanings that it could have to my knowledge from what I remember. When I said that to Arian, think that my intent was to say, hey, Freya is mine and I'm going to groom her. Therefore, don't touch her. You think that that's really what I meant? That's not what I meant by that. It looks bad. Sure, I'll admit it looks bad. And going forward, I'm going to be careful what I say. But a lot of these things, the intent was a joke. The intent was, yeah, she's loyal. She's one of ours. She's Octavian's property. I own her group. Okay, leave her alone. That was usually the context. Notice that when I said these things, it was the people like Arian and Multidar. There's a consistency there, right? So understand that I'm saying this stuff to give them the idea that I'm protecting her. Stay away from her, okay? Don't worry about her. Don't go after her. She's part of Octavium. She's Octavium's property. If you want to think that it means something way sinister, then you can very well do that. But I'm telling you, to honest truth, that is what went through my mind, and that's what happened. Now,
I have an objection. He's misstating the facts. So the screenshot in regards to go tell Arian Freya's Octavian property, I'm pretty sure that was still in the GC, because if he was speaking to Arian about that, why would he say go tell Arian? He would say Freya's Octavian property in Arian's DMs. He wouldn't have said go tell Arian.
Yeah,
Not to mention, he also said this was in October,
Mike.
November, but this was in March.
Mike.
no,
what is
one of the
context of
screenshots was in November. The one with Malta was in November. The one with Arian is in
the one in
March.
Malta. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I meant by that.
What?
Yeah.
Where was that taken from? Was it from a group chat?
That was taken in Laxstein's island, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure all these screenshots are not all of them, but I don't know, the ones around this time, I can probably point them out. I have
Just for
someone sent me them.
Just for clarification, whenever you're presenting your evidence, please state where you got it from, so the court can know.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So
Yeah,
I'd
I'm
like to
pretty sure
continue
that
addressing.
Message was
Go ahead.
in Laxstein's island.
So I'd like to continue addressing, because I didn't even get halfway through my own counter evidence to the point I was trying to make about Mike. If I can proceed with that, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in the second screenshot, and I'll repost it in case you didn't post it already, so the audience can follow along. I said Colt is going to retire, and then Hughes is going to move into the imperial residence with his cat, and I'm going to wake up this house being. Point of that is that it was planned for Colt to eventually retire. The point was not to protect him. The point was to eventually get rid of him. Another screenshot taken on 5/30/25, where we post this screenshot in regards to Colt. I was just effing with her the whole time. I say, it doesn't matter. We're gonna have to call and make this retirement happen a lot earlier than I wanted to. Colt says, right, now I have it planned for July. And I say, if it doesn't plan, it doesn't have to be now. But I spoke with Mike and a few others, and they agree with me that the chat log is too tame to say we need to outright ban you, but it's weird enough to where I'm uncomfortable with you being Imperator. So that should address the stuff with. Actually, there's one more screenshot I want to post in regards to Colt and the Colt situation. 5/29/25, 11:08 p.m. She said she was really upset when you left her. Colt said, left, quotation marks. And I said, yeah. And she said, you guys dated. But I told her the chat log is super tame. And Colt says, I was never with her or thought about getting with her. Lol, lol. And I said, I mean, yeah, jokes here and there, but this shit looks kind of bad, Colt. Like, I know you got dry and ghosted her, but I have to have a sit down about this. I don't think you're a weird pedophile, but your optics went out the window, and I might have to do more than just give you a stern talk. Colt says, I did not date her. I wanted to. My intentions were clear. I was just being nice. I left her on read for like a week, and she kept spamming me. So, obviously, behind the scenes, there was an intent to get rid of Colt and condemn his behavior. But obviously, the boundary is that he's not a full-blown stone cold pedo. He just was super weird with what he said. And that's my response to the Colt situation. Let me go back up because I know the guys posted a lot of screenshots that I have to get through.
Just real quick, can I just? I'm not. It's not going to be a whole point or anything. I just want to set the record straight real quick.
Sure.
So, in regards to the Cole situation, I've never called him a pedophile. On the document, you can check it. It's never accused him of pedophilia. Not to mention the age isn't even the right like. Pedophilia, there's a bunch of different philias, right? And pedophilia is referring to prepubescent children. So meaning like before adolescence. So it wouldn't even be psychologically nor legally counted as pedophilia. So I don't know why everyone keeps saying that we're calling it pedophiles or whatever.
I have a question.
First of all, we've never called Aleczander a pedophile. We've never called Colt a pedophile.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification. I appreciate that.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Mike, just since you guys are you're almost an hour in your time, are you gonna have any more witnesses come up, or is it just gonna be Aleczander as your main person you're examining?
Yeah, actually, I have one more witness, but it's in regards to the CNRA situation.
Yeah.
Okay. Then we'll.
Yeah. I'd like to defend my point and call up my witnesses in regards to this as well. So
when we get.
I want to get through this. My concern is that I'm going to be bombarded with so much of this, I won't be able to defend every piece. I know you guys want to object. Well, just let me give my take and move forward, because we're going to be here for hours if we go back and forth.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the trial
So
should be thorough.
the next thing is a chat log in public chat, which is in regards to the Colt situation. I kind of already addressed that, and I want to give the prosecution time to address the NRA stuff, so I'm not going to go into that, but I basically reaffirm what I've already said. They say that they sent me a video. What is this? Let me listen to this video real quick. It's 20 seconds long left.
I think it's the one in regards to Freya's age. Her real age. Hold on, my Discord is like crashed right now.
Mike, you could just leave the game if you have to, bro.
Alright.
That's why I'm not.
Okay. So that recording, it's like, do we know when this was taken? Do we know what I'm referring to? Am I referring to a year ago?
Yeah, this was taken July 27th. The video.
July 27th of 2024.
2025. No, I said
July
June,
27th.
No, June.
June 27th. Hold on, let me listen to this real quick again.
Yeah, June 27, 2025. And it took place in the AF25 VC, which is Patrick's server.
I would also like to briefly come up here and just mention real quickly. pertaining to the CNRA thing, if you have any witnesses, you should probably let it because I think they're banned. So you should probably make sure that
Malleable
they're
is
not
banned right
banned.
now.
Okay, then he needs to be
Just
unbanned.
DM me their IDs. I will unban them from the game.
Not from the
No,
game. I
they're,
think
they're
it's
banned.
stalemated.
They're banned from the
From Stalemate.
server. Like
From the
power.
Stalemate.
my
needs
fault.
to-
Malleable is only going to be unbanned for the duration of this trial.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll
Okay.
unban him. You can
He
continue your
said
point.
he also if
All right,
if
this is my
Malleable
defense
can't
time.
talk-
Can we?
All right, you can say it. You can say. Go ahead.
Okay. So in regards to that video, there's missing context. I could be referring to. I'm pretty sure I was referring to a year ago. Okay. I don't think that's me saying, oh yeah, Freya is 16 right now. It's just me saying, oh, they're saying I did this with her, and da 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 da. And I was making a joke about the AOC or whatever, but it doesn't mean anything. Freya will testify in a bit, clearing this up. But that's the Madeline testimony. That's the cult situation. Okay, here's a new screenshot, and I'll repost it so that the court can repost what I'm posting, so that the audience can see it for themselves too. Aleczander, according to my enemies, the day Freya turns 18 in 4 months, she will drop her obsession with me because she no longer can be groomed. Xavier's, is that the same case for me then? Because I think Xavier's is 17 or something. And I respond, well, no, because she's only obsessed with me. And Xavier says, I'm talking about me being in Freya's position as well, because I'll be 18 in November. And I said, I wish you were groomed. Looks like you would slave yourself Octavian, but nah. Xavier says, I already do. And then I said, the 16, 17-year-old to groom. In regards to Xavier's, which is obviously, again, it's a joke in bad taste, but everyone here, I think, knows that I'm not gay. And if I was gay, it would be a little bit more on the weirder side. But this is another joke like, oh, yeah, you're 17, I'm 22, and you're a guy. And, you know, I shouldn't be talking to you. You're my dev. And it's like, you know, a lot of my proteges have been people that are young. Like Patrick was my right-hand man. He was like 15 or 16. You know, no one cares because he's the same gender as me, right? I'm sure that a lot of leaders here who are in their well over adulthood have had younger proteges, people that are younger that are in their inner circle. You know, if Arbor wants to put a ban on having young people in the inner circle, I mean, they can, but that was the joke. The joke was, yeah, you're a 17-year-old man in my group, and, you know, they're saying I could groom you and groom her, whatever. What is this? This tells me I'm gonna get married. Someone get married. That's the cult situation. We already
went
addressed
over that.
Yeah. I'm trying to get moved all the way through
the
this.
The next one is after the go tell Aryan Freya's Octavian property. I think.
Yeah. The
Screenshots,
hope our
and then-
kids get your humor.
Yeah,
thing.
and then ignore the screenshots where I was for Colt. That was just for reference. So it's
Yeah.
just those two right now.
Again, this is another out of context. You could say she's alluding to me. You could say that she's talking about me. It would be good if there was a full context of what was going on, but I clearly ignored it. I sent a Trump gif or whatever, but I clearly didn't reciprocate. I didn't agree. I didn't entertain that. I just moved on from that comment because I didn't know what she meant by that. But then I have another screenshot where Dino says, one bad day on your period and you're instantly deleting the Discord. And then deleted user, which we can assume is Freya, says, that's only happened twice. Dino responds, that's exactly why Kamala lost the race. Freya says, and I only left Octavian 3 times on my period. And then I say, all right, Freya, very cute. I get back to the kitchen. Time to get serious. Yeah, another joke. You could say it's in poor taste. How dare I tell this young woman this thing? But
Actually,
that is the culture.
So the joke is grooming, right? That's what it is. The joke is grooming because it's been your defense now for the past 10 minutes.
Okay,
Making a
order.
joke that she should get back to the kitchen is grooming.
No, that's not grooming. It's just in bad taste.
Yeah, I can agree with you that it's in bad taste, but I disagree that it's grooming. I say this all the time with people in the group that are men. I mean, the allegation is that I'm a Christian nationalist, that I have a Christian nationalist community. And I don't know if I call Octavian a Christian nationalist community, but we definitely appeal more to the right, and that includes right-wing humor. Okay? If a woman wants to be whatever she wants to be in her life, that's great. But we are going to make jokes in our inner circle which pertain to that kind of humor because we find that to be funny. Obviously, looking back at it, seeing that a lot of people are very offended and sensitive to it, I'm willing to tone down that humor. But that is just the humor that we have, and it's all lighthearted jokes that she found funny, I would assume. That's more Madeline situation. Who's
Yeah, I
the
sent
effort
the
trying
go
to
to go scroll,
recruit?
scroll down to the
yeah.
bottom. Scroll down to the
Yes.
bottom of the group chat. I just sent
Yeah,
to you.
yeah. I see. Who's the effort trying to recruit Freya into the shock? I'm a strong, independent woman. Yeah, no, you aren't. We're gonna change that. So Freya got banned from the military back in June because there was a situation where, and it wasn't exactly like 100% her. She was just trying to attend a training and participate. And there were a lot of guys who were like doing their training and they would literally get distracted and start hanging out with her and talking to her. There was a guy in the group known as Mel Caravest, and there were allegations that he was trying to do stuff with her, flirting wise and
Production
whatnot. But they made
Foundation. Do you have any proof to back these claims that, like there were people that were distracted by her actually like, going out of their way to talk to her?
Well, first of all, when Freya comes to the stand, she could probably vouch for that point.
So wait, yeah, can she vouch for it or can she not? Because we can't work in indefinite. It needs to be a definite.
Well, I
yes or
don't
no.
know. I'm not in close contact with Freya. I've been advised to maintain my distance, so I don't know what she's
Okay.
gonna say.
Then
So
then
I
I'd
can't give you
advise
this
you.
answer.
I'd advise you, since you can't tell for sure, to either just go over the point again when she's on, or just don't reference it, because we can't go over stuff we
Yeah,
can't
this
prove.
is hearsay. Yeah, this is
Okay.
hearsay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's not relevant
Well,
and there's no evidence.
Well, I can't provide evidence when I had never seen these screenshots in my life. You expect me to go through and prepare evidence for a case that I had no idea existed. I've never seen these screenshots before. If I knew this beforehand, I could have contacted Mel Caravas. I could have contacted Freya and gathered all my witnesses to provide a defense. But when I don't have a defense to respond, then all I can go off of is based on my knowledge. Okay? That's what happened. You don't have to believe me, but that's what I am swearing on this testimony is what happened. She wasn't banned the whole time. She was in the military. It went wrong, and she was banned because of it. And we even gave her a second chance back in a few months ago, and I don't know, it just never worked out. So we didn't like her being in the military because it would cause drama, which again didn't have to be her fault. It's just that there was just a lot of issues with it. So I'll leave it at that. Again, this is speculation. If they're saying this is hearsay, well, what you're saying is speculation. Operator says Freya is scary. Freya says I'm not, and I said F you guys. Freya then says please. Xavier does sad face. Freya says please, can I stay over? And I said Freya's the real predator here, as a joke. Freya then says I'll take a tent and sleep in the garden. Please, please, please. Xavier says garden gnome. Freya says you're the size of one. And then I respond, if parents approve, yes. And I'm assuming the context is, I think that
The context is Freya. Basically, it's Freya asking if she can stay over, and then you respond to that.
if the parents approve, yeah. Because I know that we were also talking about like a hype house. Freya had always talking about doing like this weird hype house thing where it's all the Octavians and we're doing like TikToks and stuff. And we were talking about like we're planning an Airbnb and stuff. And Freya will always jump in there and say, "Oh, can I come over? I'll cook the food. I'll do this. I'll do that." But otherwise, until I have the full context, I don't really know in regards to what specifically this is in regards to, because that's what it looks like to me.
I've made the decision. We're going to call up Freya right now, just for better clarification. We're going to clarify everything here for the defense. So we're going to go ahead and bring her up.
I just ask one question real quick to Alec.
Make it very quick. Make it quick.
Yeah. So, out of your original debunk, the document, right? What is the big deal one, and then your video in regards to the Freya situation. Something that keeps bugging me, like, because I can't seem to understand why. How come you've never shown your Snapchat messages or your Discord messages with Freya? Because if truly nothing went on, don't you think you would have been able to show like the full log or anything like that? Obviously, censoring like personal information and whatnot.
Yeah, might also add on to that. If you look in the core evidence GC, just proving what Mike had said regarding Snapchat conversations, Alec has a 300 plus streak with Freya on Snapchat.
Okay.
So
Which I don't
over
think
the
it's speculation. Like that's open to
That's
interpretation.
not any.
Obviously.
That's not anything bad. I mean,
Yeah, but
it's not like.
my question
Well,
is
Okay,
is
can I
why
answer the
hasn't he
question?
shown anything?
Right.
Yeah, answer the
Because
question.
first of all, I haven't been asked by anyone to do a sit down and share my DMs, and second of all, Freya, there's personal information in there. It really was up to Freya.
Right.
You know, if she was fine with it, I was fine with it. But it never came to that. No one ever came to us and asked us for this, so we
But
never.
Wouldn't it be like the ultimate defense if you could just if like let's say you were making the video right now? Wouldn't it be the ultimate defense to just show your DMs with her after censoring like personal information and all that?
Yeah, you're right, but the other issue is also the accounts. We've had deleted accounts. Okay, so it wouldn't even be a full chat. Like it would be the last 2 months or whatever. But there's still personal information in there. Freya has vented a lot about
What about
different
your
things
Snapchat
and her
messages, though?
concern. I mean, same thing. It would be up to her. So
Alec, I just have a question for you quickly. Why were your accounts and Freya's accounts deleted?
well, my
Well,
first account was
Alex's accounts
deleted.
were deleted. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, let me
Freya.
hold on. I'll respond, then I want Freya to come up. So
Yeah.
my account got deleted for being in the Order Discord server, and whatever. I don't know what happened. Just say we don't know what happened, but it was deleted for supposed violent extremism. And you can ask anyone from the Order. Nobody knows what happened, but there is a theory. We had an Aleczaender bot in the server, and people would usually mess around with the bot and prompt it to say things like, do you believe it was 6 million, for instance? I think you all know what the joke is alluding to. And the bot would say something that was super based and red pilled, and everyone would freak out like, oh, the bot said this, the bot. And so I think what our theory is what happened was that the bot was throwing his optics out the window and saying really bad shit, and it got the server deleted, which got all of our accounts either warned or deleted, including my account. Freya's accounts, I don't know why they get deleted, but I know the last one got deleted because of Moore's Ream harassing her. And she deleted her account to try and move on from him because he was trying to extort her for, he was trying to do bad things to her. And that's why she deleted it. Unfortunately, because of this situation with RCR, she has been forced to come back into the public eye, come back to this game, and whatever else. And that's it.
Okay. What is Freya's user so I can add her to the stage? What's it under?
Wait, what? Oh, what's her? I
Freya's-
think her user is Angel Freya, and it's spelled ANGELFREYJA.
Yeah, I see it now. Lola X Smith. There we go. So we're gonna invite her to the stage. Hey, Freya.
Hello.
Okay, so the prosecution, Aleczaender, you can go ahead and sit back down. And I want everyone to be quiet for this because this is pivotal information. Freya, I'm gonna need you to be sworn in. So, Chief Bailiff, go ahead.
All right, Mrs. Freya. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I promise.
Very well.
Prosecution, you may ask your questions.
Mike.
Wait, can I make my statement first, or is that not allowed?
Yeah, you can make your statement.
You can make a statement.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Hey, I'm Freya. I'm making this statement because there's been a lot said about me that's either exaggerated, misrepresented, or completely false. I've stayed quiet for a long time, but I think it's finally time to tell the truth from my perspective, without edits, without pressure, and without other people speaking for me. Yes, I did lie about my age being younger early on. When I first met Frisky and Moores in 2023, I was
Right.
I think her Wi-Fi cut out.
Oh.
Oh wait, no, she
Did
muted
she,
herself.
did she type this up or anything so we can send a screenshot and someone else can read it if she doesn't come back?
I think she might want to say it
Mike,
herself.
check your DMs.
Yeah, she's here. She's here.
Mike, check your DMs.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry. What part did I cut off? What part did I cut off on?
The Moore's part.
Okay.
You're
Good. Okay. When I met Frisky and Moz in 2023, I was scared, confused, and felt like by lying about my age that they'd go away and leave me alone. I'd already been through a lot emotionally, and lying felt like the only way to protect myself from my identity being exposed. That didn't make it right, but it's the truth. Unfortunately, it didn't work, and instead of them leaving me alone, they only pursued me further, so I exposed them. Since then, people have confused my age for being older or younger. I like to go on record and say that I was born on August 19th, 2007, making me currently 17 years old. Some of the messages I sent were flirtatious. I regret them. But certain DMs that are now being referenced were either taken completely out of context or came from conversations that I was pressured into continuing. None of these DMs were meant for Alec to see. Neither was Alec aware until long after they were sent. After Alec found out, we became distant and we moved on. One person in particular, Piper or Leah, has played a huge part in twisting this situation. She's lied about multiple men before that she's e-dated. I never thought that she'd do it to me because I considered her to be my best friend. But now I see things clearly. She lied about the pet names Alex supposedly used. All he ever said to me was good morning. Meanwhile, she was also thinking about him too. I think she was just trying to eliminate supposed competition. In the ERP she talked about in her statement, that was an Alec. It was an Alec-themed bot that I was messing around with as a joke with another friend. RCR made this clarification. Her entire statement is full of exaggerated and guilt-fueled distortion. She's since cut off all contact with me, not because I wronged her, but because she knows what she did. At the time that all this was happening, I didn't have the emotional maturity to fully understand the situation I was in. I was still a minor trying to figure things out in a confusing, manipulative environment. I understand that some people are angry that my story paints a different picture, but calling me a liar is the oldest tactic in the book for discrediting supposed victims. If I am a victim, then the least you can do is believe me in my story. Just because I made mistakes doesn't mean I deserve to be exposed for your narrative. I've changed, I've grown, and I've spent a long time reflecting, and I've been trying to move on. But I can't do that with this document claiming to speak for me when they don't. I'm not proud of everything I did, but I refuse to be made for the scapegoat for what other people did to me. I refuse to let my old mistakes be used for distorted, untrue narratives. And here's the biggest contradiction of all. They're painting me as a helpless victim, but at the same time they're exposing me. Sharing private messages, twisting stories, and dragging my name for a community that claims to protect people. This is what the Roblox criminal records policy says. It is meant to be a safe space for players, one where people can be informed and protected from harmful behavior. But ask yourself, are they making a safe space for victims? Because from where I'm standing, it feels like I've been abandoned by the very system that claims to care about safety. They aren't protecting people, they're targeting them. So this is me finally speaking for myself, not as someone who's hiding or trying to play innocent, but someone who's tired of other people telling my story for a twisted narrative. I know who I am now, and I know what I'm not. I'm not a kid anymore, I'm not a liar, and I'm not your victim.
Is that all?
That's all.
Okay, then I'd like to ask. Oh, wait, one second.
My bad.
You can bring up your point, but I'll just introduce what you're going to ask. So, actually, go ahead. Take it away. Take it away.
Yeah. All right. So, Freya, my first point in your statement would be that you said you are 17 and not 16, correct?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, if you've seen the document that RCR has made, then you'd see we do have a voice recording of you and your friend, and you did say you were 16 within that voice recording. So would you like
this was taken
yes,
June 8th, by the way.
the voice recording was taken less than 2 months ago. So would you like to debunk that?
Less than a month ago. It was 1 month ago.
Yeah.
It's in
can I
court
just
evidence
ask?
if anyone wants to listen.
Yeah.
Can I just ask if you? Sorry, I don't really have that much time. Are you talking about the recording with Sparkling Winner?
Yep.
It's the voice recording with Sparkling Winner.
Yep.
That was literally a joke because I was just messing around with him. He's really gullible, and I have an ID to prove it if you guys would like that. But I was literally just messing around with him.
I would like to see it because I remember Alec was saying about how he saw your ID or whatever, because he was saying you were 17, and then he saw your ID. So yeah, I would like to see it.
I have a quick question.
I'll present that later.
Yeah, Tony, you can go.
I have a quick question for Alex. When Freya was mentioning the statement about Moors. How did you know about? How do you know she was going to talk about that?
What do you
Like
mean
that
talk about
certain-
Moors?
Like the
Oh,
how
because
do you
she
know
said
the
it. She stopped at
no.
Frisky and Moors.
content of it? Like, how do you know that was going to be the contents of the document? I'm just curious here because we're not trying to interfere with anyone's.
Wait. Re-say what you said. I'm confused.
He's saying, how did I know that she left off at Frisky and Moors? And I told him because that's what she left off on. She said it when I first, whatever, Frisky and Moors, and then she cut off. When she came back, that's where she left off. I told her you said that, and she continued her statement.
Yeah.
So that was the first time you'd heard that statement or anything similar?
Well, the defense had some variant of a statement or whatever.
Yeah, she
but
sent us some statement.
Yeah.
I would say
I think-
6 July, June 27th was.
I don't
when
know
she
if
sent
the
us some.
exact-
It's not word for word though. It's not word for word. So.
Okay, that
Are we able
answers
to
my
move on
question.
to the next point?
Okay, so you can go ahead and Mike, you can get into your examination. You can ask whatever questions you want.
No, we're just gonna ask a few more questions about the statement. We have a bit more about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Freya, you did say in your statement that you have Alec added on Snapchat, right? And all you say to each other is "Good morning," correct? That's what you said.
Well, no, that's not what I said exactly. I was referencing Piper when we were like, she went on my phone, she looked into my Snapchat, and she says that she half swiped onto our chat and she saw Alec calling me pet names. What I said in my statement was that was not true. He did not call me pet names. All he had said was "good morning" on that occasion.
Okay. Okay, I see.
I'd like to present
I've
some
got
evidence
a-
to the court regarding Piper's testimony, by the way, if that's fine.
You'd like to present a what?
Yeah, I have.
Well, I have not a testimony, sorry. It's a screenshot from a chat log between
Yeah, I'll submit it to evidence.
Thank you.
Can I?
So-
What's the context to this?
The context is Leah said that she accused an innocent guy and got away with it.
Who's she referring to?
Oh man.
Well, we believe it's in regards to this situation.
Objection, speculation.
Right, just like you guys are doing. So,
Also, can we get the uncensored screenshot because it just
Yeah, I
shows
can ask
Incog's
them
messages. It
for
doesn't
it.
show hers. Yeah, we need. I think Renzo has it likely.
Holy.
Because
Yeah.
the original screenshot was sent to him. But yeah, if I need to see that it was actually her because I just see Incog.
I'll post this as well. But Freya,
Mhm.
did anyone write your opening statement for you?
The statement that I read out just now?
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Okay. Okay.
I just want to confirm real quick. There was no assistance at all in any way in your statement that you just read off. There was no
Yeah.
assistance on any level. You wrote that organically yourself.
Yeah, Freya, remember that you've sworn not to lie here.
No, nobody helped me. I was at a
No.
sleepover.
There was no assistance from person, object, anything. There was no assistance, period. Not from any singular person or group. No assistance. You wrote it organically.
And this would include AI as well.
Okay, wait. So I wrote the statement organically, but a couple of people looked over it and proofread it. And when I wrote it originally, my friend was present at the time. We were having a sleepover, and I wrote it with her present, and I sent it to a couple people once it had been written to proofread it and just check that it was okay.
Okay.
What is their
send?
name? Yeah, what is their name?
Yeah, who did you send it? Who did you send it to?
Also, what does okay mean in this context?
would check that
In what
it
context?
made sense. Check that it was grammatically correct. So it was my friend in person, Leutgard, Leopold, and I sent it to Volontat as well.
Is there anybody else?
I think I might have sent it to a couple other people.
Did you send it to anyone a part of the defense?
No, Tony. She said earlier she did send it to us in a group chat because
yeah,
we were prepared.
You're the prosecution, though. He's asking about the defense.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Did you send it to like Clemens or any other assistant?
Or Aleczaender?
No.
Potentially.
No.
Okay.
I think that was the answer they want.
All right. So, just for reference, who was the person? Like, what was their name, their first name, or whatever, or the Roblox username that helped you write this? Because you said that someone was grammar checking or whatever.
No, I sent it. Well, I admit I probably sent it to people that I shouldn't have sent it. I probably sent it too widely because now I can't properly remember who I sent it to.
So
but
nobody helped you write it, right?
Excuse me, I've been sent some additional evidence that I've been requested to speak about. There's apparently, Freya, you had your prom in 2024. And then you also claimed your birthday was in August. This person who sent me this evidence says that this means, according to the UK education system, that you would be 16 and turning 17. Leutgard and Banastic are also part of that education system, and Sparkling Winner. And they also agree that according to your educational year, you would still be 16 and turning 17 in August. Can you clear up anything about that?
Yeah, so I've skipped a year in school, as I've previously told you.
Okay, yeah, so that's your defense, that you skipped a year in school.
Yeah, so that was my prom in that year, yes, but that was because I am a year below what I'm meant to be at.
How did you skip a year in the UK education system?
It's kind of personal, so I'm not going to go into too much depth, if that's okay. But I was living in another country.
You can be brief. It doesn't have to be too descriptive, obviously.
I was living in another country for a period of time, and when I returned to England, I was the country that I was in, education system matched up with England's like weirdly, so it meant that I had to do another year twice, if that makes sense.
Okay. Any other questions, prosecution?
Yeah. All right. So, Freya,
I
before I
also
ask,
have questions for her too, so if we can wrap this.
Yeah, that comes.
We
that
won't
after.
take too long. We won't take
Yeah,
too
that
long.
comes after our part. Freya, I want you to understand before I ask this question. Proofreading is not the same as helping you write your statement. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna submit this in the court evidence GC real quick. Tony, you can send it, but I'm gonna read it out. Freya, you sent. Okay, so this is your friend Sparkling Winner on Snapchat, and in this image, you say, "I've already made my speech." Sparkling says, "Let me guess, Alex seen it." You say, "Nope, I've not spoken to him. I actually go against him," which I also have to ask a question about later. He said, "Okay, that's good," and you said, right after that, "Eden helped me write it." So, did someone help you write it?
Yeah, well, okay. Eden is my friend that I referred to earlier. I was having a sleepover with. Basically, I was like making the paragraphs because basically, right, I was sleeping over at her house from the Saturday to the Sunday, and I was misinformed that the court trial was on the Sunday. So I was frantically writing this at the sleepover, and I was like, oh my gosh, like this is so stressful. I need to like write this, and I read each like paragraph back to her. I was like, does this sound okay? And then she was like, yeah, that sounds good. She was like, oh yeah, Freya, that's so good. And I'm like, oh, thanks. And I like would write another paragraph, I'd read it back out to her, and just it was like a process. So in that way she helped me, but she in no sense told me what to write. And the only reason I told him this is because she is a female that is, you know, obviously in real life to me, that he is like pursuing. So I thought he'd be interested.
I have a question, Freya. I was informed that the UK system doesn't skip academic years.
It does. When you're transferring between countries, right? It's the same thing in the US. They'll put you down a grade, they'll put you upgrade. It all depends on when you're transferring high schools or, you know, just schools in general by countries, you know.
Okay.
It's rare. It's rare. Like it's rare, but when you're transferring between countries, it allows you. Like it depends, because sometimes you'll go down or go up.
I've never heard of that before. I didn't know they did that.
I've got like literally 2 other people in my year group who've done it. So it's not that rare.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Mike,
Is
do you have anything else?
that all the questions you want to ask?
Yeah, Mike, do you have anything else?
Nah, Alec, you can go ahead.
Yeah, we use Alec.
Thank
you.
Hold on. I have something I want to get to Tony real quick.
Sorry. Yeah.
Look at the prosecution GC, Tony.
In the what?
The prosecution GC that finished with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Can I?
Wait, sorry, Alec. We do have one more point to bring up.
Okay.
All right. Tony, I'm gonna send you this in the evidence group chat. Freya, you stated you had no prior contact with Alec before this trial, right? Like you're coming here as a third-party individual testifying on your behalf.
Could you just explain to me like at what point you're referring to? Because like I have
I'm sorry for interrupting. I'm sorry for interrupting, but in your testimony, you said you're coming forth as your own person, not on Alec's side, not on our side, not on anybody's behalf, right? And you said you had no prior contact with Alec before this kiss? Like,
no.
Like you cut contact with Alec when this was happening.
Yo, can I
address what
wrap that up real quick?
Mike,
something big just came up.
Address what you want to address.
Okay.
So in the court evidence GC, right after Tom asked that question, Aleczander started typing in the court evidence GC, and he said, "Say that your lawyer instructed me, Leopold, that you're with us, and that RCR told me the same." So are you telling him?
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, bro.
Please, Tony, please put that in the channel, please.
Sure.
All right.
Order.
That is the most insane fumble in human history, bro.
Wow.
Order.
So he's.
Wait, Mike, order.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm reading this right now.
Mike,
sorry.
you can continue your point, but none of your prosecutors can interrupt. Go ahead.
Okay, just me. So, like I said, I already posted the screenshot, and he was typing in court evidence GC. So, I think this was right after Tom and Victor asked her a question. So I think it's kind of obvious that he's telling her what to say.
I don't know anything about this.
Yeah.
Can he speak on this?
Why don't you guys show us your screenshots?
Tony, order.
I'm in communication with my lawyers, and the conversation is between them as a buffer. So, but what is said is true. Leopold told me that he'll be a buffer between me and Freya, and that he will talk to her through me, and vice versa. Because obviously it would be bad optics if I was in direct communication with Freya. And you could ask my lawyers this; they will vouch that they are a buffer between me and Freya.
All right, but.
Mike.
Let me know when you're done. I'll rebuttal.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Tony, is that sustained?
I think the main point was Tom and Victor asked her a question, and then you immediately started typing in court evidence GC and then said that. I think it's kind of obvious that you're telling her what to say, even if keep in mind, Freya was claiming that she cut contact with Alec. But
Well, we didn't cut full, like, we still here added, but we're not actively communicating, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, there is a buffer between my lawyers and her. So anything that I say to her, they give to her and vice versa. And that's what I've been
right,
advised.
you're still telling her what to say in her testimony.
So you're communicating with her via a third party.
Leopold is her lawyer, and he is the one that reached out to her alongside, I believe it was White Guard. Someone reached out and said that Freya would be on my defense. I forget the context, but that's how I knew about these things. That's how I knew that Freya's gonna be our witness. Right. It's because they reached out and told us. That is the honest to God truth. So
yeah, but you keep trying to. I think you keep trying to dance around the fact that it all comes down to that you're still telling her what to say in her. She's put up here as a witness right now. She should be saying.
She is
answering the questions. I just said is the truth. Yeah, but we just proved that you told her, you were telling her what to say.
You can speculate that, but that's not 100% what's going on. She is saying the truth, and what is being said is what happened. You can say that I'm twisting it and I'm advising her or whatever, but that's what's going on.
All right, I'm gonna let Tom and Victor speak real quick.
Oh, but before you guys speak, I'd like to state you're almost at your 2-hour mark. So if you want to address the doxing after you wrap this up,
yeah, we can address it right after this, right after Tom and Victor speaks.
Yeah, I think we're done with the questions for Freya. I think we're just gonna give Alec. Are you down to answer one question for us?
Go for it.
All right, Alec, you are saying like your lawyers are acting as a buffer with you and Freya, correct?
That is correct.
Then in the group chat, why are you referring it in a perspective like you're talking to Freya? Like, say that your lawyer instructed me that you were with us and RCR told me the same. You're speaking in the perspective that, you know, you're in a DM with Freya instead of talking to your lawyers who are supposed to act as a buffer for you and Freya. And
sorry, can I just say something?
Yeah, go for it.
That's clearly not to me because I don't have a lawyer. I was told that I am not allowed one.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that the screenshot that was sent was Alec literally like going into our group chat on accident. Probably.
But that can't have possibly been to me because I don't have a lawyer.
Okay. Anyway, I want to ask my questions to Freya.
Yeah.
And we can go to the CNR part of this.
Yeah. Go ahead. Okay.
There is someone who claims to be Freya's lawyer. I don't know if they're officially recognized by the court, but they DM'd me saying, "Are you able to tell the judge in whatever group chat you're in that I am Freya's lawyer?" But
can we just let's just move on with this. I have a load of questions I want to ask, so I'm just gonna give a couple of them. Freya, in your testimony, you mentioned that you regret sending flirtatious messages. Can you confirm that these messages were not sent to me, defendant Aleczander, but rather other people?
Yes, I can confirm that.
Okay. Can you, in November 2024, these so-called flirtatious messages were leaked by Patrick J. Smith. Can you confirm that at some point around this period, that communication with defendant Aleczander me was blocked and that you left Octavian for a while after this?
Yes, I can confirm.
Since you first left Octavian, have you expressed any sort of flirtatious behavior about myself, defendant Aleczander, in any personal messages?
No, I have not.
At any point, did defendant Aleczander, me, make you uncomfortable?
No, he did not.
At any point, did defendant Aleczander say or do anything to you that would be considered flirtatious?
No.
At any point, did defendant Aleczander say or do anything to you that would be considered grooming?
No.
RCR Roblox Criminal Records claims that you are a victim of defendant Aleczander. Do you agree with this take?
No, I would say that I'm rather a victim of RCR and Mike's document.
RCR leaked various screenshots of things you've said, some of which can be described as erotic or sexual in theory. At any point, did RCR ask you for permission to use these screenshots in their document?
No, they have never.
And from my understanding, I've been briefed that doing so can be considered illegal.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Did RCR ever?
Wait. No.
Okay. Did RCR ever ask you for permission to release their document in which you are the main spotlight of?
No, they didn't.
Did RCR ever ask you if it was okay to speak on your behalf in their document?
No, they didn't.
In an RCR stage hosted Thursday, June 26th, you went on the stage and said that RCR has victimized you and did more damage to you than defendant Aleczaender could have ever done. Do you stand by this statement?
I stand by this statement. Yeah.
Can you describe how you felt that night?
I felt really tense and anxious and worried. I was so taken aback by all of the hate that I was getting, and I was appalled by all the personal and private things that had been leaked about me. I was shaking, my hands were shaking so bad, I could barely eat or sleep. I couldn't focus on my schoolwork or my work, my job. It was pretty bad.
Can you describe some of the pain and suffering you went through the days following the release of that document?
I was just constantly worried, and I'd be checking my phones for new DMs or friend requests. I literally lived in fear of what other people thought of me, and I hate to make enemies, and I tried to be nice to everybody, but it was just so overwhelming that so many people just hated me all at once, and I literally could not get over the betrayal of some of my close friends. It was leaking my private thoughts and feelings for no reason.
Some people believe that you are incapable of being independent and coming with an original idea or an original statement. Do you agree with this sentiment?
No.
Objection. Adam, Tony, these questions are leading. You can't do things like, do you agree, etc., etc.
We're almost done.
That's objection sustained. Don't lead into the question to make the witness say a certain answer. You have to be neutral. It's supposed to be investigative, so we can get information from that, not to lean into a certain answer. So, I would ask that you re-ask the question.
I would like to file a motion to complete this entire questioning on the basis of
you're lagging.
He wants.
Let me say it.
Okay.
We would like to request a motion to dismiss the line of questioning for leading. The witness based on his questions are worded to get desired answer.
If it may please the Right Honorable Justice Tony the Pro, the tribunal consisting of me, Lourdes, Patrick, and Adam have reached the unanimous consensus that Freya's testimony is under perjury. She has originally lied in her oath, and we consider her testimony under this case and any other case to be perjury.
Wow. So am I going to be able to continue with my line of questioning?
You can continue with your line of questioning, but Freya, I'll do this for you.
Okay.
Freya, there's going to be consequences because you just lied under oath, and you can't do perjury. Aleczaender, you don't lead into questions. Be neutral. Be investigative to support if you want to support your argument.
Okay.
You may continue.
Thank you. So, do you consider Leah, also known as Piper, a close friend?
Yeah, I do. Wait, no, yeah, I did. I don't anymore.
Okay. So you would say that Piper's narrative about you is untrue?
Yes, it's untrue.
Okay. And
if I may.
Objection.
I have one more. I literally have one more.
Tony.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm being asked by my fellow justices why Freya is still giving testimony after being dismissed.
Motion to dismiss unreliable witness. What are we doing?
Yeah.
I don't know why you've dismissed it. You have no proof.
Freya, you've lied.
You said you hadn't worked with anyone when you wrote the document, and then
Alec corroborated it, saying that he's working with you indirectly.
That's not true. There is always
even if you claim that's not true, there's still the Eden statement. Which
yeah,
is
we've seen.
objective.
I've already seen images and there's evidence to suggest. So, Freya, I'm gonna have to go down, and we're
Yeah.
gonna continue to the next point.
Tony, can I just say this
All
real
right.
quickly?
Fine.
Like, okay, so you have to like think about it. Like the members of the audience, you have to think about it deeply about it like this. She said she'd say her statement with accuracy and not lie about anything. With accuracy means if she has contact with Alexander in any way, it's not just like I have a buffer with a lawyer or a friend, blah blah, right? Like if you're gonna say no contact, it's no contact. It's not indirect contact. It's not direct contact. It's not
It doesn't matter what form of communication that he's
Yeah.
in with Freya, whether it be direct or indirect. They're still communicating, and he's still getting a point across. That's all that needs to be said. So
Yeah, and we give it back to Tony, _pro 69, honorable justice.
So we're going to move on to the doxing and cyber criminal accusations now.
CNRA situation. We're gonna
Yeah.
start with that one. Is there any way for Juba to be unbanned for the duration of the? Or he's already unbanned. But can he
Cuba's unbanned, yeah.
Yeah. Can he be moved up?
Both Malleable
Yeah.
and Cuba should be unbanned.
I'll bring.
I think Malleable isn't on right now, so just bring Juba up.
Shangheng Shive. Oh, we have to bailiff swear him in.
Yeah.
Yeah, show it his name.
Shangheng Chive or Juba. Just do Juba.
Juba? Okay, sure.
We don't have
When
we
he
don't have
gets
to
up
be in the game.
here.
You don't have to be in
Is
the
he in
game.
here? There he is. All right. Mr. Juba, do you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Good. Carry on.
Mike, is your question?
Or are they supposed to say something?
It's your turn.
I'm gonna ask you some questions, and then if Alexander wants, he can ask you some questions afterwards. So, the CNRA situation happened around like March 19th to probably the 25th, right? 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain from the CNRA's perspective, right? Can you explain, basically give us a gnosis of what went down from your perspective and the aftermath, obviously.
So, Malleable Fortune, Heat Dead Squad, and his individuals, they may have been exploiting in Madrid, but then Alec, he got all worked up about it. He started going after CNRA, right?
Wait. Did they exploit in Madrid or did they not?
Well, I haven't seen substantial proof that we or like anyone from CNRA itself has been, but I'll entertain the idea.
Okay.
Oh.
So, because sources are telling me that you guys did exploit in Madrid.
Well, not me, not anyone that I'm aware of, not any
Okay.
personal individuals, but you see, well, so Alec, he put it all on the CNRA, right? And then Aryan, he came in. He was like, to Alec, we'll sort out, me and Alec will sort out this whole ordeal, right? And that kind of consisted of, doxing my friend on Blue, who's from Taiwan. Got his full name, his phone number, his social media. He started going after Zhang too. I got his Instagram, partial phone number, his PayPal, his first name and initials, and numerous other things, all within the span of a couple hours or so, until we ultimately decided that we'd, fold, and Zhang was, extorted into the apology. It was, forced to do it. And after this occurred, Alec went into Octavium. He announced, well, Zhang has apologized, and we are victorious, and he is such a... and blah, 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 right? In his server. After Zhang was unwillingly forced to apologize, in stalemate, to everyone, as a form of humiliation ritual for something that Zhang had no part in, something that I had no part in, and something that we had not been properly and diplomatically told of, that we could have solved peacefully and we could have dealt with the individuals if proper proof and evidence was required. But actually, Alec jumped the gun, brought in Aryan, and there's these DMC screenshots of Alec praising, and he was accepting Aryan, who wanted to, have admin perms and stalemated. He wanted to have his group accepted into stalemated and have whatever powers and an alliance. And Alec, he let that in, from what I'm aware of, and he was made admin and stalemated. And but Zhang and I'm Blue were dogs in this situation. And afterwards, Aryan apologized and he admitted, and he showed DMs of Alec, praising his actions. So Aryan actually apologized, and he was like, "I'm sorry about this," and then he admitted to the DMs from Alec, which were shown praising and celebrating and conceding what he wanted, which was admin and the diplomatic perms and whatever in the alliance. So
Prosecution. Do you want to ask any further questions before Alex
Yeah.
crosses? Go
So
ahead.
to my knowledge, Zhang and everyone else was banned from Stalemated before they issued the apology, correct?
Wait, can you repeat that?
To my knowledge, Zhang and the rest of the CNRA, but primarily Zhang, was banned from Stalemated before the apology was sent, right?
We weren't banned. We weren't banned. Nobody was banned at this time. We were banned.
No, I'm saying before Zhang issued the apology and Stalemated, were any of you banned?
Oh, let me check. Because I don't think we were banned. Because,
Alright.
Zhang had to do the apology. But, it was obviously the action against CNRA. And,
Okay. Is that everything?
Well,
No,
according to
I'm waiting
Henry,
for him to answer.
Oh.
Zhang has said that he may be banned. He may have been banned. Or well,
Oh,
what I'm seeing in the group
well,
chat, based on chat logs. Based on the chat logs, Zhang. I don't know the audit logs. Someone can check the audit logs and see if Zhang was banned around this time period.
Right.
Well, what is the time period in question? What's the range?
From
Early
it was
2025.
It was March 2025 from I think the 19th to the 23rd of 2025.
Being banned from Stalemated.
So I think CNRA was removed from Stalemated, right?
Yeah.
And then a bunch of shit went down.
Because of the doxing allegations and all that stuff.
I think they were removed before because they did an improper declaration of war against Octavium or something like that, and then they were just banned. According to the evidence that we have, right, from back when the situation. Yeah,
can you post that evidence?
Yeah.
And all this evidence, is it coming from the same place or is it DMs?
One is from, there's a screenshot from the audit logs of right before Zhang released the apology and Stalemated. Hold on, I'm grabbing him right now. Okay, I'm sending it right now in the core evidence GC. So essentially, Aryan went to them and then extorted them into doing it, and then he sent Aleczaender the apology after Aleczander said he wanted to see it before it's posted, and then Aleczander was trying to see where he would announce it, and then the last screenshot is showing Aleczander unbanning Zhang to release the to release the apology. And then following this, Aleczander released his statement in Octavium, which I can send a screenshot of that as well right now. The first screenshot is Zhang's statement in Gelmated, and the second screenshot is Alexander's statement in Octavium, with a screenshot of Zhang's statement.
Everybody, order in the court. The defense has asked for a 30-minute recess. The trial will convene in 30 minutes at 4:50.
30 minutes? What the fuck?
That is how long? Yeah. I mean, it's fine, I guess.
What did I hear?
Alexander he needs his
We're gonna
break.
waste 30 minutes real quick.
Hey, one other thing. I can after we come back, I have another witness who is more involved than Juba was per se, that can come up and explain the situation a little bit better from their perspective.
Oh, is it malleable?
No. Malleable's not on. It's Schmutzig man.
Okay, word.
So
Yeah,
there's
Lourdes.
been an order. So defense, prosecution, and the panel of justices, please come behind the court.
Okay, I'm rejoining the game. I just
half of
disconnected
us
from
are
being
not
idle.
in the game. Half of us are not.
I'll rejoin. All right, I'll rejoin.
I think I'm not in the 20 group.
I don't think you have to be.
You
But I'm
don't.
not sure.
Mike, something I was
Yeah.
curious about is
Oh no, we had a hacker
Sparkling-
join. I turned the whitelist on. I'll turn it off.
Okay. Turn the whitelist.
What do you-
But was Sparkling
when it's
winner?
off, so I can join.
I thought you had some
Okay, good.
witnesses
You can
for the
join.
first section. But clearly not. Or are they saved for the end of your whole section?
I mean, I guess we're already done with the Freya situation, so it's not really necessary to pull him up anymore.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Wait, so are we going in a private VC? Like, what's
Dude,
going on?
dude.
Well, let me know when's the whitelist gonna come off so I can join.
It's off. You can
It's
join.
off. It's off, Mike. It's
I'm waiting. Actually,
Yeah, let's join.
Wait.
Let's
Why
join
do they?
private VC.
Yo,
Can we just make a? Can we
yeah,
just make a
yeah.
group chat, bro? Like, do we really
Open the
gotta?
gate. There's
not
too
enough
much
room.
people. Yeah. Open the gate.
just
guys.
join the administration VC. I'll move people there.
Can we just have Mike and Alec and the prosecution and the?
Blackguard said
tribunal?
make it GC.
Wait,
Yeah, make a GC.
who
bro.
is falling snow? Josh.
Dude, I'm literally in this stage. Why are you? Okay.
Where'd
I'll
Alec
make
go?
I'll make
Oh,
a
he was
VC.
tapped out.
Alex
Someone
is
asked who
there.
I was. I'm part of the prosecution. Sorry, defense. My apologies.
All right,
I've
I was
been listening.
just wondering.
We don't need
Sorry.
everybody and their dog to be in
buddy.
the group
Okay.
chat.
Oh,
Alright,
you're kidding.
assemble the group chat. Then.
I'm making it right now.
Howard.
Oh my god. Who's making it? Mike, you're making it. Right?
I'm going through the border right now.
Someone add Adam.
Okay, bro.
Can one of you guys open the door?
You gotta have
Yeah, and can someone teleport me as well?
There
You're
we
in
go.
there.
Yeah.
Patrick.
Can one of you guys open the door?
Beautiful. We love to see it.
All right, bro.
Thank
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, where am I going? I'm in the game.
All right, fellas, recess for 30 minutes or so, 30 minutes or less, and then we'll resume.
You guys open this thing over here? Alright, thank you. All right, if anybody in the stage is interested, I'm gonna go get some cereal. And I'm gonna get.
I'm eating cereal right now.
Yeah, no, I'm getting a new cereal. It's a new brand from Oreo, right? I think I talked about it before, but
You did talk about it.
it is very delicious. I'm gonna get a bowl of it right now and tell you guys how it tastes.
Another
all right?
bowl?
No, that was Mike. That was Mike that was eating the bowl.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Tom, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, Tom. Bro, sidebar, bro. Sidebar. I don't want to hear about those Oreos.
Yeah. Remember when you were glazing 3 dudes in the span of 10 minutes in the GC last night?
Bro, what are you talking about, bro? Who's like glazing, bro?
Yeah, okay, so I literally have a clip of you calling Derp the man, bro. Alright, dude.
Oh yeah, bro. All right, yeah, let's see it then, bro. Dude, I've been dogging on I've been dogging on Derp ever since that guy. Ever since I met him, bro. I've been dogging on him. I don't know what you're talking about. I call Derp the man.
Bro, you laugh with him like he's like your best man at the wedding, bro.
Nah, bro.
Alright, let me go get the cereal.
Anyone know where the new VC is?
They didn't add you?
Right, they're probably,
No.
They only added the justice panel to it. If you're not in there, then just wait.
They're probably
Okay,
max.
sure.
It's only like 10 people per GC. So
They'll be back.
Is it full?
They'll be back in a bit. Just wait.
I'm pretty sure it should be there, but it's fine.
I'm back. Does anybody here have perms? Shit. Okay.
For what? What do you need?
I might just have to take a picture of it and then send it somewhere.
All right.
Let me see if I can get the cereal plugged enough to my microphone to review it for you guys. Standard.
Bro, you gotta mute yourself, bro. I don't listen to that.
Mute me then. Fuck. All right,
Nah, bro,
so
you mute yourself, bro. I can speak on behalf of 300 people in here. They don't want to listen.
there,
to
there,
you.
are three, no, there are 300
Bro.
people on this stage that are listening to
You
me
know what?
this year.
All right.
No, they don't want to listen to it,
Thank
bro.
you.
Oh, all right, thank you, bro. Shut up.
It
No
is so hard to be silent during the recess, bro. Like, lock in, bro. Holy moly, bro. Why are we doing a serial review on stage, like, right now?
Yeah, exactly.
Bro.
Yo, thank you for server meeting him, bro.
I forgot which brand of cereal I'm eating.
Holy moly, bro. Just be quiet.
All right, people. What's your thoughts about this court?
Free my boy Aleczaender.
Okay. Other thoughts?
Hey, yo, can I ask y'all something real quick? You guys are Alex lawyers, right? Both
Me?
y'all are-
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
just-
his attorney.
you guys
I'm
are
your
his attorney,
representative, Alamated.
He wants to do all of the talking, bro. He should
No,
let
I'm not
me
talking
do
about.
some
I'm not
talking.
talking about authority. I'm not talking about you, authority. I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay.
Clement. I'm talking about Clemens and John. I know you very well, authority, bro. I don't need to I know what kind
Yeah,
of
I
man
know.
you are.
Yeah,
I know exactly what kind of man you are, bro. Hey, yo, so Clemens and Joshua, you guys are Alex's counsel, right, for his defense?
Yes.
Yes.
Why haven't y'all said a single thing?
He wants to be heading the defense. I was like proposing to like do the examinations for the witnesses, but he said he wants to do it. I was doing like most of the defense team was doing the like document stuff and shit before the tribunal.
You cut out A for effort now.
I heard what you said. Okay, I'm just curious why you guys are. He appointed you guys, or you guys came to him asking to be his legal defense, and like, haven't really contributed anything, at least not on the stage. So I was just wondering what was going on with that. But
Yo, I'm still eating, by the way. I'm just gonna mute. Don't mute me, bro.
It took me and Clem forever to even get into the courtroom game. Clem got in before me. I'm still in the audience back here on the way back.
If
And it took me
anybody
forever
is
to even get on the
interested,
stage, so
yo, my bad. If anybody's interested, bro, look up the cereal. It's
oh my
called
god, bro!
O's
Oh my
breakfast
god,
cereal.
Bro, we don't want to know your cereal, bro.
Yo, no, he's using this, bro. He's using this as a platform because he got 300 people on the stage. He's using this as a platform because he's actually in real life. He's a marketer for like Oreo cereal, so he's trying to like get people on there.
We're not,
I was about to ask, are
we are
we
not,
paying him to
we are
market
not
this?
sponsored by your cereal brand, so you will not be able to advertise your cereal brand here. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I know. Tom's like he's like dead ass. He's like CEO of Oreo cereal and stuff. So that's what he's trying to do. Is he's trying to put people on, but it's like I've had it and it's like the worst cereal ever. Let me just say real quick, Oreo cereal, what he's talking about is so nasty. Like just eat some granola and be healthy. You know what I'm saying? Well, why would you like sacrifice?
Ate those speaking facts, man.
Yeah, yo, why would you sacrifice your health for convenience? You know what I'm saying? That's like
I'm
the
eating
most.
Andy Cap's hot fries. Does that make me unhealthy?
It does actually. You're very unhealthy.
Damn.
That's some weak sauce, bro. I'm telling you, you're on some weak sauce. Hey, after this, go hit the gym. You know what I'm saying? Go to the gym, get a good pump in. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
I already did that earlier. Actually, no, I didn't hit the gym. I went for a jog. Should I hit the gym later, though?
It's time to man up. You know what I'm saying? It's time to be a man. You know what I'm saying? No more funny business. No more hot Cheetos. No more Oreo cereal. You just go hit the gym. You know, suck it up, dude. That's what I've been telling people, man. I've been telling people on Roblox, like, yo, like Roblox is temporary. You know what I'm saying? This is all temporary.
My phone died. What was your question?
Oh yeah, what I was saying before. No, I already wrapped it up. I don't really have anything else for you.
Okay.
So.
All right. Anyways, the court is in recess. They're currently speaking, and is there anything else you want to bring up about health?
Sorry, you said what?
And the court is in recess, as we know. They're currently speaking, but is there anything else you want to bring up in regarding to health? Any suggestions? Maybe.
Oh well, regarding the case, I have an individual who's willing to provide an expert testimony because they are an IRL detective in regards to like child safety, those like online laws.
DM Tony regarding witnesses and that.
The only problem is that he's because the recess was very inconvenient. The recess was very inconvenient in that he has work at in like 20 minutes, so he's not going to be able to be back in time to give his testimony. So
I'm forward.
I'm gonna take a at the very least I'm gonna take a statement from him. But it is what it is.
I can bring that up. All right, Tom, are you okay? You gotta tell Ato something important. Okay.
Yo, Eto, you'll be hearing from my lawyer soon, you bitch ass fuckers.
All right. No,
Hey, someone taking to court for that. That was crazy.
That's not what we wanted to hear.
Defamation, slander, harassment, loss of enjoyment of life.
All right, let's bring up jokes. Anyone got any good jokes to say? Yeah,
Mr. Authority, I'm sorry, but Joshua, the second member of Alex's team, he had to go, so he wants to swap with Levshevich. Can you bring Levshevich up to the stage?
Dang, you got me out that quick. I didn't even say I'm leaving yet, and you already tried to replace me.
All right, bro. Just
DM me his username, and I'll bring you up.
Yep. Okay.
Alright. And got any good jokes to
I
present?
sent it.
Yeah.
This trial. Was that a good joke? Was that funny? Laugh.
Alright, so let's see. Is he in the stage? Alright, request to join the stage. Yeah. Are you here?
Okay, you can unmute yourself.
Alright, he's here.
Yeah. Who's this? Is added.
He's
He's
part of
replacing
Alex's
Joshua.
team.
He's
sorry,
replacing
Swapping with
Joshua.
Joshua.
One of you talk. Oh, you both of you are talking at the same time. Who was that?
He's part of
He's
Alex's
replacing.
defense team.
Oh
Okay,
my
come
god,
on.
bro.
Damn.
Bro. Hey, y'all stepping on
Alright.
each other. One of you
Alright.
okay, authority, I want to hear it from you, bro.
Yeah, so Joshua, he's replacing Joshua as Joshua is leaving soon.
All I heard was he's replacing. You got to this DM me, bro.
He's replacing
Joshua
Joshua as Joshua is leaving soon.
Yes, he's swapping with Joshua because Joshua has to leave. And Joshua is Alex's second attorney or whatever. Defense counsel, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Co-counsel.
He's gonna speak in a minute. In a moment.
By the way, prosecution team, I want to ask you a few questions, if it's possible right now.
No, we're in recess. You're gonna have to wait.
I just want to ask a few questions, with people's voice. So everyone will hear your answers. Because some of your things you done are quite immoral. For example, to sexualize
Hey, Lev, what did I say,
underage
huh?
child to
We are
give
we are
all
in
the
recess.
information
We are
of
not
her, to leak
currently in
her
trial. Please
private
be
messages for more than.
Okay, you can come back when we're actually in trial. We are in recess, and you will remain silent until we resume the trial. Thank you.
Alright, so the court is in recess, but we're not gonna remain quiet, but we're not gonna talk about the case until the court is back on.
Yeah, we can talk about whatever.
As long as Alex lets him speak.
Just talk about whatever, but don't talk about the case, and it's all fine.
Yeah.
I think they are liaising with the judges right now. And Lloyd Guard or whatever.
Yo, somebody unmute Tom and Victor real quick. He's not gonna talk about Oreo cereal anymore.
Alright.
Alright. Yo, Tom.
Yo.
What's up, bro?
So, we gonna talk about how you glaze men?
Nah, bro, that's crazy. I was about to ask you. Like,
Jesus Christ, bro.
Yeah, see, now you're muted again, bro. I was about to try and have like a good discussion, but Tom just had to ruin it. All right, give him one more shot. I'm a very forgiving man.
Alright, this is your last shot, bro.
Last shot. All right, before you're permanently muted until recess is over, bro. Come on, Tom, lock in.
Bro, recess ends in like 10 minutes.
Bro, I don't care, bro. 10 minutes for us to talk about, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy, bro. You said I glazed. Bro, I did not glaze derp in that GC, bro. I was making
Who wants to see me eating cereal during recess?
Oh my god, shut
Oh yeah,
up with that cereal.
Yeah, permanent mute, bro.
No. Okay.
Oh, no. All right, fine. Let me ask y'all this. I was trying to have a conversation with Tom, but let me ask y'all this. What's your favorite favorite food? You know what I'm saying? We'll start with
All right.
Start with,
Favorite.
Yeah.
You know what? I can open the chat for this, so they can type in chat.
Yeah, open up the chat. Let's ask the audience, what's your favorite food?
Let's see. Alright, audience, you can now speak in chat until the court is back on its feet.
Watermelon, fried chicken, and Kool-Aid.
Someone
And
said
fish and chip.
Money, poutine. Ooh.
Poutine tastes like shit.
It's because he's from Canada, bro.
Who said money?
They
Who
eat
said
up
that?
there.
Hold on. Yeah.
Poutine is poutine is, you know, I ain't gonna lie, poutine's actually
I love my Predator cereal.
It's alright.
Thank you for that, Charlemagne. Thanks for that.
Watermelon, fried chicken, Kool-Aid, and basketball. All right.
Authority Left is asking to be invited again. He won't actually start shit.
No, he can come back when the trial starts.
Like I said, he's not gonna be asking shit. He's just a replacement for Joshua. X2.
Alright, tell him to request.
It says it's disabled, so yeah, I think you can manually invite him to the stage.
Yeah. No, I can turn on.
Okay, there he is. Yeah, what's up, Lev?
Yo.
All right, I got a new question for y'all. Let's try and keep the activity going.
Yeah.
Say
Don't leave
favorite
the stage.
Yeah, favorite artist, like musical artist. It could be a band.
Avicii.
It could be, like, solo,
The Austrian
you know
painter.
what I'm saying?
Bro, Clemens, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, there we go. I'm seeing some
He's an
good
artist.
spots in there.
He makes art.
Hold on, I saw Deftones. I saw
Kanye.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, yo, what's up? Diddy, bro. Come
Riley,
on, man.
his first.
Bro, who
his
said
last
Diddy,
song
bro?
is-
Who said
Bro,
Diddy?
his
P
last
Diddy.
song is fire.
Everyone who says P Diddy will get a permanent mute because P Diddy is not a good artist.
He's not
Hey,
guilty.
he's an alright artist. What do you mean? Like, he's not great, but he's not also too bad.
Henry,
All right, hold on, bro.
no.
Let me say something. Of course, Alex Defense is gonna defend P Diddy, bro.
No,
oh my God, bro.
no.
Oh, dude.
No.
Hell no, bro.
Oh, dude.
I thought you said we weren't going to talk about the case during
Wait,
recess.
but he was not being charged with pedophilia.
Guy, alright. Ato, asking something more.
All right, let's see. What about favorite sport to play? Favorite sport?
Oh,
Hockey.
ice hockey. All day.
Yes, ice hockey, bro. That shit speaks.
Yeah, ice hockey. I see a lot of ice hockey. That's a good sport, honestly. It's kind of
I played
dangerous.
ice hockey for 15 years,
Ice hockey.
and I can say that.
Yeah, it's kind of dangerous, bro. I was about to say ice hockey. Did you hear about the story of the dude? He got his
We got his throat slit open.
Yeah, that was horrible, man. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Bro, I got in 4 teeth. I broken like, I don't know, 15 bones in my body. It's not that dangerous.
Bro, there was a kid, like, during hockey, like a guy shot the puck in his neck and he died. It's wild.
Like you saw this or what?
No, I just saw the news. I wasn't there
Oh.
physically.
Guys, I got an important question.
I see.
I saw a kid get a concussion though from a normal hit.
Guys,
Wait, I got an important question for y'all.
Bro.
What do you think about pineapple on pizza?
No.
Burn in hell.
That's diabolical, bro.
Lev, that's like putting pilmeni on pizza.
Bro, that's like, I don't know what, bro. Alright, good guys. It's disgusting.
I think we should put mangoes on pizza. I think
Bro,
that would be good.
no, bro.
I think you should burn. but here
No
you go.
fruit belongs on a
Hey, that's
pizza,
not nice.
except
Strawberries on pizza.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Raspberries,
Bro,
blueberries.
Clemens, did you eat your head or like what, bro? I'm a minor, so buy me mangoes. Bro, what?
Yo. Stop talking about cannibalism in chat, bro. I don't want to see
Yeah,
Latinas on
bro.
pizzas.
Eating
Bro.
minors?
What the fuck?
Yeah, bro.
Bro.
No cannibalism, bro.
Bro, contractor, bro. I know you're minor, but bro, why should I buy you mangoes, bro?
Oh my god, have
Why does
any of you
mangoes
ever
and
played
pizza?
block spruce with your life on the line?
What?
Oh my god. Everybody, if you know what I'm talking about,
Yo,
those who
it's
know,
not decent now.
those who know, go into VC chat.
Who
Yo,
was
bro.
that?
Yo, Tom. Yo, wait. Where'd Tom go, bro?
Bro, I think he left, bro.
I timed him the fuck out. That's where he went.
Why did you time me out, bro? Bro, who said ketchup on pizza, bro? I'm executing you
Actually,
right
bro,
now, bro.
that's diabolical, bro. Now, do
Mustard
not.
on pizza. Mustard on pizza.
Bro, this has to be like. This is so cooked, bro.
Yo, put,
for
no,
HDA, I open it because to keep everyone alive, to talk about, ask questions, you know. Bro, Dixie, ketchup on pizza, bro?
Put Tom back on the stage real quick.
Alright, tell him to request.
Yeah, yo, Tom, request to be back on the stage.
6'7".
Tom, I gotta DM you this screenshot I just got, bro. This is wild. We already like I'm not gonna talk about the trial right now, but like
We need to put 6'7" on pizza.
It's crazy. Oh my god. I don't even know if you're in this G. Hold on. I don't even know if he's in this GC. What the fuck?
Bro, what do you mean ostrich on pizza, bro? Hell no, bro.
Ostrich? I think that's a thing.
No. Bro, what?
Apple.
Bro, we are not talking about Auschwitz, bro.
Yeah, have you ever played
Yeah, I'm
block
agree.
spruce with your life on the line? Because this is what I call dark mango psychology.
Jesus Christ.
Just wrap it up. What the hell did Dunce just put in this chat?
Bro, yo, Tom, look at what I just sent you, bro, in your DMs. Oh my god.
Bro.
Oh my god.
Bro.
Oh my god, bro. You want to use that?
Well, the thing is, we already.
Yeah, we already skimmed over it, but okay, never mind. No. I'll just tell you about it in a second.
All right.
Alright, another question.
Why did you do that?
Bro, 4HD, bro.
For HDA. You ruined our chat. You purged everything. F you.
Okay,
No,
I saw what
no.
you did. I got you, bro. I got you. I'm hungry. I'm hungry right now, bro. I need to go get some food.
Chat revive, everyone. Chat revive.
Yo, anybody play any Blue Lock games here? You know,
what?
Any Blue Lock games, bro?
What's up? What is a blue lock game, bro?
Alright, you're mid, bro.
Alright, whatever, man. That's
Bro, who said chocolate on pizza, bro? Aldemar, bro. Bro, we're not talking about Auschwitz on pizza, bro. Stop naming it that.
Auschwitz, not ostrich, not ostrich.
Yo, I see a Project Egoist player, bro, in chat, bro. Bro. Play a Zerlach, bro, is the better version.
Wait, is it true? But
Hey, everybody.
Someone?
Alright, guys, now be quiet.
We're coming back.
I'm gonna close the chat now.
Okay.
Wait, Tony, are we allowed to do that?
Do what? What? No, that's a private conversation. You can't use that.
Discord conversations are not private, but all right.
It's you cannot. I would have to invalidate your prosecution if you brought that up
Oh my god.
because that's between both channels, and you can't show that.
Yeah, bro.
What if an individual? What if one of the individuals of that private DM willingly leaked it?
Oh, then they
Dude.
and they do
Oh,
damage. They do
Yeah,
damage to their entire argument.
We're just stupid.
Okay, well, I mean, that
Shout out
doesn't
to
make-
Alexander, shout out to Outwell, and shout out to Final Bison.
Okay. I'm waiting for Alexander and Mike. I don't know what's taking them so long.
Can we perhaps bring up this individual known as Smutzig Man? He's our cow dung chive. He's an important asset to this case. Yeah.
Malleable
Is he gonna?
Malleable
Is he
got
gonna?
removed from the GC.
Is he a witness?
Juba, Malleable got removed
cow
from the
dung
GC.
chive.
Is he a witness?
It's not about Malleable. He's gone. He's away right now. Cow dung chive will speak on his behalf.
All right.
He's a renowned Buddhist scholar.
All right. Tell him to request the stage.
Well,
All right, good.
I'll be telegraphed.
Michael, inviting you. All right, done.
Hello.
Good. And there, Alex request came. And Howard.
All right.
Are we missing anyone?
Wait, what?
Okay, I am.
Sorry.
I'm back.
Alright,
Could someone
let's get back-
teleport me?
let's get back into- let's get back
Could
into
someone
the business
teleport me
real
to my seat quickly? Teleport me to my seat.
Where's Tony?
I'm
Victor?
Adorwin. I don't. I think he's speaking to Lourdes or something.
Oh, no,
Or
I'm
Patrick.
back.
I forgot. I
Oh,
forgot
okay.
to.
Yeah,
I
do
forgot
that
to
then.
speak on stage. Okay, we're back now.
Can someone teleport all of the justices if they're not currently?
Yeah, can we teleport Patrick Rosenberg over there? Mir?
No,
I'm
he's
Adorwin.
right. Patrick Rosenberg's here. Patrick Rosenberg's here.
Oh, yeah, no, I knew that.
Sitting right next to me.
Patrick Rosenberg's here, bro. Patrick Rosenberg's here. Bro.
Wait, where's my seat? Oh, okay.
Order! Order in the court! Order!
Howard warmed my seat.
Oh wow, such a kind soul.
Yo,
Mike.
who is Lev Shivich?
I don't know. We left off on
He's
Siona.
Joshua's replacement for Alexander's team.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we
So
left off on
we're just
CNR.
adding more process. We're just adding more defendants.
So-
but-
No, one that
No,
left.
he replaced the second attorney or whatever.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Mike, you can go ahead and continue your questioning.
Okay. So let's just restate what we said because we didn't really get too far in before we had to go to recess. But Juba, can you explain? Just actually, do you think Smudgestick would be better to do this or what?
He probably has a better mic than me. My mic is very quiet, so let's just let him speak up for a minute, because I've said my piece.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Not anything.
Alexander, do you have any questions for Juba or no?
Yeah, I've got a couple.
I was gonna pull up Schmutzig because Schmutzig knows more about the situation than Juba. Juba was just
Yeah.
the first at.
All right, so Basanka, just a couple of questions for you. I'll make this real quick. First of all, Basanka, did CNRA exploit Octavium?
Well, what I'm aware of is that Malleable Fortune Heat Dead Squad has been accused of it, but I've not seen any profound evidence that would link him to it. So,
Interesting.
unless you can bring that up,
What about a user named Hudson? Do you know anything about his involvement with CNRA exploits?
well, Hudson Valix, he's actually very paranoid, so he can't download exploits. I mean, I don't mean that rude. That's what a biggity said about him. But he doesn't exploit. I'll put that on God. Wallahi. he doesn't.
Is there anything? Can I say something real quick about Hudson? Because I know him personally.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we both know. He's in our
He's not even in the Roblox World War II genre. There was one instance of him like killing people in Octavium. Right, we're just like going around shooting people and shit. But
Wait,
he's doing that with
Mike. Can we,
Yeah.
Tony, can we objection a leading question? Because, Alexander, you just stated in your question CRA exploits when I think we proved earlier in your in our questions with Juba that CRNA was implicated to be exploiting an Octavian, but they
If
did
you want me to
not.
present proof, because I can present proof that they have, if you want
Yeah,
me to.
I need both parties to send proof.
Who
Okay.
specifically was
Can
like
I
who?
get pinged in the group chat where the evidence is supposed to be? There it is. Never mind.
Let me just finish what I was saying, because Hudson, he's not even in the Roblox World War II genre, bro. He's kind of all over the place. Like right now, I think he's doing Vikings or something.
Yeah, I
And
mean, he doesn't even.
he wouldn't even download a Roblox map when I sent it to him, bro.
He's like a very clean guy, you know. He's very innocent too. He's like a kind, light-hearted soul who would never
Yeah.
do.
I genuinely don't think
Where
Hudson
is
was
it
involved. Not to mention, when all that stuff was going down, he was working on the nation I was doing at the time. We were developing his shit. Like we were spending all of our time on that. I was VCing with him like Bailey, so.
Okay. I'm going to post another screenshot, and I'm also going to forward the message, which shows Mike sending me a video of the exploit software used, known as Monty Phillips Revenge.
Well,
Right.
Montefello was actually an enemy of Zhang who tried to dock Zhang, so I'm not sure about that. Montefello is like he's an attacker. He hates Zhang. He hates us. He hates Moray Loon, and you know he's #1 profound enemy at CNRA. So
Okay.
I think if you know the history of Montefello and Zhang, you know they tried to.
Okay. So let me ask you this, Pasanka. Did Malleable and Zhang try to extort me out of hundreds of dollars posing as a stall honeypot?
No.
You don't believe that? Okay.
Maybe
I'm in the GC where
I'm
that happened, by
aware
the
of
way.
what you mean, but
I know
he
you are.
obviously didn't, and he was trolling and rage baiting you when he said that.
Wait. Trolling and rage baiting me. In regards to the honeypot. When they did that.
He wasn't ever stall on an alt. That was
So you think that that person was Stahl himself?
well, I'm not fully aware of this because I wasn't there for it, but I did speak to Malleable in regards to it, and he said, "Does Alec actually believe that was?" So,
Mike, I have a
Zach
question.
Is
Yeah.
If Juba's not really involved and doesn't know a lot about the exploiting situation.
Please present the evidence in the court.
That's why I was trying to get Schmutzig up.
Why was he called as a witness if he doesn't even?
Because Juba he was involved, but he wasn't as involved as Schmutzig was, and Juba was the first at our disposal because Malleable is gone. So, and then Schmutzig just got on. So that's why I was trying to. He's already in the VC. I was trying to.
I know, but
get Juba down and just do Schmutzig.
He dogs my
Okay.
friend, but I
Well,
wasn't
I'd like
there
to
for that.
present some evidence. Stalwart Tyrion has said that he has never in the past tried to sell Madrid to me. The only time that he has tried to sell Madrid to me was very recently in May. Otherwise, before that, he has never tried to sell me Madrid. So,
And can we learn the relevancy of this?
the relevance of this is I'm trying to come up with why this all started. Context to the conflict at hand, which is that I sent Arian to infiltrate the CNRA, to grab the exploits, to patch the exploits. This was because CNRA was exploiting me.
Dog Zang? Yes. Would you
That's not what I wanted him to do. That's something that he decided to do. But we'll move on from this.
Let's
Do you
not make this an
believe?
argument, just one of you speak at a time.
Do you believe that any sort of working with Arian or association with Arian constitutes as automatic guilty, even if they did not order or intend for Arian to do any doxing?
Well, when you're praising him, when you're saying in his DMs that you praise him and that we're animals and he's taking care of them, and and you actually just said you've been working with Arian, you endorsed Arian, you helped him, you just said that, you admitted it, you've acknowledged it, and you've conceded that fact that you were working and proactively helping.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Well, you just said it.
I just sent screenshot in the court evidence GC.
You just said it, Alexander.
Wait, hold on. Let me.
No, he accused me of saying what Arian did was something that I endorsed. That I endorsed his doxing.
You praised.
That's not true.
He was saying you were endorsing him, not endorsing his doxing, just in general.
You praised.
Well, I don't endorse him either, but it's still that's lack of foundation. So let me ask you this again. So you believe that anyone who associates with Aryan, even if there's no mention of doxing, is guilty, that they are a problem, correct?
Well, if you're praising,
Leading question.
because you know that's
Yeah,
a leading
that's
question. Yeah,
that's
obviously trying to get an
overruled.
answer.
That's leading. Please,
Because
please
you
don't.
weren't like minimally associated with me. You were
Juba.
actively.
The relevance
Cuba.
of the statement is because I'm pretty sure that Mike let Aryan up on stage during the RCR stage a couple Thursdays ago. Did he not?
Yeah, we were getting a testimony from him. Look, I was there too. But I don't think we're not accusing you of. We're not saying you're a doxer by association. Because you were literally in GCs with him. He said, "I'm forcing CNRA to stop if they don't."
Have you been in
I'll make sure
GCs
they're
with
all
Aryan?
become-" Yeah,
Well,
but
you know,
not
we've
where
seen
he's
the
fucking
DM
doxing
log.
people for me.
Really? Okay.
DMs got leaked.
Yeah.
And it showed you, you know, you're saying we were animals, and that, you know, thank you, you've done me a favor, Aryan, or something along that line.
Can you post the screenshots for what you're claiming?
Yeah.
So let me just cover over one screenshot real quick.
Juba,
and I'll pull up the other one.
I would like to
First
say,
of all,
Juba.
first of all, Aryan said, "I'm forcing CNRA to stop. If they don't, I'll make sure they all become classic victims." Aleczander then said, "Got it," replying to what Aryan was saying. Therefore, you acknowledged that it was happening. You didn't do anything to stop it.
No, I didn't have a full
So you need to-
acknowledgement.
What do you think
I only
he
had
said, what do you think he
partial
means by
acknowledgement.
saying? What do you think he means when he says, "I'm going to make sure they become classic victims"?
I didn't read that part when I read it. I was rushing through. I was sent the scripts. After I was sent the scripts, I was trying to make sure they were the right scripts for the patches. And all I knew is that when he DM'd Zhang, he claimed to have had Zhang's first name and then a blacked out phone number, which is what I saw in the screenshot. Now, I know that in the group chat, there is supposedly more stuff in there that he did, but I had no knowledge at the time of that stuff. When this all was happening, it was happening in the span of a very short time frame. So all I was focused on was the exploits. When I later found out that Aryan did more than just threaten Zhang with his first name, that's when I issued an apology. And I said, I disavow what Aryan did. I disavow the doxing. And, I regret having worked with him. But the reason why Aryan went and did the exploits is not because I told him to. I'm now going to submit a plethora of evidence, which is not extremely organized, but bear with me. That shows the full chat log of what happened. And if you look at this chat log
on the document.
Yeah, I know, but let me give my piece first. So
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you look at the screenshots that I'm presenting, you will notice there are screenshots like, hold on. Like I said, these are out of order, so I gotta go through them and look for them.
So wait, you just said you didn't go to him asking to get the exploits, but in the first
What?
screenshot.
I did not say that. I did not. No. I said I did not want him doxxed. I never paid him for doxing. I never wanted to see him right doxxed. The whole chat log has been all along to the very last day was about infiltrating for exploits. I never have said I need them to go get their exploits.
I've got a question, Aleczander. Just why would you? I've got like food in my mouth right now, but why would you consult someone who's known for doxing about anti-exploits?
Why would you tell someone who's known for doxing just the exploits and him to fuck off? What do you think he was gonna do?
I think.
Hold on a second.
What is happening? Okay.
Wait.
So I'm not the only one that has kept Aryan as a friend. It's a tactic that a lot of people use, including Loikgard, who has given permission to say this at this court. We've kept him close because Aryan will go after you if you're not his Discord friend, if you're not around him and you're in his DMs. I'm not saying you did. I said Loikgard.
And I'm saying I don't
You were in group chats.
You don't need to.
Okay, well,
I'm not in any group chats right now.
When you deal with cyber criminals, what you don't do is immediately block them and make enemies with them. You have to keep them close by. But as far as I knew, Aryan was friends with the CNRA, and he was close with the CNRA staff. No, I'm being interrupted.
Mike,
so
one second, Aleczander. Mike, did you or did you not have Aryan friended under the account John Pork?
No, I never had him added. He was in my server and he fucking DM'd me, but my DMs are on in my server.
And you didn't accept his friend request.
My friend requests are off.
Okay. So I found the first screenshot that I was looking for. where he's saying what they were doing is effed up. This is Aryan, known as Pyrus, saying they're talking about the Alex CP thing when some pedo leaked shit of him. Can we get help from Octavian from our military? So a lot of the stuff that led to him wanting to dox CNRA was not me encouraging or enabling him. A lot of it was random bullshit like, oh, they're trying to leak CP of you. This is really bad. They're really pissing me off. There's another screenshot that I'm trying to find where Aryan says that the CNRA are behaving like the 8th Army, that they're acting like Monty Phillip. And you can notice that during these chat logs, he gets more and more aggressive. Hold on a second. I'm still speaking.
If I can interrupt.
Sure.
I wanna just make sure we confirm something here. Earlier you said that Loikard told you that he keeps Aryan close. Can we get any confirmation of this? Any evidence? That was kind of a hearsay that kind of slipped through the cracks. That's very important.
You can explain the context of
If
what
Lloyd wants to give a he's on this stage. If he wants to give a testimony on that, that'd be great.
Bailiff, go ahead.
Hey, after this, I'd like to call up a new witness.
Okay.
Instead of Juba.
So,
Yeah. But
Bailiff,
Loikard, are you there?
Bailiff, swear in Loikard.
Oh shit, bro.
Okay, sure, man.
Hell no, bro. Do you swear on all unity?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh man, he's still muted. Hold on.
Wake him up.
Might be AFK. Oh, there he is.
No, I just got a.
He's walking up in game right now.
Oh, he's coming up.
Say it. Go ahead. Oh,
Do you, Lord to God, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Amazing.
Okay, we can proceed. You can give your testimony.
Well, what would you like me to discuss?
Loikard, earlier Alec was talking about Aryan and his many webs of friendships with leaders in the community. And he mentioned the fact that not only do you maintain a relationship, friendship-wise, with Aryan, but in the order to maintain your safety or by any criminal means, but also that you want this to be common knowledge and that this is an open thing, that it's not private.
Relationship or friendship is a strong way of putting it, to say the least. But the best way of not ending up victims of these people is by ensuring that you are as diplomatic and as sensible with them as possible. Bearing in mind the people that you're dealing with are, of course, particularly, it's not necessarily a pleasant experience, to say the least. But I recommended to Alec that if he wished to mention this, that he could. Because on the understanding I have, Alec, and I suspect I could be incorrect, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, or this trial will prove one way or the other. But my understanding is that Alec had contacted Aryan, or Aryan had offered his services to Alec, of removing for dealing with the exploits themselves. In other words, asking Aryan to help him identify what the problem was and all of this. I don't think Aryan is actually a scripter, so I can't see the value in why that was done. But I think that is the origin of it. And then, as has happened in the past, Aryan might have just gone off and doxed them off of his own volition, because he's very capable at doing that, and it doesn't take him much effort when these CNRA people have not kept their information safe. But yeah, describing it as a relationship or a friendship is particularly not accurate. It is a diplomatic necessity to protect the members of the groups that different leaders in RWW2, as well as other genres like Napoleonic and so on, have to conduct, because the vast majority of the members of the groups are not sensible when it comes to cybersecurity, and consequently not able to defend themselves. So having a diplomatic channel with these people is sometimes a sad necessity. Does that, in a very lengthy way, answer your question?
Yes. Adam, do you have something to say?
Well, you don't have to answer this, but I was just curious if you believe that Alexander's relationship with Arian was purely of that diplomatic nature and with good intention, especially within the context of this CRNA situation.
I haven't yet to. I could be mistaken. Having looked through the document as best as I could be mistaken. But the information that I could discern from the document indicated that Alec had approached Arian, or Arian had approached Alec, for the purpose of determining the origin of the exploits in his game and stopping them. Whether that turned into Alec requesting that Arian dox them, or Arian just going out and doxing them because he can, are two separate suggestions, questions, whatever it might be, that I'm not able to answer because I don't know. I don't know what it might be either way.
Okay,
Aleczander,
thank you for that.
Can you clarify this, Aleczander?
Sure.
What he just said.
Clarify what? That what he said is true?
Well, when he says that when you went to Arion, it was merely diplomatic, and you didn't want him to dox any of the members of CRA.
110%. Yeah, that was never the intent. That was never ever what I wanted to happen.
Can I say something after this?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've just got a question, Alexander. Did it occur to you that could have been how Arian would have dealt with the situation?
No, because I was under the impression that they were friends. That's why I reached out to him, because I thought that the CNRA. Well, first of all, it wasn't CNRA. It was. I was told that Volkmar was exploiting, and Volkmar and Arian, they're like he's like a double agent or some shit. And Arian told me, no, it's not. It's not Volkmar and those guys. It's the CNRA, or I don't know if Malleable told me, but either way, it came down to it being CNRA. And I said, well, can you get the exploits from them? He just asked them for it. And he went there originally infiltrating, trying to say like, oh yeah, I want to exploit Aleczander. I want to take on Aleczander. And that's how it started. But somewhere down the line, CNRA didn't trust Arian, and they kind of found out that he was doing it for me. And of course, they keep these exploits within a very inner circle. They don't like to include new people that are exploiting circles because they know if they bring the wrong person, they'll get leaked and I'll patch it and they can't exploit my games anymore. So as time went on, Arian got more and more violent. Like he would say, like, "Oh, like I switched the screenshots. I'll reread it again." He claimed that they reminded him of the Eighth Road Army. You know, he started talking about how they were leaking pedo stuff, that they were leaking CP of me, allegedly, of course, among other things. And he just got more and more mad, and it seemed like that was what causes him to eventually resort to the doxel, not because it was part of the mission. I feel like that it was a side mission that he did because of this buildup of anger and hate, and that in that side mission, he also figured, oh, and I'll do Alec a service and get him the exploits while I'm at it, in addition to trying to get them to submit to me. And that's what happened. That's what it all came down to.
Have you spoken to Arian recently? Is he able to like confirm any of this and his views towards you?
No, Arian, when I was speaking to Arian before, back when he sent me HTML files of Alex DMs and the GC where all of this went down, which I still have, by the way. I'd put them into evidence if you guys want, but anyways, Arian said that Aleczander called him and said that. Let me pull up the actual screenshot of what he said specifically.
Do you still need me to stand here?
Aleczander.
You may return.
Arian said he, as an Aleczander, was mostly complaining about them exploiting his game, threats of doxing, compared them to Montefello, but wanted a solution. Parentheses, which he knew what that meant. He likes to play any card, no matter what the connotations are. In fact, when information was found, he was happy and surprised to the point where he doubted if CNRA was being serious with their surrender. Obviously, it's weird because he's a grown man making 15, 16, 17-year-olds dox each other. He was also using the fact of me possibly being removed from stalemating, knowing I cared about that factor a lot at the time, including my nation. I can send the screenshot of all this.
Mike, do you want to ask any further questions to Loitgard, or is that it?
No. I want to get Schmutzig up here.
Okay, Lloyd Guard, that's everything. Thank you. Can you send me his username?
Who, Aryans? Or Schmutzig?
Yeah, Schmutzig.
He's in here. It's Cowdung Chive. He's on the stage.
Oh. There we go.
Yeah.
We can
All
go
right,
ahead
so
and
anyways, I just want to cover a few things in regards to Alex's statement that he was just making. Yes, he did go to Aryan with the intention of grabbing the exploits, which we made clear in our document. Keep in mind, we also showed screenshots of Malleable giving Aleczaender scripts and whatnot and telling him how to fix it. And then Aleczaender even said it's not Malleable because he's helped me patch some of these. Anyways, after that, Aryan said, let me know what you want me to get out of him. Aleczaender said, just the exploits and him to fuck off, which I don't know what you were expecting. You go to a Doxer and ask him to get someone to fuck off. But after that, I'm forcing CNRA to stop. If they don't, I'll make sure they all become classic victims. Aleczander replied with got it. And Aleczander addressed this earlier. He said that, like, he didn't read that part or something.
Yeah, that is correct.
And then following this is from Aleczander and Aryan's perspective. We go into CNR's perspective after this. Aleczander unbanned Zhang. Aryan sent the apology that they made him say in stalemated broadcast. And then Aleczander said, in addition to all this, he said, we got far, but somewhere along the way, the operation got fucked up. And then Aryan said, we mastered the art of intelligence. Never mind. All right, never mind. But they were sending emails, and they were saying Zhang's emails in the group chat, which I have the entire file. I can send it, and the justices and whatnot can go through it if they want. But they sent the email in the GC with Alec, and that's how they were getting the information on Zhang and the other Taiwanese guy. They were using OSINT tools, which you just need an email.
All right. So do you want to question?
Then, yeah.
All right. I need to get him sworn in. Cowdung Shive. Bailiff, go ahead and swear him in.
Is he in VC?
Yeah.
All right. So do you, Cowdung Chive, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Hello? He is in fact not in VC.
No, he is in VC. He's here. He's just.
I said yes, I do.
Oh, there you are. Very well.
So I'm gonna start with my questions, and then if Aleczander wants to ask some questions to him, he can do that afterwards. Just to reiterate what happened, because Schmutzig was more involved with this than Juba was, the entire CNRA situation. Can you give us a description of your side of things, everything that was going down, and yeah.
What exactly do you wish for me to address?
Well, this just the CNRA situation, Aryan coming to, like, DMing Zhang and DMing you guys. Like, just basically go from the beginning chronologically. So Aryan trying to get the scripts and his methods for doing so. And also, like, him doxing you guys and extorting you into apologizing and stalemated.
Yes. Well, from the start?
Yeah, from the start.
Essentially, what happened at first... Okay. Aryan was... Okay, I'm confused. What exactly do you want to know? Chronology from the start.
Yeah, from the start. Just the entire situation from your perspective. From CNRA's perspective, the entire situation. And then we'll ask some questions along the way.
Perspective, okay.
Yeah, your perspective.
Aryan DM'd Okay, Arian. Once Aleczaender, previously Aleczander was given these scripts, and so scripts for exploiting that were used to exploit previously before Arian came to us for these exploits, and CNRI was put in a panic because Arian started threatening all innocent people inside of CNRA to and extorted out of scripts that were already given to Aleczander. And I'm sorry, I'm just so confused what exactly you want to know.
All right, so we're past the scripts, right? Malibu gave the scripts to him, right? After that,
yes.
How did just explain what you guys like, what your emotions were and whatnot when Arian was threatening you guys and just stuff like that. I'm just asking for your perspective.
Our emotions. Yeah. We were in
What
shock.
you guys were feeling.
That whole night we were in shock. We could not sleep. We were scared for possible doxing because we've never exploited. We've never been in the loop with this whole entire thing. More over Big Edie. We've never been that tight with Arian and where he would come to us. So it's really Aleczander sent Arian to us, and in search of having us doxed, even despite the fact that he's and he just kind of said that like as an excuse that he is asking us, just Arian, a known doxer, to extort us for the scripts, even though he does nothing. He is known as a tyrant who's doxed multiple people and most likely unstable. And so that whole night, we.
Hello? Where did you just go?
He cut out.
For the record, I'll be right back. My justices are gonna take over. I have to go.
Yeah.
Pee and stuff.
Okay.
So
Yes,
I'll be
I'll
right.
just.
Does he want to continue his testimony, or?
I mean, I can low-key explain the situation because we explained it chronologically on our document.
I mean, as long as you provide the evidence alongside with.
Yeah, we have all the evidence.
And we get access to type in the evidence channel, so we may share it with the general public.
Yeah, I'll add your names.
Thanks.
So it all started with, obviously, CNRA was exploiting on Madrid, right? And Aleczander in February was inquiring to Malleable about getting the scripts, which Malleable gave him scripts and told him about some stuff. And then in March 17th, a few days before all of this actually went down, Aleczander said it's not Malleable because he's helped me patch some of these. And the context of this is, it's not Malleable as in Malleable isn't the one exploiting, which, as I said, I have the whole HTML file, so I can just send that entire thing. And yeah, but other than that, Aleczander stated, "Sharp, I need to patch these exploits. That should be the goal. If we can get Madrid 100% patched, we can work towards an official alliance with Arian's nation at the time, Persica, or whatever. I don't know how it's pronounced.
Persia?
It's Persica. It has a C in it. But anyways, it's unimportant. So, following that, Arian said, "Let me know what you want me to get out of him." Aleczander stated, "Just the exploits and him to fuck off," which I don't know what he was expecting with a doxer and just cybercriminal in general going up to him and saying, "Just exploits and him," as in, I'm guessing CNRA is saying, or whoever, to fuck off. Arian then stated, "Aleczander, if they start accusing me, you defend me. We will be your Persian excellence Inquisition. You be our shield of diplomat." And then following this, Aleczander acknowledged that the individual, aka Arian, was extorting, blackmailing, and doxing CNRA because Aleczander threatened to remove him from stalemate, which he attested, and that's in the evidence. Arian said, Aleczander also replied to UBR Shield of Diplomac with deal. Arian stated, I'm forcing CNRA to stop. If they don't, I'll make sure they all become classic victims. Aleczander stated, what are these scripts? Because Arian was sending him scripts and shit. And then Aleczander replied to, I'm forcing CNRA to stop. If they don't, I'll make sure they all become classic victims with got it. Following this, and this is from the GC, obviously, so I did it in the way I organized this section was I did Arian and Alecxander's perspective, and I did the CNRA perspective. But anyways, then they were getting Zhang to make the apology. Aleczander unbanned him. And then they started sending emails, which I already explained before. That's how they were getting the information on Zhang on that Taiwanese guy who was a high rank in CNRA. You get their emails, you put it in an OSINT tool, and you get their information. Right?
And I speak?
Yeah.
Who's wanting to speak?
It's just
yeah, you may speak.
I basically just explained Alex's perspective, at least from our document.
Okay.
Am I allowed a response at some point?
Let Chow
let him finish.
We'll allow you to cross-examine.
Yeah.
To where I was that night upon Arian's threatening to dox, and at that point he had already doxed an innocent person, a random high command. I'm not going to mention his name. I believe you just mentioned him, the Taiwanese guy.
Yeah.
After that, he had also half-assed doxed Zhang. At that time, we were extremely scared that we were all getting doxed. So then we went to a profound person who we know, like, close to the CNRA, Engelman. I have evidence here, Aleczander admitting that he takes full responsibility on inviting, and that he shouldn't have invited Arian. Alright, who do I send this to?
Send this to Evil Howard, and I'll post it for the public. Let me post this.
Yeah, I have.
All right.
I also have a
Posting it
screenshot
in
of this.
court evidence. Well, apparently I can't post in court evidence. Can someone give me perms to post images, please?
Is that the screenshot they're referring to? Because
Okay, well.
No, it's not. It's not. It's these. Hold up, I grabbed them.
One of you stalemated janitors, can y'all give me roles, please? All right. The images didn't embed, but they're in court evidence.
These are the screenshots that I think you're referring to.
You'll need to send them to me so I can post them. Oh, there we go. Okay. Is that all from you, Chow?
Yes, if there's any other questions related to this scenery.
Okay. We'll allow
I'm
Mike
going
to do his cross-examination now. Alec, do you have anything for the witness?
yeah, I'm gonna respond, but it's just all this dog.
You may go now. You may go now. You may go.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
So the witness is claiming that the CNR did not exploit, right? Do you stand by that claim?
I stand by that claim very dearly.
So how did Malleable know what exploits the patch then, if you guys never at any point tried to exploit?
How did he know what exploits these
Well, you guys keep on saying that he gave me all the patches. We wouldn't have so the whole narrative is that we wouldn't have the CNRA to patch the exploits. And you're telling me that Malleable already gave me the exploits, which isn't true, because if that was true, we'd start getting exploited. But you're saying he gave me the patches already, which indicates that he already had the exploits, right? So how would Malleable know to have the exact exploits if you guys were not exploiting?
Well, we were under the assumption that since we gave you the exploits, you possibly gave it to another friend inside of Octavium, and maybe it went on and on and on down the rabbit hole into someone else's hands. Possibly a person. I'm not gonna blame them, but someone who is constantly making fun of these, the LVF.
I'll just wait for this guy to finish. So wait, can we just establish the timeline?
Yeah,
here?
I get one
So,
question. That's great. One question, and I'm.
Well, no, I just want to. It might even help you,
he's
Alec. I
part
don't
of
know.
the
I'm
he's
just
part of the
saying
council
that,
here.
yeah.
He's the one judging. You let him
So,
speak.
Alec asked a member of CRNA to help him patch the exploits. Was this before or after he asked Arian for help?
Before. But I'll let him answer.
Before. Okay. I was just wondering because then, if
Maybe check the
CRNA was
timestamp
helping
before.
him, if Alec claims that they had knowledge of the exploits and therefore were able to help him patch them, but then why would he need to consult Arian? That's just what I was confused about.
Alec,
maybe
do you have a response for that?
That's directed towards me.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Okay. Well, because the exploits that Malwell gave me didn't patch every exploit. It patched like 2 exploits, and then he find another way around it. And when I asked Malleable for the new patches, he would not give it to me. He would literally just tell me, and if you want, I can go through and look for the exact message. But he would just say like, "Oh, well, just get better devs then. It's very easy to figure out," and he wouldn't help me. But the first 2 times that he did it was because he felt bad. But after a while, he stops. So I had to resort to DMing Arian because Arian, again, came to me and told me that he knew the CNRA and could get them to stop their exploiting, that he could talk to them, get the exploits, and give me the patches so we could be done with this. So that's what happened. Obviously, I'm not a moron. If someone from the CNRA is offering me free help, I'm going to accept it. The argument that they're offering me free help and I didn't take it is complete horseshit.
No, I understand you did take the help, which is just why, if they didn't help you in the future to patch the exploits, is it possible that they weren't the ones doing it? Because you seem to have a lot of confidence that they were the ones exploiting your game.
Yeah,
but then if they gave you things that didn't work later on, then wouldn't that imply maybe they didn't have a knowledge of the exploits?
Well, they've joined.
Maybe that's why they couldn't fix it.
Obviously, I can't prove that when their main account joins the game and the game goes to shit that it was them. But what I can say is that when accounts like Hudson and Malleable join the game and the game is getting exploited and we ban them and the exploiting stops, it gives us a very good indicator who is doing the exploiting. And this is something that everyone in Octavium believes. Like I said, I'd have to go through and pull this out. I'd have to go through the DMs with Malleable and show you, for instance, the proof where he said like, "Oh, we'll just figure it out."
Okay. I'll let you guys continue.
Actually, I have a question for Aleczaender.
Sure, go for it.
Wait,
Two, possibly. Sorry?
Go ahead.
You said, why Arian in particular? Someone who we barely know as the CNRA and is known for doxing multiple people, also the person who we went to for help, Engelman. Why Arian? Why not someone honorable and who the CNRA respects as a leader, Loyguard? Why not him?
Yeah.
Well, I did go to Loyguard and whatnot, but what I learned from this whole incident is that Teutonia was accused of being in on it. Like, apparently at one point, the CNRA had put stuff in our game. I don't remember the specifics, but I just remember it being a lot of content that could have potentially gotten the game banned.
Is there evidence of this or what?
Again, I'd have to go through and look, but I could have.
That is a very important piece of evidence, I would say.
It is.
Also,
It is.
also,
hold on, order.
I must say, Loyguard, we were not aware of. Sorry.
So finish what you were saying, and we'll get back to the cross-examination. Ciao.
We were not informed by the ruler Loyguard until after the Arian incident, and long after. I'm about a day or two after by him and his colleague Derspies.
Okay.
But
well, anyway, so you're denying that the CNRA sabotaged the Summoning Joint projects where CNRA was going to have a base, we were going to have a base, and it was going to have a base. You're saying that you guys did not do that under the advice of Teutonian Command, that they were laughing with you about. You're denying that.
Can we be specific? What exactly did they put in the game? Is it exploits, backdoors, what?
No, it was inappropriate content. It was content that was like, I have to find. I'm trying to look for it right now.
How is this relevant if it's not in regards to exploits and shit? How's that?
Because you asked, because I was asked, why don't I just go to Teutonia? And it's like if Engelman and Skern are watching these people put in inappropriate content that could get the game banned, then why would I go to them and trust them on this? And I told you, I've already gone to Liquor about these problems, and there wasn't much they could do because the CNR was working very close with the Ruler's Guard. And I don't know the specifics. This was months ago, but that's what I remember. And I have to look for the screenshots because this happened months ago. This happened back in March or April. I was not presented with the prosecution's offense. Had I known what they were going to present, I would have came prepared with everything. Obviously, I can't
Aleczaender.
do that if I'm not given the chance to prepare for it.
Are you able to retrieve that evidence?
Yeah.
Can you retrieve it right now?
Well, I'm going through every DM that I have because I'm sure they might be in Lokachev's DMs because I think he was the one that told me about it. So I'll
I
have
don't
to
see
find
why it
it.
would be in the Ruler's Guard's best interest to try and sabotage Octavian because that's a bigger investment of stalemated than Lloyd Guard.
I think it was more.
I'm not saying what you're saying is incorrect. I feel like without the evidence and without sufficient motivation, it's
This was after Teutonia had left the genre, or not the genre, Lloyd Guard had left the genre. So in that period of time, we had a joint map between Octavium, Teutonia, Greater America, CNRA, Britannica, and maybe some other factions. And while they were gone, Teutonia did not want to work on this new map. They hated the idea of something led by me. We were going to work on this joint map. So I think that they were really opposed to the idea of it. And essentially, anything that sabotaged it, they were indifferent to, if not full on in support of, because of the idea of me running the genre was seemed as unappealing. So when I was told by this happened back in I want to say like March. I'm trying to find the Stelmina development chat. That would really help me out because this all happened in there. But I can't even find the chat.
Said that it was that none of Octavian devs were working, and it was all Teutonian devs working with no one else pulling their weight. And then
there's two different maps that they're talking about.
Another former developer of Octavium said that CNRA is being slandered. Greater America did have did a good chunk of the exploits, and any exploits found were through shitty gun scripts that anyone could break through. That's two different statements.
Okay. Well, I'm still trying to find the evidence to prove that the map even had damage to it, and then if I'm able to even find that, because I have to go through all my DMs and look for this shit. I'm gonna also try and get a screenshot of someone admitting that happened.
All right,
that's relevant to it.
Real quickly though, Howard, I'd like Ethan and I would like to add in a vouch from one of Alexander's.
No, I already said it.
Oh, sure. I wasn't paying attention.
Is anyone from the Ruler's Guard involved in this able to speak on it, especially about because accusations were made towards Ruler's Guard or Ruler's Guard Command?
Yeah, where's the RG at here?
Are they able to
Is
respond to that?
Wotan still available?
Who did Wotan delegate to?
He has a guy. He sent me a DM. Hold on. A while ago. He delegated it to.
I do believe it was Von Drakenholm.
Yeah, it was him and Leonid Kuzenov.
That Leonid guy. Yeah, he's not here, so Drakenholm.
Sounds like we're gonna have to go straight to the top. Get to the
All right,
bottom.
I found it.
Can I also point out something? After this happened, and I was speaking to Aleczaender about it, right? After the CNRA situation, it was around a day. This was the 20th. Aleczaender was DMing Aryan saying, because Mike knows it's you, right? Because I was telling Aleczander that I know, because Aryan was here on an alt account, so I told him I knew it was him. Aleczander said, because Mike knows it's you, we spoke in VC, he's 100% confidence. Right now, this is about survival, Aryan. If I lied to Mike and just bullshit him, he won't trust me. I get an exposed document on me, and I'm fucked. Do you want that? And then after that, he said, I don't fucking know. Can we just wait for Lake Guard, for fuck's sakes? I'm not superhuman. I'm not Superman. I'm only human. I have stress. I have real human functions. I need to survive. I would do whatever to help you, but you need to stop asking me to do suicidal things. I'm smart. I know how people think. I know how people react. I need to act certain ways in order to maintain favor. Committing suicide over this would do nothing. It will sink me.
Wait, what is that?
For the CNRA situation. This was your DMs with Aryan.
I said that, or I said I would
You
commit
said, yeah, you
suicide.
said,
Wait, what?
No, like, no,
Tell me that.
No, you didn't. No, that's not literally. You weren't saying it literally. I'm sending.
Can I see? This sounds very.
Send it to me and I'll post it.
Because I'm not suicidal or anything like that. So this sounds
No,
very.
you
inaccurate.
weren't being literal. You weren't being literal. You were talking about like being exposed. You weren't talking about actually committing suicide.
Well, can you show me the? Is there a screenshot? What is this?
Yeah, there's screenshots of the DMs.
Where is it being? There it is.
Yeah, I'm sending another one real quick.
Can we get it in the evidence chat?
I sent both of them in there. So this is after the CNRA situation happened. I just read through all of this.
Oh, is that that's
Another
the
thing-
Aryan? Okay.
Yeah, this you were saying this to Arian. Another thing is, like, probably like 20 days ago or whatever. I don't really know because I don't have the exact timestamps. But someone posted the screenshot of Aleczaender stating, So let me just read this entire thing. Malleable said, when this N-word, jobless, without a car, begging for donations on Roblox while simultaneously paying to dox a minor. Aleczaender said, where's the proof I paid anyone anything? You're crying because you guys lost. Malleable said, lost what, bro? Aleczaender then said, go ahead and call me the moral one. I'm just a 15-year-old. Which, keep in mind, Zhang was telling Aryan that he was just 15. Aleczaender then said, I don't care if it's a 10-year-old. Don't fuck up my game. Malleable then said, lol, not saying I'm releasing anything, but how you think this would look, bro? Aleczander then said, I don't care how it looks. Malleable said, I thought you weren't evil. Aleczander said, I'm loyal to God and to my people. And then... So that was
Anyway.
that screenshot was brought up in Stalemate General Chat like 20 days ago. And then
I want to
respond
present.
to it saying, dox people who exploit your game grind set.
Okay, now that you're done, I want to present the evidence. So I found the screenshot of what happened in the map. And if you look at the screenshot, I'll repost it. It literally says N-word killer, all over the studio, right? That's what I'm talking about. And the CNRA, what the story is that they did that in a group, in a call with a bunch of Teutonian command, Skern being one of them. And I was told that this was going on and they were indifferent to it, right? So the CNRA did it. It's just the theory is whether or not Skern knew about it or not. And I don't remember if I talked to them about it, but what I heard from their defense was that they were there when it happened, but that they were indifferent to it or something like that. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is the reason why I didn't go to Loikard, well, I did talk to Loikard about, but the reason why I didn't go to Tony and say, hey, can you get the CNRA to stop is because, first of all, they were beholden to CNRA. They were doing development for them. They were doing a lot of favors, and they weren't inclined to really help me. But the second reason is because
lack of foundation.
Have you, dude? Send the screenshots for this.
Can we please get the screenshots, Tony? Are you like asleep or something, bro?
Dude,
you're the only one in the evidence, GC, bro.
Add all this shit in.
Howard, check that.
Add the
check
other
that
stuff
one
in as well.
GC.
Here, you can come in too, Howard.
Do we bring him in, do you think?
Help me out.
Yeah, add me to the
evidence.
GC. Okay.
There's like a million pieces
Where are
of
we
evidence.
starting? Where are we starting so I can post all these so we can review?
We're starting at.
They're from here.
Okay. Thank you.
So the screenshots I sent were in regards to what I was talking about earlier. Just so you know.
So Alec, can you provide foundation?
Yes, I have my DMs with Skern, and I'm currently screenshotting the conversation. You have to understand, this is all new shit that I'm hearing today. I couldn't prepare for this days in advance because I had no idea what was going to be said. So it's not my fault that I'm here scrambling, doing through a billion DMs to find this shit last minute, Larry. Next time we do a trial...
Howard doesn't have image perms in for evidence.
The next time we do a trial, the prosecutor should present their evidence, and the defense should have a time come up with it. But anyway, that's what trial was.
Present our evidence. It's all in the document.
No, I'm saying in advance. I'm saying in advance the trial.
Order.
Order in the court.
I appreciate the commentary on the logistics of the trial, but can we please just get the screenshot?
Yes, I sent the screenshot.
Yeah. Additionally, there's a member of the RG who's willing to step up and vouch for CNRA if anybody's willing to bring him on. His name's Coleman. He's in the stage.
I thought Vaughn
really
Drakenholm was going to represent him.
I don't think he's alive right now, and Coleman's in our GC, so I
believe that Coleman is a far more qualified witness to testify on the RG's relationship with the CRNA.
Oh my gosh,
That's
I'm not done
relevant,
though.
then. We'll need
I have a
comment.
screenshot
Hold on.
of Malleable literally saying, in regards to the situation, that Skern was there laughing with them. And then there's a screenshot I have here of me addressing this to Skern. This is what Skern said. Read it. Because I was in that BC watching Zhang spam shit. That is true. But no, I didn't tell him to do anything. So Skern admitted that the CNRA did spam this screenshot that says the N-word killer or whatever on it. But he didn't order them to do it. Regardless, the point that I'm trying to make is that when I heard that the Tonian knew that CNRA was doing this shit, I didn't go to them because I was under the impression that they didn't care. If they already know that CNRA is doing stuff to me and they're not telling me about it, what makes you think that they're going to be thinking about the exploits if they're already effing up my map?
He did tell you about it. He said, I was watching in VC, watching Zang spam shit. That is true. I didn't tell them to do anything. I joined and they had been doing it.
So they lied.
He even saying he even saying, bro, it's the screenshot of your DMs with Shern.
Yeah,
he sent you a screenshot of how he proved it to you. He literally sent you proof
the claim was that the CNRA did nothing wrong. They never exploited, never effed up the map. This proves that they did. This proves that they did, and that the Tonian knew about it at the time they did it. That's what this proves, and it proves the reason why I didn't go to Tony in the first place. That is what's going on here.
Yo, bro.
Yeah, but they.
No, it's just annoying because
they sent you evidence of them doing it.
He's trying to misconstrue my point, and it's annoying.
Order. Listen, Alexander, you don't need to get so excited or get so frustrated. And Mike, there's no reason to talk back. It's a one at a time conversation. The justices can't understand what anyone is saying if we're just bickering back and forth. Now, I'm gonna start with Alex, and then we're gonna go back and forth. Not arguing, but discussing.
Yeah. Can we try to not go off on too much of a tangent? We are limited for time, and the evidence has now deviated to not even about exploits anymore, but about development.
Can I re-explain?
Really link back to the Aryan situation. Does this link back to Aryan or that whole?
Yeah.
Can I calmly re-explain the situation?
Yeah. And could you also link it in with the
Let's go all
Aryan?
the way back. Oh my gosh. Let me please re-explain the situation. I'm getting frustrated. I want to do this calmly, right? So what is exactly happening is that this witness has just claimed that there were no exploits. There was no damage done to the map, no development, whatever you want to claim, right? This chat log proves that not only did they do something to the map, but it proves that high leadership of Teutonia knew about it and did not tell me about it until I had pressed them about it. Which is why, because someone said earlier, they said, why didn't you go to Teutonia and tell them that CNA was doing this? Because Teutonia already knew that they were doing this. And I knew that they knew that this was happening. That's why. That's all that I'm addressing.
Up here.
All right, can I say something?
Mike, you make
we need to bring Coleman up after.
All right. So it looks like Shern contacted Alec. He said, Alec, why did you say I told CNRA to put swastikas in your game? And then Shern disproved it by showing proof of CNRA doing it. Not to mention, I don't know why Schmutzig isn't up here anymore, but I think he was talking about they didn't put exploits in the game. If we can get him
that's
up
not the
here
only
so he
thing.
can clarify, but
Okay, listen. We're on a time crunch. We need to get past the prosecution. We've been here for 3 hours. I'm allowing you 10 minutes. That's all you get. 10 minutes. Make it quick.
I just need to clear something up here. This all links back to the fact that there was potentially exploit, but the exploits were being done on Madrid, weren't they? So, and this was a joint map between. So how does that connect as well?
Because this guy claimed that nothing happened, that they had never, because it also included the map. He blamed Greater America for what happened in his testimony.
No,
he said that wasn't us that did that.
Another person.
That is War Commander, not. Okay.
Yeah, that was.
Whatever. You were saying that they said that. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm correcting what was said. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, can we lower the tone a little bit?
Yes.
None of this is relevant to Madrid, though. I'm not. It's not Alex's fault. It's just everyone kind of shifted it to something that wasn't relevant.
Yeah. Is there any
Madrid
proof
situation
that we can get relating this to Madrid?
Does Shern need to testify?
Yeah, because this is in regards to the stalemated city map. This is not Madrid.
Yeah, like an Aryan wasn't asked.
It was relevant. It was brought up at one point, but whatever.
Let's bring up Stern so he can either corroborate or deny this.
I feel like it's just useless to the charges.
not here.
Yeah, bring up Shern so he can defend himself.
Is he here?
I guess.
I don't think he's in the server. I think he left.
I can let me DM him.
Just get Coleman, bro. Get Coleman
left,
up. He's
yeah.
willing to speak on
Get
behalf
Coleman.
of our
Yeah,
team.
just get Coleman up.
We should bring up Coleman.
How do you spell his name?
Coleman. You got it?
Kohllmann.
I don't see him either.
He's like a.
He's been pinged. Someone just pinged him in the
Yeah.
chat relating to this VC.
By the way, can
Okay,
you
there
guys
we
let
go.
him up onto the stand? Can you guys open the stand over there?
He's
Is he
speaking
there?
now.
Oh, okay, yeah. He's ready.
All right. can
Before
hear
you
me?
speak, we need to swear you in. So bailiff, go ahead.
Do you, Coleman, swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right.
All right. So, in regards to the relationship between CRNA and Teutonia, that relationship was strictly one with the RG, the ruler guard, and it was a joint map that we were working on for both groups. Any exploiting, any actions that may have happened on CRNA side was not condoned, were never ordered, or anything by any member of leadership in Teutonia. One night when we were handling a private situation, Alec, that expanded to both Teutonia and Octavium, you sat with both Biggity and Smushik and said, hey, I don't know if I can prove that it was y'all exploiting, but if it was, can you tell me how to fix it? That was it. You never sat here and blamed Teutonia until right now. You're bringing Teutonia into this, and Teutonia has nothing to do with the CRNA situation whatsoever. That is what I'm here to say. Teutonia had nothing to do with any exploits. The RG had nothing to do with any exploits. Our relationship with the CRNA, they were not deving for us. They were deving on their part of their map, just like they were for the stalemated map. They didn't make anything for us. They didn't script for us. They didn't do anything for us. So we had no benefit from this relationship outside of this map that we were working on and the activity. That was it.
Okay.
Does anyone have any questions for me?
Yes, I have some questions.
Mm-hmm.
So, first of all, I didn't bring up Teutonia. Someone else did. I want to clear that up. But at the beginning of your testimony, you said that you had nothing to do with CNR's exploiting, which I agree. The Ruler's Guard was not a part of the CNR exploiting or putting shit in our game, right? But you did acknowledge that they did exploit, right?
No.
In the beginning.
I said if they did, I'm not going to sit up here and say they never did or if they had. I don't know. I'm not a part of the CRNA. I'm not a part of their friend group. So I wouldn't know.
Okay. And you understand that I'm not accusing Teutonia of doing anything. I'm just explaining why I didn't go to Teutonia for when this happened. You just mentioned we were in a VC together, right? You were involved in this, right?
Your honors, if I may recall, did he not say Shern knew about this and treated it as if Shern ordered this to happen or sat there and watched this happen?
If I recall, was it Engelman as well? You said Engelman and Shern.
Yeah. Which means that you are blaming you're blaming Teutonia partially for that, because you're saying that we could have stopped something we didn't know was happening.
And Cole, if I may butt in, Shern is now in the server. If you guys want him to talk, we can do that.
But yeah, our relationship, the person who in this room, in this VC, who would know our relationship with the CRNA would be me. Because I handled all of that.
Everyone, that this conversation I understand it can be tied into some of the contents, but when it comes to the exploiting of Madrid, and now this is a joint map that wasn't Madrid, I don't see how it links really into the whole Aryan situation, which is on the document. And maybe I just feel like both parties are wasting time because Alec isn't being able to defend the main charges of the case during this, the doxing part. And then you guys aren't able to kind of say that like anything has been done because it's just about a completely different part of the map, right? It's like about a different game.
This isn't
I've
relevant.
put everything I've already put everything I needed for the CRA situation. I've already explained it. I put all the evidence. The rest of the evidence, the entire conversations and whatnot are on the document, and if I need to, I'll send the GC where it happened between Alexander and Aryan.
Cool.
I advise both parties also put their evidence into the group chat so it can be forwarded to the court evidences. I'm not
Correct.
sure that everyone will have the document open.
Yeah, I only came up here
The
to
going have finally
clear.
won.
I only came up here to clear Titonia's involvement with this TRNA because if it goes unsaid, then it will travel throughout the community that we sit here and allow people to exploit each other. And that is not the case. That is all I was here to do.
And I never accused you guys of doing that. I just gave a defense for why I didn't go to Titonia. We were in a group chat. I went to you about the situation once before, right? Would you say in that group chat that you adequately resolved what I was going through with the exploits? You want to repeat the question?
Wait, say it again.
Someone pushed him down. Can someone bring him back up if he wants to respond?
Oh wait, Shern's here as well, by the way.
Cole, do you wish to respond to that? You don't have. It's kind of out of order. Okay, bring him back up. Bring him back up.
That's literally all I'm saying is that not saying
Okay.
me exploited. Go ahead.
Listen. This tangent we've been going on are not relevant to the main charges, but
Yeah, I'm ready to move on, bro.
after Shern says whatever statement he wants, we need to move past. This is it. So this is the prosecution's final point, and then we move on to the defense. That's it.
I'd like to request an expert testimony. He said they'll take no more than 10 minutes. After
Who's
Shern does the piece.
Who's the expert?
Are we ready?
Yes.
Yeah,
we're ready.
Keep my fucking name out of your pedo mouth, bro.
No laughing, guys. Please refrain from laughing right now.
I thought I wasn't muted. My bad.
The going have won.
That was uncalled for.
That was not.
Please do not bring him back up.
We apologize for that profound language that you were all.
Yeah,
experienced.
Alexander.
For the younger
wasn't
people
just-
in the audience, we do
Yeah.
sincerely about.
Yeah.
So we move on to Aethel. What do you
Yeah, give
professional
me
witness, you
1
said?
second. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm talking
Who
to him
is-
right
who
now.
is-
He's in the RG. His name is Mills.
Is he in the server?
Pricey. His Roblox name
Yeah.
is Pricey.
Okay.
Bryce,
And just to make sure this is not backtracking to what we just decided we weren't going
Oh,
to talk
he's
about.
he's an expert. So expert testimony being that he in real life is a detective, has done work as far as child safety and online laws. So it would be useful to have him come up here and maybe define grooming and how this is a clear case of grooming, cut and dry, from
is he on
an
the
expert
stage
who has done this.
This was about the CNRA thing. Are we back to the Freya thing now?
I mean, Tony wanted to conclude on the
I think
CNRA
we
one.
should move on, bro, because we've been stuck on this shit for a while.
Yeah.
Well, just let him give him at least 5 minutes.
I think the tribunal. I think
that he can come up. He's already
think
up here. Let him
the tribunal. The tribunal is in agreement.
Personal bias?
The prosecution should be allowed to spend their time in this section as they were prescribed. So
Okay.
they may bring forth this witness.
Listen, Mills.
Okay, well, they can bring up a witness. Can I bring up Howard Hughes after him to give a response?
Okay, well, we'll get to
when we're about to get into your section,
not
Alexander.
pre-ordering
because
witnesses.
We're about to get into your section, so just wait for this, and then we're gonna move to the defense's case.
Thank you.
Good evening. The reason why I wasn't able to go earlier is because I'm currently at work. You may hear a radio going off in the background, so I do apologize for that. In order to qualify me as a witness, which of course the prosecution will be asking me questions, but I just wanted to introduce myself. I currently work as a police detective in a major North American city. I previously was a patrol officer, and I was made a detective about 3 years ago. The first year and a half of my employment as an investigator was as a internet crimes against children investigator. Specifically, that is regarding the laws in my state, regarding things like child images that are not appropriate, exploitation of minors, and things along those lines. Whenever the prosecution is ready, I'm available to answer any questions.
Ethel. Ethel.
Prosecution,
all
you
you,
may
Ethel.
proceed.
Just a quick side note. Did we swear this guy in?
Yeah, we need to swear him
no,
in.
I did not.
Yeah, go ahead and hurry it up.
All right, what's this guy's name? Pricey. Okay.
Yes.
Do you, Pricey, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Amazing. A little late, but we'll put that
Ethel, you
aside.
may proceed.
First question I'd like to ask you is, in your expert opinion, why does this appear to be a case of grooming?
So, grooming by definition, which of course each court has them differently, and in many U.S. states, it's not an explicit crime, but is instead used to define the actions taken by other people. The definition is that when a person who is in a place of trust, in a place of power, or in a, generally speaking, authoritative position, builds and maintains a relationship with a person who is younger than them and is below the age of 18, at least in my state, in order to create a relationship that may or may not be sexual in nature, but can be intimate in nature. And this is done over a period of time. So, in terms of relation to this case, to me, in my opinion, there is a clear position of power that is held by Aleczaender, that being the leader of a relatively large Roblox group. In addition to that, he is, of course, held in high regard by his friend group or what have you. And in this case, the alleged victim, Freya, is in a massive power imbalance between those two. Regardless of how the minor in these power dynamics reacts or acts, it is ultimately up to the person who is the adult and therefore has the responsibility to control that relationship to either maintain or end it or what have you. So in this case, not only do you have a complete and utter lack of stopping this relationship, it's in fact various methods of encouragement that I've seen through the screenshots or what have you. And again, those are the screenshots that I've seen. I understand that some of it was to a chat bot or what have you, but even making joking statements such as he, quote, owns the person or what have you, whether they're jokes or not, that's still a statement that was made. And if it's in a joking manner, then it's still some level of truth to that statement, because otherwise that statement wouldn't have been made. So that is why, in my opinion, this is a very clearly defined grooming situation. Whether or not there is romance involved or sexual activities involved, that's a completely separate question. But the definition of grooming is that, and I believe that it meets that level.
Detective Bryce, I've some questions for clarification here.
Sure.
Now,
Southeast request for service, possible disturbance, 600 Newcomb Road.
when Ethel brought you here, you're friends with him, correct? You guys know each other?
Oh, I've never met this guy. I've never met him for this. You can see I'm not even I've literally just added him about 15 minutes ago. So I've
Okay.
never been in Teutonia or the RG, so I don't know him.
No, I have no idea who he is.
Okay, well, I would also so you're familiar with the genre then. You're familiar with WW2, right?
Yes, I am familiar because I'm a member of Teutonia.
Okay, I don't because when I was viewing that question, in my opinion, it seemed to be led to a certain response. So I wanted to ensure that there was fairness among the question. So I'd like to say that since you're an expert, have you went over the document? I want to ask you that first. Have you thoroughly went over the document? Regarding
Yes, I have.
And what screenshots besides the one where you said I own her, etc.? What would be concrete, definitive proof?
So, again, this is dozens of screenshots. This is including her statements to the DMs with, I believe it was Patrick or whatever his name is. where she's very clearly obsessive about this parasocial relationship, and is upset that Alec may be upset with her or what have you. At the end of the day, it's his responsibility as the adult, if he's seeing that this parasocial relationship is forming and that this parasocial relationship is continuing, to end that and not entertain it. But clearly, because you can see the dates through these screenshots, it didn't happen just at one time and then it was ended. It continued throughout, and she's still a member of Octavia and still in contact with Aleczaender. So he didn't take those actions to end this parasocial relationship.
All right, that's all the clarification I need to ask. Prosecution, you can continue your questions. Make this the last one, and then we'll move on to the defense's case.
I have questions as well.
All right, actually, yeah, go ahead, Aleczander. Ask a question.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you for your service as well. So you said that this is a grooming situation, but in order for this to be a grooming case, there has to be an end goal. She's being groomed for a purpose. You said you don't think it's sexual. What do you believe that purpose is that she's being groomed for?
So there doesn't necessarily need to be a defined end goal. A individual doesn't have to say, yes, I'm going to contact this individual and I'm going to do X, Y, and Z with them. That goal can morph over time if there even is a goal. Or I've seen situations where individuals simply maintain this sort of relationship because they enjoy the power aspects of it. And again, I'm not talking just about sexual relations or what have you. It can even be like abusive, almost like mentor relationships or what have you. Just to be perfectly clear, again, grooming itself is not a legally defined crime, at least not in my state. It's just a action, more or less.
Okay. And do you believe that this can be held? You said this can be applied to people who aren't even girls. It could be a 16-year-old boy who I'm close with, right? Who is a protege of mine. They're in the inner circle. This can be applied to anyone in a mentorship way, correct?
There's a female chasing
That's what you believe?
Yeah, sorry, the radio is going off. I believe you asked me if it could be with people of other genders. Is that what you asked?
Well, because in this genre, there's a lot of, we call it dictatorship, personality cults. There's a lot of loyalty where the leaders of a group are seen as like a authority figure, and these authority figures are very present in the lives of these youth. As someone that's a youth chair in the Republican Party, and as someone who is a youth pastor, I'm involved with a lot of youth and mentoring them. So I'm asking you, right, to be in those positions of power and to use that to, I guess, what would you say that's grooming? Yeah, at what point does it become grooming? Because these are kids that look up to me, right? So
when it becomes to a level inappropriate, that is what I would say.
Okay.
Okay, who's
so that's
phone is
Clemens.
going off?
That's Clemens.
Sorry,
okay.
what?
And so you said that if the adult doesn't terminate the relationship, then he is guilty. Are you aware that in November 2024 that my friendship with Freya was temporarily terminated until she was brought back months later on professional terms, specifically to only run Freya's and nothing else? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware beyond the document of any actions that took place, so I can't speak on them.
Okay. And you are aware that me and Freya have remained distant since then, and kept things very professional, very relevant to the group and whatnot.
Objection, compound question.
Oh, great.
However you'd like to rephrase that, depending on the judge.
That's gonna be overruled.
So you can answer the question.
Okay. So just because again, I'm sorry, the radio is going off and it's a little bit difficult to hear on occasion. Can you ask me it one more time? You don't have to rephrase it. Just ask me again.
Okay. All I'm asking is, are you aware that me and Freya have remained distant since then, and that we are on professional terms, as in things related to the group?
I'm not aware of what your specific relationship with her is right at this minute.
Okay.
Again, I've only reviewed the document, and I'm speaking to what I saw in the document. That's all.
Right. And a lot of the same shots happened in the
accidentally unmuted.
2024 period. I have one more question. So with that context cleared up, in theory, if I've remained distant with her, she's still in the group, but we're distant, and I'm not really talking to her often, would you still consider her groomed or otherwise in the process of being groomed?
So, was somebody else going to say something?
Well, I'll let you answer Alex's question, but then I do have a question for Alex.
Sure. So, again, I'm only examining what is in those screenshots. What I saw in those screenshots is, in my opinion, a grooming situation. Whether or not that situation has continued, I can't speak on that because I don't know those personal details. A grooming relationship can be ended in a non-appropriate, or I shouldn't say non-appropriate, but in a method that is not what needs to be done. What I'm speaking about with terminating these relationships is as soon as a person who is in a position of authority realizes, even if they're completely innocent in the situation, realizes that the person who is in the lower rung of authority in the power dynamic is beginning to have those feelings or what have you, it has to be immediately terminated and cut off or mediated or what have you. To continue that even in a casual way is enabling that to continue, if that makes sense.
I'm sorry to
interrupt, but I have one more question to
Alexander.
ask him.
Alexander,
I have one more question to ask him.
my
you cannot ask.
Order.
You cannot ask another.
Order.
Mike,
Adam.
All right. I will not ask another question.
Order.
All right.
Order. Shush.
Jeez, oh, Pete.
Adam, what the fuck, bro?
Okay, so you
Order.
Order.
Okay, Adam, you may speak. No one else. If anyone else speaks, you're getting beat to death. So.
Okay, so you claimed that your relationship with Freya recently has strictly pertained to her business within Madrid in your Octavian game. However, the fact that the relationship has kind of migrated over to Snapchat and you've garnered a Snap score of 341, it appears in this screenshot with her, that, like, why could your relationship with her not strictly have been on Discord is kind of what I'm asking here.
Well, it never mitigated
exchange all of those snaps, basically.
It never it's always been, I don't remember how long, but that's always been the case because of the fact that there's a group chat and there's also a community on Snapchat. There's also an Octavian community on Telegram. We are on apps that are not just Discord. I've been advised by people that Snapchat is an app that is used to cover up weird behavior. And going forward, I'm going to be more careful and only allow people on there if they're 18 plus or whatever, even though in the past it's not been a problem. But I didn't know that. I thought that Snapchat was just another app that people use to communicate, and it was more personal. Like, I used to use it for people.
I think that's the point, though. If it's more personal, then that contradicts the idea that it was strictly a relationship to do with her business in Octavian.
Well,
it sounds like maybe you were friends or something.
Hold on a second. So I told him in theory, okay, if it was all professional, nothing, and it isn't. I'm not sitting here and saying it is 100% strictly professional. We still have personal conversations. She will still come to me and vent, but it's a lot more distant. It's a lot more watered down, and it's intentionally that way because I don't want her to feel the way she did a year ago. Right? There is boundaries there in place to intentionally do that. And Freya has vented about that, especially it's including RCR document, as a matter of fact, that Freya has been upset about my distance with her. So there has been a distance applied. And the main focus is on relevant things into the group. Obviously, I mean, that's not 100%. Every now and then we'll talk about something else, but Snapchat is really just streaks. It's really just, I send a blank black screen, she does the same thing, and our snap score gets built up.
Is there proof of this? Because I feel like you've been talking a lot about your relationship. You've been talking about a lot about your relationship with Freya, but you're yet to show the chat logs between each other. Obviously, you said it was up to Freya and whatnot, right? But surely you'd be able to prove it, right?
Yeah, if Freya was willing to go through it, then we would go to that option.
Objection foundation, then you can't just bring up
you can't
facts
make a point
yet.
without any proof.
Yeah, you can't bring up a point that hasn't been proved yet. Like, even if it is true, right? It hasn't been proved yet. So I don't get what you're going with this. This is just hearsay and lack of foundation.
Also, regarding your professional relationship with Freya, there are someone has mentioned this and they asked for this to be asked, that you had access to her account.
No.
And some people say that that's okay. So you deny having
No,
having
I
had
deny.
access to any
Yes,
of her
I deny. I deny having access to her account. Yes.
And what was?
Okay.
And
So
why
does
was there like
anyone? Does everyone?
screenshots?
Yeah.
Why was there screenshots saying that are those? Are you saying like those are fake or?
I don't know what screenshots you're referring to, but anything talking about it is not true. I think Freya has joked about it, like, oh yeah, he owns everything, whatever. But no, that's not true. Neither is that accurate, and that's ridiculous.
Okay, so now that we're over with the
Can I
prosecution,
ask? No wait, can I still have one last question for Mills, but I
well,
never got
come
to ask.
on, come on.
I only asked
We
one.
need to
I only
wrap
asked
this
one,
up.
bro. I only asked one,
Oh,
bro.
you said ask one a million
Order.
times. This question better be
no.
better be the shortest question ever.
I've got so I've just got a question that follows on to that, so I feel like it is relevant. There's hard evidence in the document. It says, you say to Freya, I see you're in a call with Sparkling. And that was in the end. And that's why, yeah. So how were you, maybe can someone put that in the evidence bit? Because that's just what I was
Someone else told me that she was, and then I consulted her about it.
How would
you said I see. You said I see.
If it's just them two.
Because she sent them screenshots, and then
Do you have
after I
proof
thought I
of
consulted
someone telling
her.
you
No, I don't have the proof right now, but that's what happened.
Okay, then.
But Freya also claimed she had access. Like Freya claimed you had access to your account. Like,
I already said
Freya
that
claimed.
she was joking about that to Sparkling to mess with him. That whole thing was her trying to mess with him and freak him out because she knew he was going to run around and freak out with it. It was stupid of her to do, but that's what I think happened because it's not true.
Did you text her saying, telling her not to
Tuesday? He said that
You
thought
said someone
this
told you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that someone else told me
how-
that he was going to call with Sparkling.
You need to prove it. You can't just use that as a defense if you don't have any proof.
Well, you're telling me this right now. I'm not going to find it in 10 seconds going through all the DMs, figure out who sent me it, how it all happened.
I'm just saying, bro.
I know you're just saying, but that's what I'm saying. Do you come to me with this now? If you would have a week ago said, here is what we're going to confront you with, find us the evidence for it, that would be a fair remark. But in the middle of a trial, it's going to end within the next hour or two. Asking to find the evidence right this second is not fair. That's all I'm going to say.
You can't blame us for your lack of preparation. This was on the document, which we posted a week ago.
Okay. Well, you didn't tell them that was going to be representing, but it's whatever. We got to move on from this. I
Alec,
represent my
can you not
defense.
produce the evidence?
I'd have to find it. I'd have to find who was the person that sent me it. I'd have to screenshot that. I have to go through all my DMs. Keep in mind, I have more than 600 people friended on my Discord account. So I have to go through all of that. I don't have mobile.
The evidence, so you cannot produce.
Not right now. Down the road, yeah, we can reconvene and down the road look at it, but right now I cannot.
Okay.
All right. Can I ask my last question to Mills, and then we can push him down?
You can't ask any more questions. We've given
Bro, I
plenty
only
of
asked
time.
one.
No, there's
Hey,
2
hey,
hours.
listen,
No
hey,
more
Tony,
time.
No,
No, don't
Hold on,
Tony.
Tony. Listen,
Tony me.
It'll
That's it.
quite literally be one. It's very
Order.
We've been meaning. Hold on.
Order.
Okay, we're moving on because we've spent almost over 3 hours on this.
Bro, I only asked one question, bro.
We've been meaning to ask this question since he came up here.
Yeah, I was trying to ask it, then you guys told Alex you can ask questions.
That is a little messed up. They got to ask one question for the witness they called up.
What is the question?
Agreed.
It's a very important question, bro.
All right. One question.
It's just one question. It was one question,
please,
bro.
Could you please bring him back up here?
The tribunal want to hear the question, but one question. So
Yeah.
He's not in the stage.
Bring him to this. Someone
disconnected him. Whatever.
Someone bring him. Yeah, someone bring him back up.
I told him to rejoin.
Good grief.
He's in here. He's in here.
Okay, bring him up.
Okay.
I actually have a question or two for Brycey as
bruh.
well.
No.
bro. Bro, read the
Don't
room.
All right, let's go. Let's ask the question and then
All right,
move
all
on.
right, Brycey, Brycey,
Yes, sir. How can I help?
can you tell me about social media apps and their usage by groomers?
Yes, I can. I'll be brief, obviously, because I think that people are wanting to get a move on. Again, and I'm speaking as impartial as I can be, third party witness that's just an expert on these cases. Social media is very often used by individuals who commit these acts versus being in person, especially things that have a timed auto deletion feature. So things like Snapchat, WhatsApp, Telegram.
Yeah.
So that, I'm sorry.
Please do not interrupt the witness, bro.
I can answer it. It's fine. I just didn't hear him.
We didn't even hear the question. I don't even think.
Okay.
Continue with what you were saying. Continue answering Mike's question.
Yeah, go ahead.
No worries. So the reason why these are used is because if it's not obvious, the auto deletion feature is able to essentially cover their own tracks in case down the road they get exposed. Things like Discord are also used because people can very easily switch accounts, burn accounts, or what have you, because there's very little to tie that to an actual person, as opposed to some other things. At least with Snapchat, most of the time you're seeing an actual face, but the auto delete feature is there as well.
Would you say, just as a quick yes or no question, would you say that Freya deleting her messages and account is an example of this?
I would say that it is a highly concerning behavior, because I know that it's a very old adage that if you did nothing wrong, you have nothing to worry about, but it is very, very common. When I've gone to arrest people who have been in possession of child images, I'll put it that way, it is very apparent that they are trying to cover their tracks, deleting things, asking the other party to delete things, basically trying to burn down the whole house so that way the house can't be seen. And I have had occasions where I have investigated people who were innocent, and I didn't see those things. Not a single time where they were using specific apps that have auto deletion features, unless it's just, something that they were using as beside that. But they aren't like deleting hard drives worth of stuff. And obviously I'm looking at things that are a little bit more grand in scheme. But to answer your question, yes, I think it's highly concerning behavior and could potentially be part of that intentional act.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I would
That's
also
it.
like to ask a little question. I'll
We're
keep
going to
it
move
brief.
forward to the
gonna
defense's
move
case.
Okay.
All right.
So, is this
You may
defense for
present
the
your first piece of
overall?
evidence / witness, Aleczaender.
Okay. And is this for the overall case, or what does this exactly cover? Because a lot has been discussed in the last couple hours.
I think you got muted on accident. There you go.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah.
So I'm asking you, what does this defense? Is this over the whole case, or is this a certain section?
Anything you want to, any witness you want to bring up?
Yeah,
for your defense.
I want to bring up Mr. Logochev as my first witness.
Which one?
It should be Daniel Logochev. I'll send you over his Discord. I don't know if he's in game.
He's got "The World Is Yours" as his profile picture.
Yeah, he's got the Scarface reference, very based.
Yeah.
But I put his
Yeah,
at
there he
in
is.
the GC as well. So
Hello.
All right.
hey,
All right, can I begin?
you have an opening
Wait.
statement, right?
Wait, hold
Yep.
on. He needs to be sworn in first.
Yeah, I gotta swear you in first.
I'm not in game,
Let's
so.
see. Yeah,
Let's
it's fine.
do it
I'll just
over
do it over
virtual.
VC.
Yeah.
All right, Daniel. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, very well. Proceed.
All right. My name is Daniel _Logachev. I'm a businessman who's worked in the upper command in both Stalemate and Octavium. I have served as a developer, a world builder, and briefly as head architect. I come to this trial not out of loyalty to any faction or individual, but out of a duty to speak honestly based off my own observations and firsthand experience. I was first added to a group chat that included an individual named Tansity. The conversation basically centered around efforts to expose Aleczander, someone I have worked with directly in both Octavium and Stalemated. At first I remained neutral. It is my nature to just observe, not to judge, especially in emotionally charged situations where reputations and integrity are at stake. As the situation developed, I began to notice something very troubling. The accusations felt rushed, over-dramatized, and most importantly, built on flimsy or contextless evidence. What I should have seen should have been a methodical, serious process instead of a resembled smear campaign. Much of the so-called evidence either lacked relevance or seemed purposely misrepresented. I want to be clear. In all of my professional dealings with Aleczander, whether in collaborative development, planning meetings, or voice chats, he has shown nothing but professionalism, respect, and good leadership. At no point I witnessed any behavior that could be described as inappropriate or predatory. In fact, he's one of the most composed individuals I've worked with in these communities. As for Mike, I think he's acted pretty hypocritically. The evidence being circulated appears only misguided and in some cases possibly falsified or manipulated. At best, it's mostly irrelevant. At worst, it's part of a coordinated effort to control the narrative through misinformation and attempting to dethrone Alec. To conclude, what I witnessed was not the pursuit of justice, but more of a personal vendetta. I urge the court and community not to take claims at face value and to get everyone's opinion. And I believe the court deserves to hear from those who have directly worked with Alec, whether good or bad. Those who can vouch for what really happened, not the hype. Thank you.
All right, Alex, you can go ahead and question him.
All right. I'll start with this. So, Daniel, can you provide a little bit more context to who you are, like how you first got involved in the community, found Octavium and whatnot?
Well, I got around back in November when I saw Checkpoint Madrid. I ran around, I was just shooting people. I was doing some of the jobs, and eventually I just got into the enterprise department, and I thought it was pretty interesting. So I thought I could bring activity to Octavium and activity to my group.
I gotcha. And after you left Octavium, can you explain how you met RCR Mike and the type of work that you did with him?
I basically was just around Mike. We didn't really speak much. I'm somebody who just pays attention to everything. So from what I've seen, it's not pretty good.
Okay. And do you believe that RCR Mike worked closely with Arian on this document?
I believe so, yes.
Do you believe that RCR Mike leveraged Arian against those who might not be loyal or supportive of him?
I believe so, yes.
It is rumored that a certain
Objection,
YouTuber...
hearsay.
I'd like to object for leading, but continue.
Objection sustained.
Let's get into these false accusations.
Okay.
I'm excited for this.
Yeah,
so,
let Alex speak, guys.
A certain YouTuber left RCR for the things that we've mentioned. Do you know anything about that without naming them or revealing who they are?
Well, from what I heard, he may have been which YouTuber, may I ask? Can you like DM me it?
Yeah, I'll DM you the context of what I'm talking about.
If the YouTuber is present, are they able to come up and speak?
No, they do not wish to be involved in any way.
I'm just asking them if they can DM me, I guess.
No. I didn't hear anything about him.
Okay.
Can we get to the bottom of this?
So do you believe that RCR Mike is not only a hypocrite, but someone who is a liar, who twists truth to paint pictures that exaggerate claims to his advantage?
From what I've seen, yes.
What's with the leading question?
Aleczander.
That was the last question.
That question was objected. The objection was sustained. That's a leading question.
No, that was a different question.
Alec,
But,
whenever your witness gives testimony, he has to actually explain what he's saying in his testimony. You can't just go, "Do you think he's evil?" And then he goes, "Oh yeah, dead ass." Like that's not.
Well, he is someone who worked with.
I'm not Alec's side. I'm just coming from what I've seen.
You need a Logative. Can you explain why you hold these views instead of just saying, "Oh yeah, man, he's dead ass, that guilty like hell yeah"?
Just because I've seen multiple screenshots, multiple group chats from different people.
What are you referring to specifically? That's very vague.
Can we please see the evidence?
Yeah.
All
No.
this?
Yeah, can the court please receive this evidence, these screenshots?
And the group
I
chat.
don't have these. I don't have these. So it's just I'm not accusing him. It's just it's what
You
I've
are
seen.
accusing him. You
Sounds
just
like
said
you are.
you
I'm not trying to accuse him. Okay. I'm not trying to accuse him.
Order. Logachev, I would like to remind you that you are under oath and that the information you're giving, if you are unsure if it's true or not, you need to state that it is your opinion.
Okay, I'm unsure.
To back it up.
So I don't have the
So then,
necessarily
if
evidence.
you're-
It's just word of mouth.
If
So
you're
I don't want to accuse
so it's
anybody.
hearsay. If it's hearsay, please don't testify, because it's not the truth.
When can I put my rebuttal up?
Mr.
I'm looking
Logochev,
excited for this. I'm looking excited for this.
Mike,
Well, no, Alec has everything. So
you can go ahead and act.
Can you please? put
Alec
the
has
evidence-
everything. What are you talking about?
Yeah, put the evidence forth, please.
Okay.
Sure.
You can
Give
go
me
ahead
1
and ask
second.
any questions you want. But Logachev, you can't just say this is what you heard, because if it's what you heard, that's hearsay and that's not
no,
fact.
it's what I've heard and what I've seen.
That's two different things. That's totally two different things. Did you hear about it, or did you witness it? And
I
were
witnessed
you-
it.
Okay, if you can present the evidence, we can review
Okay.
it.
Alex should have the evidence.
I just posted 6 screenshots in regards to Arian and him threatening me.
Let me post this to the public.
So, from what am I allowed to cross-examine Mike as well? So do you have some questions for him?
You cut it out. I didn't hear you. You cut out.
So am I allowed to cross-examine Mike?
Mike hasn't asked any. What are you cross-examining?
You gotta bring Mike up as a witness if you wanna.
No, I was just curious because I have some
Do you
questions
still want
for
your
him.
witness, Alec? Because if you want to dismiss him, you need.
Let's run it.
Yeah, we can dismiss him.
Put me up as a witness.
Hold on,
This
hold
whole
on,
YouTuber thing, can then someone elaborate on that? Like, is there any evidence of this?
All right, let me
situation?
explain the YouTuber thing. He's trying to use Bannistick. I don't even know if he left RCR or what. He's trying to use I think it's Bannistick. I think it could be another YouTuber. He's trying to use that as grounds to accuse me of doxing supposedly last week, even though I haven't even been on my computer since yesterday, last night specifically. So.
Okay.
The screenshot.
Okay.
I'll just say my rebuttal right now because I'm already speaking. So the first screenshot is Aryan talking to Constantine, who, keep in mind, Constantine has talked about raping girls. He's a doxer. Both these guys are doxers, right?
I can vouch on the part of Constantine because I personally knew him, and he's not a good person.
Anyways,
just saying.
they're trying to say that I'm working for Aryan, even though I don't even have him added. I can prove all of that right now. I don't even have him added. Not to mention, they're saying I'm his little lapdog, and then Aryan started threatening Aleczaender or whatever, but I wasn't even aware of all this, bro.
Interesting. So I have a question. Is it true that the idea of this document came from Ragged, who is Arian's boss? Out of curiosity.
No.
That's not true.
It's not
Okay. So,
No,
and then I want
can
to
also talk on that because the reason Aethel and I made the document together, Aryan nor Ragged nor anyone else had any part in this document except for me and Aethel.
Let me interrupt for a second?
I have a question for clarification. If they didn't have any involvement in it, why was Arion brought up as a on the stage in RCR? What was the reasoning behind that?
Well, we were getting a testimony.
Aryan
He
was
wasn't involved in creating the document. No, he didn't. He never even asked me to make the document. I made the document on my own accord.
Mike, let me speak about it for a second. As for the accusation of Ragged asking RCR to create the document, for those who don't know, Ragged Cadden or Ragged 88 is someone that's pretty known in the RW2 genre by some leaders. But the thing that you're saying, Ragged asked us to create the document, is actually a bit contradictory because Ragged actually had a problem with us creating the document because it had mentions of Cadden. It had mentions of Cadden doxing and working for you. And so there was a group chat between RCR and Cadden. They tried to ask us to remove the evidence on Cadden. So there wouldn't be any reason why Ragged would ask for a document that involves evidence of his bloodline being incriminated from RCR.
I've just got an important message. The YouTuber in question does not want to be spoken about during this trial. He specifically requested this. So could I just appreciate that both the prosecution and
you cannot request that. That's ridiculous. It's a trial.
Can I?
If he wants to defend himself or talk about it, then because his name has been invoked, then he can come up and speak. But you cannot say, "Don't talk about me at the trial." That's ridiculous. So deal with it.
Okay.
Can I finish my rebuttal?
Go ahead.
Okay, anyways, an inspected screenshot has been going around. I'll send in the evidence GC. An inspected screenshot has been going around of me saying, "Lol, good work," to which Aryan, let me just read it. Aryan said, "Okay, 1 down, 4 more to go," and I apparently said, "Lol, good work." Keep in mind, this supposedly happened over the course of the last week, which I didn't have access to Discord. I wasn't on Discord at all. All of my close friends can corroborate that. But I literally had my description set as on leave of absence until 7/5, which was yesterday. I got back just last night. That was the first time on Discord. Anyways,
Okay.
my
Is that
last
it?
conversation with Aryan was when we were on stage in RCR. This was my last conversation with Aryan. And then good work, which was supposedly
interject.
what I said. I'm not in any GCs with Aryan. This is supposedly
Wait. You said you did. You said before you were in a GC with Aryan. Did you not earlier say
I
that?
was before. I'm not in any GCs right now. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I have a I want to interject
I cut
because
Aryan off before I left, bro.
because the stalemated administration, we received different thing. The screenshot you're referencing when it says, "Okay, 1 down, 4 more to go, good work." Athel said that was just out of context. It wasn't edited.
Athel doesn't have my DMs with him.
Well, that's what I received.
When did I say that was? When did I tell you that was taken out of context? It's doctored.
Eric.
Like it's been inspected. I can show you proof that it had been inspected and that someone had faked it.
Can you send it in the
I don't recall.
evidence?
Yeah, I will right now. But I don't recall ever telling you.
It wasn't me. It was Eric.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I told him that it had been doctored, and I either sent the evidence to him or I don't know. I have to double check, but I'll send it right now in the GC.
The thing is, how am I supposedly saying that when I wasn't even on Discord? Am I like telepathically sending him the message?
Yeah.
That's my biggest question. How am I talking to him if I'm not on Discord?
I was away that entire week.
Not
Yeah,
to
I can
mention,
test
Alexander
that.
knows. He knows I got terminated. I talked about him. I talked to him about not being able to use Discord back when I originally got termed in March because it terminates your account if you hop on Discord mobile on your phone. That's why Alexander can't use Discord mobile either, like the app.
Yeah, you have to use the web version.
All of my logins are like my passwords are random generated and they're 20 characters long with random different letters. I did not care about going a week of no Discord. I didn't care. All right, I was just trying to enjoy my time. I wasn't trying to be on Discord the entire time. I think anyone could say that was a good decision. You know what I mean?
Okay. Alexander, do you have any more witnesses you want to call up, or because I want to completely? I want to completely.
Witness, actually.
Well, hold on. It's my defense. So I have one more screen I want to present, and it shows John Pork being mutual friends with Mike. Is that also doctored?
No, I had him added, and then I unadded him.
Okay, because you said earlier that you didn't have him added.
Alexander had him added. Lloydguard had him added.
That was on an
why? But there's reasons why those people had him added. What was your reasoning?
Also, you claimed earlier you didn't have him added. You didn't say you had him added. You said you never.
I said I cut contact with him before I left.
That's not what I heard, but continue.
Alexander, I believe the context for that was that it was, do you have him friended on an alt?
What? No, that was not the context of what I said.
If I recall correctly, that was.
So Mike.
But yeah, I had Aryan. I had Aryan added. I don't have him added anymore.
I know you don't right now, but why did you in the past? What was the reasoning?
He was giving me the HTML files on Aleczaender. He literally just approached me, asked me to add him, and he said he'll give me evidence against
Very
Aleczander. This was
interesting. And you're aware they tried to dox me, right? He tried to extort me again. He sent a video.
I wasn't in that GC. You didn't send shit to me, bro.
Wow, that is so interesting. You said that I'm guilty for the CNRA situation because I worked the Aryan.
bro,
But when you work with Aryan and I eventually get doxed by him, that is interesting. That is
All right,
interesting.
wait, let me just say this. The difference is, bro, you were there and you acknowledged him talking about how they're gonna make him classic victims. He didn't send me shit about any of that, bro. And you have no proof of him sending me anything.
So,
How are
Mike,
you gonna accuse me of fucking doxing with nothing, bro?
I didn't say you doxed. I'm just saying you worked with him and then eventually you doxed me. Do you think you would eventually dox me if you didn't work with him? That you didn't keep with him against me back in the day?
Before I left, bro. I cut contact the 27th.
Still, I cut contact with Aryan a while ago too. He still does the same if he does. Doesn't matter. I'm just saying it's hypocritical in my opinion. You're saying this about me when you've done not the exact same, but you've done
I
similar.
haven't done shit. That's the thing. How am I responsible for him going towards you?
Not just me, but the entire Salmated tribunal. I had to bring up Tony as a witness because he was also
with the HTML files.
Tony, order.
How am I responsible for what he did that? How am I responsible at all? He came to me with the HTML files. I didn't go to him.
Who the hell is on the? What is the security doing?
Either way, I like to call. I have to
I don't
call
know how
Tony.
it's hypocritical if I haven't been aware of this until now.
Regardless,
and he sent you screenshots of shit, bro. He sent you an email that they were using, and you even sent me a screenshot
Email?
of the OSINT results.
I was sent
in
an
the
email.
GC.
I was not sending.
No, in the GC in regards to the CNRA
I mean,
situation.
a screenshot of an
they sent
email.
emails in that GC. No, they sent the emails themselves.
Emails of what?
Zhang's email and the Taiwanese guy's email. And that's how they use the email and they put it in OSINT tools, and that's how they get their information.
Right. Tony, would you like to come up as a witness to go more in depth about what happened with Aryan threatening you and the Stelmated staff? Oh.
Yeah, sure. You can call me up as a witness.
Okay.
Wait, what? What? What?
Okay.
Do you have swear me in?
Hold on.
We're calling the judge up as a witness.
No, we're not doing that.
The Chief Justice.
No, that's not.
We are not calling one of the members of the Tribune.
Tony, I'll
as a
personally.
witness.
No, the tribunal has to be a witness.
Order.
Unless you want to go over there and stand with Alec or one of the other teams, then you better stay in that chair.
I'm saying this because I'm part of the actual.
You gave up your right
oversight.
to testify the moment you sat your ass in that chair. So did we. So.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying that he has been threatened alongside other people in the oversight, and he could testify that as evidence and witness testimony. But it's your guys' trial, so do what you guys want to do.
Like I said, bro, there's no evidence of me doing anything. I already disproved the fact that I didn't tell him if it worked. That was an obvious inspected screenshot.
Tony, do you want to respond?
Yeah, because I'm not testifying in support of anyone. I'm testifying what happened because I was a part of the administration and there was an attack conducted. So it's not to say that I'm biased or something. It's the truth. Listen, Ariane conducted doxing against various members of the administration. They were attacking us. That's not insinuating anything. I mean, what else is there to say?
Why was Aryan attacking you and the staff? Did he say why?
Yeah, because we were attacking his members, and because he wanted you gone. He was literally working to get you removed.
Really? Can you name some of the other victims of Aryan's attacks?
Richard, Hans. There's various members of the administration that were targeted.
And do you believe that Mike has some level of responsibility for those attacks?
I can't say that. I can't say that with the current evidence at hand. I can't say yes or no to that because there's not sufficient evidence.
But you will acknowledge that Aryan did launch an attack, and it did have to do with the trial. in me being guilty.
Launched an attack while I was on vacation and not on Discord, by the way.
Alec, you literally just said in your question, "You will." That's leading. Are we serious?
All right. No further questions, Tony. I'd like to call up to the stand Dino Ricterian.
Dino Ricterian.
After this, I want to call up War Commander. Just so y'all know.
He's under the name of Van Cios is his current name.
His name is Van.
Also, why did he get the call up witness? I thought this was my defense. Why does Mike get the call up witnesses?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mike. You can't call any witnesses.
No, I'm saying after.
They didn't. Didn't Alec call up Freya?
panel.
Alec called up Freya though, didn't he, during?
No, I was told that this section is dedicated to my defense.
No, that wasn't him calling up Freya. That was Mike, because they wanted to get Freya on the situation.
Dude,
she wanted to be questioned.
Tony, Alec quite literally said he's gonna get Freya up anyways. We just rushed it because we wanted to get her opinion on it. It's not like we were gonna bring her up at the start. It was Alec's decision to bring her as a witness. She doesn't count as one of our witnesses.
Okay.
And then she
doesn't
perjured
matter.
herself.
Hey, if we have time at the end, you can call up War Commander as a witness for your rebuttal.
I think it's. I'm gonna be real. I think it's very important in regards to these testimonies, but yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
What do you say his name? Is he on right now?
Avancio is his name.
Okay,
I think he requested.
You can go ahead and swear him in.
Say what? Oh, my bad. I had to go use the bathroom. What's happening?
You're good. Can you swear in Avancios?
Avancios? Sure. Avancios, if you're in the stage, I can't see you, but do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very well. Why are you so far away from your microphone?
Okay. I don't know. My mic is quite buggy. It does that sometimes.
Okay, Aleczaender, you can proceed with questioning.
All right. So, Dino, first of all, can you provide a bit of context who you are, your involvement in the Wars community, Octavium, the role you played, etc.?
Well, I've been in Octavia since about last July when Alchemy 44 brought me in. I've run a branch. I've run countless divisions. I left recently though and went to Anglia. Now the Prime Minister.
Awesome. And can you explain what happened after you left Octavium, or why you left? The details about it.
So originally I was planning to retire, and then the document, I was told that the document was coming out. After reading that, all of the different parts to it, I decided the best thing for me to do was to leave Octavia. After that, I don't know, I got lots of DMs and messages calling me a traitor and stuff, but that's what I've got to say about that.
When we spoke, you said that let me read our DMs.
Yeah. The document wasn't the only thing. It was like about 45% of the reason I left. Majority of it was just me getting tired of, doing all this work.
Would you? Yeah. Would you say that the document was overhyped?
I mean, a lot of it. It was told to me a lot that it was going to be like a storm and it was going to kill Octavia forever, but I wouldn't say it was too overhyped. A little bit. It still contained a lot of really damning evidence on a lot of people and a lot of things.
Objection. I would argue that this is an argumentative question. He is asking if the question or if the document is overhyped. That is an inference. Rather than a fact.
Any further questions?
I have one more question. In the past, you've been in GCs and VCs with me and Freya. While you were present, did anything weird, intimate, grooming related happen or be said?
Whilst I was present, no. However, I've been shown a lot of screenshots recently.
But nothing that you've seen yourself or witnessed?
First hand, what I've personally heard and seen myself, like as you said, no. But
okay. But from what you've seen from other people they presented, it definitely
Oh.
comes off.
Yeah.
Okay.
From what other people are
Objection,
showing me,
leading?
it's pretty damning. You know.
Objection
Screenshots.
sustained.
Oh wait,
Alexander, you're leading. You're using words like definitely to
No, but let Dino
answering.
continue because let
Yeah,
Dino
continue,
continue.
Dino.
From what other people have been showing me recently, like screenshots of you saying that like, tell that bitch Freya's my property, and other stuff like having all the values and expectations and waiting a couple years for her. That's been shown to me recently, which has been quite damning evidence.
But nothing that you've seen. That was the question.
Nothing
Firsthand. From what firsthand? Nothing firsthand. Okay.
Yeah, nothing
No.
firsthand.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, do you have any other witnesses you want to call up, Alexander?
I have one more witness.
Alex,
I would like to bring
your
up.
witness there. I don't know. He almost went
I'd
against.
like to call up State Trooper. No, he answered the question that I asked him. He said that what Mike is showing seems valid, but from what he's seen firsthand, nothing weird. And he's been in a lot of VCs.
Okay, yeah.
So
Yeah, keep in mind, I haven't sent him any screenshots. I don't even have him added. So
he's talking about the
people.
Yeah. I'm
okay.
aware.
Bailiff,
What's up?
go ahead and swear in State Trooper.
All right, Mr. State Trooper. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okie dokie.
Go ahead.
Do you want this to start off with the testimony, or do you want to just be?
I believe you have a written statement. You can
Yeah,
go
yes,
ahead and
sir.
present that.
All right. Members of the court and any concerned onlookers, I can assure you beyond a doubt that Alexander and Freya have never engaged in any inappropriate behavior. I would first like to say that nothing I am arguing against is because I am loyal to Alexander, but because I have observed their behavior and feelings or lack thereof in quite a few voice chats. I've been in a plethora of VCs with the two of them, whether it be with many others or just the three of us. Sometimes I could even have been perceived as AFK, which would, in theory, be the prime time for any supposed quote-unquote grooming to take place. Not once have I ever heard anything related to love. Not once have I ever heard anything related to sex. Not once have I heard anything related to anything that the prosecution alleges. I know Freya decently well and I've talked to her before. She has never had a serious issue with Alexander relating to anything the prosecution alleges. It is blatantly obvious for anyone with a hint of critical thinking skills that there are no instances of romance, grooming, and most certainly no instances of anything related to pedophilia from Alexander's part. This is the truth and nothing but it. I yield.
I have a question real quick for State Trooper.
Go for it.
Go ahead.
I'm a little concerned about the relevance of your testimony here. You're saying things that are not at all under the subject of this court. No one is accusing Alec of pedophilia, and no one is accusing Alec of having a romantic relationship with Freya.
That's kind of what grooming is, isn't it?
No. No, that is not what grooming is.
Okay, well, I mean,
either way, I'd like to argue that it's still good to clarify these things because the audience can get confused and mistaken this as a pedo trial when it's not. We can move on with questioning.
I believe I already.
Is there? Well, hold on.
cleared
Is
that up
there any
earlier,
relevance
Tyler.
to having the? Is there any relevance to having the witness here? If
Well,
he's
I got some
discussing
questions
something
that are
isn't
relevant.
case?
Yeah, because he was in VCs with me and Frey can testify that nothing weird happened.
Well, let's continue. Let's continue with the relevant questions, not the grooming. Or
So,
okay,
great. So, State, can you talk about a bit about context about who you are, how you got involved, your role in Octavium, stuff like that?
Just keep it to a minimum, because we're on a time crunch.
All right,
I know.
so,
This will take less than 15 minutes. Trust me.
all right, so short and sweet. I joined Roblox in 2019. I joined the Richter Imperium in 2019, very shortly after. I've been on and off in Alexander's groups for around 6 years at this point. I joined Octavium in, I want to say late January, maybe early February, and since then I've been the leader of the army for a month. I've been the deputy head of Octavium's police force, the security directorate. I've been in the Imperial Guard, and I've also been a developer for almost a year at this point.
Tate, could I ask you a question? Something that was forwarded to me was a screenshot, and can you confirm if it's real or not?
Let's see.
It's from you. It says, You have nice tits.
Ah.
You have a nice rack. Let me finish. You have nice boobs. You have nice curves.
Rose said, "Let me
You have a
finish," after
nice
saying
upper
that.
body. And you have a nice figure. It's just
Now-
quite concerning that maybe your perception of these things, like, people are struggling to take your word for things when this
I
is
also believe
behavior
he said
you
that
deem
too,
to be
Freya.
acceptable.
I
Yeah, is it
most
true you
certainly
said
did
this to
not
Freya?
say that
Hold
to
on, hold
Freya.
on. Let him finish his question.
Okay, I
So
don't.
yeah,
I
I'm
don't
just
think,
asking, is this true?
I
Did
don't
you say
think
these
this is-
things, State
Did
Trooper?
you? And
That
on
was
top of that, did you send that to Freya?
Nope. I did not send that actually. I sent that to Volantad. In fact, I DM'd Howard Rosenberg a picture of me and Volantad's DMs.
Is this true, Howard? Howard, is this
Do you have
true?
evidence?
Well, one, I can't.
Oh, it's not true.
If you can
Oh,
get the
cool.
picture, that would be much appreciated.
All right, let me just blur out his face.
Oh yeah, people
or
want the
Volantad's
figure.
face.
Let me just send it to someone. So they
I just got a DM from someone saying he's a groomer with 10,000%. That's always good to see, you know. Let's see here.
Okay.
Okay, Tony, I'm sending you the picture that you need to put in the evidence.
All right.
This isn't my
Howard,
evidence.
Howard, is it all right if I just send
You
it
can
to
send
you?
it. Yeah, send it to me, and I'll post it in the evidence chat
All right.
on your behalf.
Expand canvas. I'm just real quickly blurring out Volantad's face because he kind of docks himself.
Well, maybe he shouldn't have made that his profile picture.
So you made those comments in response to a picture of Volantad? Is that what I'm hearing?
Hmm? It was.
Did you
it
make
was
those comments in response to a picture of this man?
No, it was a joke, like, you know, top 10 things you don't say to a woman or something like
Are you
that.
gonna
I
send
forgot
this
what
to
it
me, or
was.
like what?
Yeah, I'm currently
Oh.
blurring it out. I'm in Paint right now
How did that get leaked then?
because Volantad sent it to someone. I don't know where it went.
How old is Volantad? Can we ask that?
Couldn't tell you. 17 maybe.
How old are you?
17.
Okay.
That's a
Howard.
1 year age gap. That's like pedophilia right there.
Okay. No more jokes in the court.
Alrighty, that will be sent in your DMs, Mr. Rosenberg.
Thank you. I will submit it. I motion to what's the official? Hold on. Motion to.
I do have more
admit additional
questions.
evidence. Yeah, we'll get. Hold on. What's it?
You know
One
what?
thing, there's a lot of instances of people saying that you know, things were a joke or whatever. If there's so many jokes and whatnot going around about serious implications like these, how can we consider some of this testimony to be, you know, trustworthy?
Yeah, another thing is I want to point out, State Trooper is literally on the document. He's not gonna testify against Alec because he's on the document.
Okay, well, what type of, like, there's nothing really incriminating on the document. It's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. I apologize for my wording, but you just take screenshots out of context and you put them on the document thinking that you're going to amount to anything in your fucking life. Okay, my apologies. My apologies.
My fellow judges, my fellow tribunal judges all have a consensus. We no longer seek any information from the witness. They have a conflict of interest and cannot act properly within the courtroom. Please dismiss them.
That is true.
My apologies. My
I
apologies.
think.
Please dismiss the
I
witness.
think the point.
Thank you for your
Let
testimony.
it be recorded. He will be held in contempt of court for that outburst.
Yeah, can someone hold him in contempt if he's in game?
Yeah,
Take him to the dungeon. Take him to the dungeon.
Field police take him
Alright,
out.
wait. Now that Alexander's witnesses have been finished, the prosecution has one more witness to bring on, which is War Commander 10.
Oh wait, are you done, Alexander? Is that it?
Yeah,
those were all my
the
witnesses.
All right,
Okay,
and our
so
final
we're gonna
witness
move-
is
move on
got
to-
dismissed, bro.
We're gonna
our
move
final
on
witness
to,
is War Commander 10.
We're gonna move on to rebuttals now.
Pull him
So
up. Let's
Yeah.
pull War Commander up.
Oh
And then
hell
after
no.
this,
before you speak, War Commander, don't yell, don't go on a rant.
he said he's gonna be chill. He said he's gonna be chill.
Make him take the oath. Make him take the oath.
Take the oath.
All right, War Commander. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
And not
So help me God.
Yes, sir. Okay, here we go again.
please go ahead and ask me the questions as you see fit, or I can give a statement.
Yeah, send a statement if you have one.
So, about I'd say under a week ago, I get a DM from a close friend of mine that another witness, Daniel Logochi, knows. I'm not going to say his name for privacy reasons, but Mike knows exactly who I'm talking about. He informs me that Mike apparently had been working with John Pork or Arian to dox people, and he said, I've been getting it from multiple sources. I swear this is credible, and so we believe it, and et cetera, et cetera. We get in a call with Alec. We get in that group. Mike has the evidence. If you could put that into court evidence, Mike House, or it's not House. What's that guy's name? Never mind. The guy puts me in a call with Alec. And Alec basically is like, oh, so Mike was doxing. I was under the belief that, yes, he was. So I tell Alec, I'm like, oh, I believe he's doxing, et cetera, et cetera. Eventually, we get to today or yesterday, and come to find out, all of those claims were false. And specifically, everything that Daniel Logochi spoke was from a script. Alec put me and him in a group chat, and I sent the screenshot. You can see the tail end of it, and you can see who's in the group chat. He put me in a group chat. Oh, go ahead.
Lord Commander, let them send the screenshot in court evidence first.
Yeah.
Can you guys send the screenshot of Logochev's script being submitted in the group chat?
Yeah. Send the screenshot I told you how to send.
Tony's got one pizza in one hand and the fucking mouse in the
And
other.
then we will come on to just wait until it's sent and then speak to everyone as they can see it.
Slow ass internet. All right.
Oh, there it's in.
It's there now. It's there.
It's in. So he basically gave us a script saying, how long were you in Octavium? How'd you get into our World War II? It's the same thing that a few of his guys have been repeating verbatim. How'd you end up in our World War II? How wouldn't you end up in Octavium, et cetera, et cetera? And then near the end, specifically for me and Logochi, he's like, do you believe Mike is the hypocrite? Do you believe that Mike doxed people? And I originally said yes. But I was presented with facts that it was not true. Mike has not doxed anyone. Somebody made that up, spread it to a few people very close to the case, and then I mistook it for the truth. Mike has not doxed anyone. Mike has not been working with Arian. This has been drummed up to disrupt the trial. On top of that, Alec has been making people read these scripts that he's presented to them that basically, read out, oh, how'd you get here, da-da-da-da-da. They aren't their own testimonies. They're a script. Mike is innocent when it comes to the case of doxing. And almost all of Alec's testimonies from witnesses have been written from a script, not their own. He's given them a script, and they've basically filled it out.
Okay. My other question, the witness.
Go ahead.
Yep.
So, War Commander, you said that I provided a script. Was your testimony a script that I provided you?
Yes.
Can you prove it?
In the screenshot, I said, I'm deleting my testimony. Everything was false, and I deleted it from that group chat. In that group chat, you sent a full script. I can roughly remember the questions. It starts with, how did you end up on Roblox in our World War II? How did you end up in Octavium? What did you do in Octavium? What are your opinions on this case? And for us specifically, me and Daniel Logochief, you asked, do you believe that Mike is a hypocrite? And final closing statements. Specifically in mine, I said, the evidence seems to be airtight. I'm going to discredit Mike. However, when I received more evidence, I deleted my statement and told you, upon further evidence, Mike is innocent. This was all an attempt to disrupt the trial.
Okay. So the cross-examination questions were scripted, but the actual witness statements were not scripted. Those you actually came up with.
It's basically, it's filling out a script. They're a little bit different, but at the end of the day, they are a script. They are a script that you've been sending people to fill out to act as your little defenders.
Wait. When you say fill out, you mean that people provide the answers beforehand?
There's still a script. It's still filling out a script.
Yeah.
It's not asking, would you give a statement? Would you do this? It's basically giving them what to say. You're telling them, here's what I want you to say.
Hold on.
No, I'm telling. So first of all, not all the questions that I've written out are questions that I ask. I ask more questions, and it's not fair to say that I wrote the testimonials because I did not write testimonials. All the testimonies have been pre-written by the original person that made.
You gave them bullet points. You gave them bullet points.
No. Is there proof? Is there proof behind that?
Daniel Logochief should still be inside of that group chat.
Alexander, did you influence any of your witnesses or any of the prosecution's witnesses in any way?
Absolutely not. War Commander came to me saying this stuff. I supplied 2 video links that prove this.
Yep.
And the court
I would like
evidence
to also mention that. we had a call where I was still under the belief that Mike was guilty. He's not. That's been disproved. He forwarded that to the YouTuber who doesn't want to be named as an attempt for a gotcha moment. That YouTuber then said, "Don't mention my name, you blundering idiot, you stupid fool. Why would you tell him this?" Someone is trying to get this entire thing to happen to disrupt the trial. Everything about
Wait. 1 second. I'm sorry to interrupt. Alex, one of your witnesses just sent me something very interesting.
Oh, I just saw that.
What?
Oh, I got it too.
What is it?
Everyone's phones are blowing up. I just got airdropped.
No.
Airdropped.
I wanna see what this is because
what is this?
Yeah, I'm sending something to Tom and some other people. I believe that should be if I can see, I'm driving, excuse me. Yeah, that's the script. That's the bullet point script that he's been providing to people.
I asked my fellow judges, are we all thinking the same thing here?
Wait, no.
Okay, no. I already said that I gave them the pre-written testimonies.
Oh
no,
God.
I didn't write their testimonies.
Order in the court.
You did it for free.
Okay, listen.
You just have to say yes.
There's no
Mike.
lack of proof. Lack of proof. Lack of foundation, lack of proof. Let me repeat myself one more time because there was clearly a misunderstanding. I already admitted that I wrote out the questions for people so that they know what I'm going to ask them. And I already said that I asked more questions beyond that. What I am denying is that I wrote any of the testimonials. All of the testimonies have been legitimately written by the person that wrote them. I have already admitted that I gave some of the people a layout on what I'm going to ask them. And they have asked me, do I give a long answer? And I said, no. I'm the chief defense. So obviously I'm acting as the chief lawyer and advising them what to say when they're on the stand. I'm not telling them, oh, no, don't mention that part. They clearly can. But what I was advising was they give short answers. That's not a scripted testimony. That's not, I wrote the whole script. Okay, War Commander came to me and told me what was going on. He came to me and said, we're doxing people. Yeah, and you can say that, but what I'm saying, what I am saying, let me speak. What I am saying is that War Commander came to me and said those things. Daniel, for all I know, could have misled him, but that is not my fault. That would be on Daniel. All I did was say, holy shit, War Commander is saying these things.
Order, stop. The tribunal has made a ruling. The tribunal has made a decision. We find Alec with perjury on the coaching of his witnesses. We find perjury, and we know it.
Listen to me, everybody.
May I please speak on my behalf?
Can we run concluding statements after this?
I would like to say, Daniel Logo Chief did not tell me anything. I told him. Did not tell me anything. I told him. Thank you, Mr. Echoing Man. Anyways, Daniel Logo Chief did not tell me. I told him. He was informed by me, and I was misinformed by someone else. That someone else realized it too when Mike came back. Mike basically disproved everything. There is no way Mike could have had contact with Arian. He could not have ordered any doxings. He has no connection to any of that. It's all hearsay saying that he tried to dox people. That's all hearsay. There is no physical way he could have ordered it. Full stop.
All right, that's it. We're moving on to concluding statements. I don't want to hear anyone say anything.
Am I good to go now? Because I have to go eat dinner with my family.
Yes, goodbye, War Commander.
I bet you missed any meals, Stubby.
Okay.
Whoa. Hold on. Hold the phone, Tony. Okay.
Yes, honorable.
Move to concluding sentences. We will not be moving to conclusions. We are going to re-enter and give the ball back to the prosecution as new evidence has come to light that has been brought to us that needs to be presented and acknowledged now immediately.
What evidence?
I agree. My fellow judges, are we in a unison about that?
Sustained.
Beautiful.
Please allow the
All right,
prosecution to
let's
present the
get-
new evidence.
Yep. Let's see it.
Make it short. I'm giving you maximum 10 minutes. Maximum.
Tony. This is the biggest trial of the century.
I
Okay?
do
There's
not
no time
care.
limit of 10 minutes. Okay.
Tony, you're a
Beautiful.
muffler.
So if we get the screenshots.
I will just have one of the little Lego people drag you out of this fucking courtroom, and somebody else can do the thing if you're not going to let them deal with this properly. So,
Beautiful. So there's no time limit. Mike and RC are in the prosecution. Please provide us the evidence that has come to light, and we shall post it, and we shall address it immediately.
Tony the inexperienced.
All right.
Okay, I have received the first image, which I'll now be posting in the court evidence.
Where'd you post it?
I'm about to post
Post
it
it up, bro.
in the court evidence. Do I have perms? I should have perms. Let's see. I do not have perms.
Let me check. I thought you have perms.
Should one of the janitors give me perms?
You do.
Be much appreciated.
You do have perms.
It's not that.
I think you pasted the wrong. Okay.
That was someone else.
I believe one of the tribunals was muted, and we cannot move forward until he's unmuted. I think we're missing Howard Rosenberg.
Where'd he go?
Move him back up. Did someone what?
I'm being suppressed.
Can there be an
Mike, you may,
images.
the prosecution may proceed.
Can someone upload these images?
All right, I will upload them.
Thank you.
Uploading as we speak.
No, I'm forwarding all of them that I got from the prosecution.
We need an
For some
appeal
reason, I
trial
don't have
after
perms.
this.
Here you go.
Send them to me,
Clemens.
Patrick. I have access.
Okay.
to
It's
them.
already
Here
been
you go.
addressed.
Here you go.
Okay.
Order.
This is already posted.
Order. Wait, listen.
Order.
Clemens,
Allow
if you
the
interrupt
evidence
again,
to be
I'm holding you in
posted.
contempt.
Allow the evidence to be posted.
Can't hear any of you guys.
Clemens, if you interrupt again, I'm holding you in contempt, okay?
Okay, bud.
Don't
Okay, and then
interrupt.
there's one more. Howard, please stand by.
Standing back and standing by.
Beautiful.
We are then.
I'd like to suggest, because it's getting late, that I just defend and make this quick after we're done
Yeah,
with this.
I'm trying to
You
run the
can make
concluding
your
statements after
closing
this.
statement before
Yeah.
RCI.
This
you
has
can
already
make your
been
closing
Is that the
addressed,
last
but
one?
whatever. Okay.
Is this the last one?
Are we going over this again? We already went over this.
Yeah, bro.
That's what I said, but it is whatever.
Yo, Patrick,
Whatever.
posted, or Howard posted, bro. There we go.
I posted the last one. All right, y'all may proceed.
Don't even know the show was gonna be brought up, but I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. The last screenshot that they sent, I think the noble part of this is the name of the GC, F and A heart emoji, and then the profile, the picture of the GC is Freya in avatar, like outfit viewer as a game, and looking at Alexander's avatar, right? And this is a screenshot of that, and that's the GC.
Fantastic. It's the very last image.
Okay. So, I'm assuming I'm going to be allowed to give a big grand defense to this. and
Mike,
we'll
do you have
conclude.
anything else to add on your prosecution side before we move over to
I
Alan?
mean, I didn't even know this. I didn't even know this was gonna be brought up, but I mean, it's obvious Freya was super interested in Alexander.
Yeah, she was. So, am I allowed to give my grand defense now?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Thanks, man. So, the majority of this stuff is just Freya fantasizing about me, which we've already covered and addressed in this trial. We've already said that we're acknowledged of this, and I've already said that when it came to light that she was saying these things, that she was removed from the group. She was blacklisted, blocked, everything for multiple months. She was brought back months later because the Freya's franchise is falling apart, and the High Command collaterally agreed that essentially it was all very stupid. They thought that the whole situation was stupid. They thought the whole situation wasn't that bad, and they wanted to bring her back, which we did. And we brought her back in the grounds of professional relations. So a lot of this I'm not going to address, but there is one screenshot where she says that she made a video of
Speculation.
something that she made.
Sustained.
I have a question.
Alex.
Actually, is there proof of her being blacklisted?
I could probably get the audit logs.
Yeah.
Trying to think. I mean, I have to go through all the audit logs. I'd have to pull it out the proof that she was blacklisted. But I mean, a lot of this stuff is common knowledge that she was removed. There was a distance between us, and that's been maintained to this day. But Okay, well, can I continue?
I would like to backtrack a little bit about the
Okay.
objection. The Right Honorable Patrick Uprose is that you need to, if you're going to say stuff like the Octavian High Command agreed on something, or that there was a wide consensus, you need to show proof that there was a wide consensus on these things.
Okay. Well, like I said earlier, if I was presented with this shit a week ago, I would be able to address everything bam, 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 bam. But you're telling me this now in the second that I have to come up with proof in the span of a minute
I think this is all in the document.
This is also in the document.
You had this
No.
for weeks to plan. Like, this is all in the document.
No, because you had no idea what the prosecution would present until yesterday.
They did know. It's in our,
You do. It's the document. The document is what they would present.
Well, either way, I'm just saying that's what the impression was. I was given no idea what I was going to be confronted with, and it would have been good if they had. I was told that they're going to present a separate document that is from the original document, but it's going to be specific screenshots that they picked out of the document they used in the court case. And I was given no preparation to say this is what they're going to present. This is what you need a defense for at all. So it's unfair to come out with, we have this evidence, and you need to get the proof right this second of what actually happened.
I never said I was going to make another document.
Well, I was told that they were going to make a separate case, but no, the answer is no. Let me continue with what I'm saying. So, in regards to the screenshot about the Snapchat whatever thing, she made a Octavian flag and she wanted to show it to me. That's what it was. And I would call Patrick, but he'd be biased or whatever, so I can't get his testimony. But that's what it was. Now, where things look weird, as I said, I'll move into private space and watch it, which looks weird. But if you read the context of that screenshot, she says, I'm going to send you a video on Snap of what I made. The reason why I reacted that way was because of the fact I thought it would just be weird. Be like, wait, what's that? What flag is that? What's that on a plane with two people next to me? I thought it'd be awkward to explain, I'm a Roblox dictator, and this is my Octavian flag that she made, and that she runs the Freya's franchise. So I was going to go watch it when I was not on the plane in order to view the video and respond. But obviously that's the context. And as for the other three, it's just in line with that. It's just her saying, freaking, she's into me, whatever. And then the last one, F&A, was a group chat that Freya had with a bunch of people. Obviously, the group chat is gone, so I can't pull it up or whatever, because the accounts both got deleted. But it was a group chat kind of like Extain's Island, where it was people who were kind of in the inner circle, but it was kind of like her thing. And there were some female friends, and there was some other people in there, and that's what it was. It was a very short-lived group chat. At one point, she made that the GC picture or whatever, but that's what it was.
Okay.
So can I ask a question real quick?
Of course, Mike.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so when did you come to find out that she was saying all this? Assuming that you didn't know in DMs, right? Assuming she wasn't acting like this in your DMs.
This would have been in November.
Right.
So this would have been.
When was she banned?
She was also banned in November. This was leaked in November, and she was banned in November. So what happens, I'll give you the full rundown, is that Patrick was making a video on me. And what happened is that mid-production of that video, a bunch of people ran with the screenshots that he had and went to make a document on me. The document never came out because it kept getting sabotaged. It kept being deleted. It didn't pick up any speed. People saw the document they made, and no one really cared, including you, I'm pretty sure, saw the document, and your conclusion was this is a nothing burger. So I made a response document to clear it up because there was a concern that people were going to be concerned about my behavior or whatever. After the document was made, not long after, I think maybe like a couple days after this document was made and addressed, Freya was removed from the group and she returned to late December. In your document, someone says there was a stage with over 30 people, and they made the allegation that I openly said that I was dating her, which is false. That's a very incredible claim to make that apparently 30 people listened to and heard. So that's not true. But the point of that stage was that was in late December, and it was a welcoming back party for Freya to continue running Freya's. But before that welcoming back party, she was removed from the group because of what she was saying, and it made things very awkward. It made things very uncomfortable because there was, like I said, there was a boundary of trust. And when I first talked to Freya, I had set that boundary, of trust. And when it was broken, it was uncomfortable. And I did that. But I felt like, months after the fact, Freya was able to, that she had matured and that I wouldn't have to worry about that. And as far as I know, there's a couple like screenshots here and there where we're in a GC together or whatever, but nothing of the extent of what it was in 2024. But yeah, she was removed, brought back, and this was all exposed in November. Also, this happened right after the Morris Ream situation as well.
All right. So I have a question. When exactly did you exchange snaps with Freya?
At some point in 2024, but I don't really remember the exact
So
dates.
you knew about all of this, but you still have her added on Snapchat. You still know she thinks about you in this way. Why would you not dissociate completely?
Well, after it happened, I did.
Hold up. Another thing is later in April 18th, you said to Freya, at this point, if you need to say I'm your boyfriend or something to get guys like this to piss off, go for it. I don't even care. Which it's not saying that you are her girlfriend. It's not saying you are her boyfriend, right? But
yeah, that's what that means. Doesn't that prove that I'm not doing anything different?
Exactly, but it's still pretty weird to say you're 22 years old. Why would you tell a 16-year-old?
17-year-old.
It's okay if she's. It's 16, bro. Unless she still doesn't.
I'm seeing. She's showing me her ID, and at a later date we can present that.
She said she was gonna show it to us, but never did.
Order, listen.
Yeah, she had to go to bed. It's late for her. It's
okay.
Like
This isn't
12 o'clock
relevant
or something.
This isn't relevant.
This is not relevant.
I think the age is pretty relevant, but
anyways,
the court would like to hear about the age.
Okay. Well, anyway,
we already went over it. Like,
I think we
went over this. We're going in circles with this court.
Why are we going over?
Yeah, can we get to maybe close?
Yeah, can we go ahead and move on?
I'm just saying, if there's a screenshot of me saying to her that to pretend that to be protective of her, doesn't that validate that we're not actually doing anything? If I'm telling her, yeah, if there's these creeps that are bothering you and you need me to pretend to be someone, I don't see an issue with that.
How are you? This happened after you knew that she liked you, right? She's basically obsessed with you.
No, this happened in.
No. You said that in April 18th, right? All the
this was after the obsession.
All those original screenshots happened in like July. So why would you entertain something like that, knowing that she's obsessed with you, knowing that you're 22 years old, and that she's 16?
17.
Regardless.
Well, I already told you why.
If you were truly
people were trying to creep her out. We had the Moore's Ream situation, and it was a way to get people to piss off and get them to stop messing with her. It was an unorthodox suggestion. But like I said, if I was doing something that was weird with her, I would have said like, oh, just go tell them I'm your boyfriend, because I am. What's being said is go tell them I'm your boyfriend because I'm not, and it would scare them away and it would protect her, right? A lot of my role in Octavium has been to protect her. And people can say that that's a part of the grooming. But what we can't deny is that if I wasn't there to protect her, Moore's Ream would be soliciting her and extorting her for nudes. Frisky would still be talking to her in DMs, trying to do the same thing. There are a number of characters that you guys don't even know about. And you're going to say, where's the proof? Where's the proof? There's a lot of people that have tried to extort her and mess with her and do other things. And I'm the only person that's been able to protect her from that. And you could say it's weird that I'm going on my way to do that for her.
Objection? Admittance? What?
I guess you see why she's so.
Aleczander,
you, right?
Aleczander, you literally just said, and people can say that's a part of the grooming. Can someone go to the live stream? He literally said, and people can say that's a part of the grooming.
Yeah, people can say it looks like that, but it's not. People can say it looks like that, but it is not. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, look at Albert Hilarium or General John. I mean, those are real groomers. Those are real predators.
Why are we comparing
this girl?
Yeah, dude, you can't compare two cases, bro.
Listen. This is pointless.
I just did.
We're going in circles. Reach a closing. We're going to closing arguments because we're not getting anywhere from this. We're just repeating the same things.
Tony,
Yeah, Alex, closing argument is first. So
Before we
Let's go with Mike's closing argument first because I'm just not ready.
Okay.
to
Tony.
mine.
You allow the Honorable Howard
Tony,
Rosenberg to
Tony,
make a
Tony,
statement.
Tony.
Order.
I would like to say
The
we are moving on to
tribunal
closing
will
statements,
now
but I
move
would
to
like to
closing
say
arguments.
on behalf of the I would like to
Prosecution,
say
you may begin.
Deliver the verdicts after the concluding statements, bro.
I need to say this on behalf of the tribunal
Oh,
here.
actually,
They've
you know what?
requested me to.
Alex,
I
go
will
first.
say
Do your
this.
concluding statements first.
I will say that the tribunal has requested that I reiterate the fact that we have already
Aleczaender.
put Freya under perjury for the fact that she lied about her age. It is 16,
Yeah.
as of the attention of the tribunal.
Hello.
And she never showed her ID, by the way.
Yes,
Just
yes,
how she would.
That's all I had to say, Tony. Was it so hard?
Aleczander,
What?
your concluding statements.
I already said Mike can go first. I'm not finished with mine.
Yeah, Tom's gonna deliver for me.
All right. Let's start. Okay. Members. No, never mind. Fuck this. I'm not cringe. Okay. So for everybody within the audience, Fantastics' live stream at youtube.com/Fantastic. For the Honorable Tribune, I mean, there's not much to say other than what happened over the course of this trial. We've granted Aleczander over more than 4.5 hours, ample time to respond to the allegations that were brought before him. Yet, despite this, considerable opportunity to mount a considerable defensive against the allegations that the Roblox Criminal Records has put on him, the evidence has literally remained extremely steadfast. Okay, much of the evidence has not been debunked yet, or at least not significantly debunked enough to be called false. Our claims have withstood scrutiny and in some cases have only been reinforced by the proceedings and the evidence that has been shown by this tribune in court. Notably, a key witness, Freya, for the defense was caught in clear perjury, an act that not only discredited their testimony but rendered it void entirely. And then we have to talk about the clear evidence of Aleczander setting up his witnesses for questioning, which I don't think would, no matter where you put it, in a online, in a digital, real life, or any sort of court, that is extremely ambiguous. And then, in light of these facts, and given the weight and consistency of the evidence provided, I now call on all those present, those among the audience, the YouTube stream at youtube.com/Fantastic, and the members of the Tribune and the broader community outside of Stalemated to render their judgment and make the right choice about this. It is my firm belief as associate prosecutor, along with Ethel Invicta as associate prosecutor and Michael Invicta as a chief prosecutor, that Aleczander is guilty of the charges that are levied against him. Thanks.
Okay, Aleczander.
Do you mind giving me 3 more minutes to finish this up?
I can't give you 3 more minutes. It's an hour.
And I'll
I'm
speak
sorry.
from the heart. I'll
You're
keep
gonna
it
have to
short and
wait.
sweet. The entire reason that this document came out is because of the fact that Mike got removed from Octavium. And it is no coincidence to me that not long after he got removed, that suddenly this document appears and allegations that me and Mike already went over, including the allegations of being with Freya, have been addressed. Me and Mike went over Freya in November when this older document with these older screenshots had been revealed. I want to also mention the fact that when the Mike situation happened, me and Mike had sat down and discussed it. If I am guilty of this, why didn't Mike say anything at the time? Why didn't Mike sit me down and say, hey, I disagree with you that we should wait until Mike retires in late June? Why did Mike immediately say, yeah, you're right, Patrick is worse than Patrick is worse than Cole, my bad. And, leave it at that. A lot of these things could have been resolved, but Mike did not resolve them at the time because his aim, in my opinion, was wrath and vengeance, to get back at me for humiliating him and my group for removing him. And I told Ethel a week after they were removed that I am willing to sit down and go through the evidence and not only explain myself, but remove more people if needed. They declined. And Ethel said later on the road, sure, but they declined this generous proposal. The goal of this trial is not just to establish justice, because there is no victim. No victim has come out. It is a bunch of older men coming to conclusions based on theories and out of context screenshots that there is a victim. despite there not being one presented. As I said in the beginning, this entire document is based on speculation and out of context screenshots. If I am a groomer, if I am any kind of predator, there should be a real life victim and there should be concrete proof of it. Proof that would get me in trouble with the law. Proof that would get me fired from my job. Proof that would end not just my Octavian service, but my real life. This doesn't make any sense. It stops at Roblox and no further, despite me being a youth chair and having a role as a youth, I don't know if you call it a youth pastor, but someone who has addressed young people in my church. Being friendly with Freya, or Freya years ago having some sort of affection for me, does not make me guilty. It does not make me a groomer. And it is unfair to label me that because of what this young girl thought about me a year ago. I have tried, as demonstrated, I had applied distance with Freya when the document came out. And after enough time had passed, I had tried to bring her back into the group on professional terms, on professional grounds, albeit with more boundaries and professionalism. This was not just a decision that I came to, but it was a decision that the entire group had come to, at least in the upper echelon. And we believed that having to ban her permanently forever would have been unfair and silly, because obviously people make mistakes. And we believe in Octavium that if you make a mistake, as little as having crushes on older peers for whatever reason, that you can eventually recover from that, redeem yourself, and rejoin the group. I'm sure there are other groups where people are infatuated with their leaders and they're obsessed or whatever, whether it be romantic or whether it be out of loyalty. It happens all the time. And leaders will enable it. They will be indifferent towards it. And yet I am on trial because in this instance, it was a 17-year-old girl, or as they would say, a 16-year-old girl, because it fits the narrative better. If it had been any other man, if it had been a 17-year-old boy, had it been any other person that these chat logs were exchanged with, this would not be happening. Because we all understand the dynamics here, and we all understand what is truly going on. It looks worse when there's a girl who is saying this versus if a guy is saying this, or whatever they want to claim. That is the reality of what is going on. At the end of the day, the final judge is not this tribunal or the oversight of this tribunal, but it is rather God himself. And I rest my fate ultimately in God and in Jesus Christ and in nobody else. Humans can judge and they can do as they wish, but ultimately my faith is in God alone. And what I have to say is the truth. And people can disagree and say it looks a certain way, but there's thousands of online instances of real predators and what they've done. You look at my chat log, and compared to any other person, they say don't do that. Why? Because it makes me look good. Because everyone else, there's sex being mentioned. There's sexual things going on. And my chat log, none of that has happened at all. None of that. And yet I am being compared to these groomers, to these people, these sick freaks who have tried to solicit young girls, like Moore's Ream. Why has Moore's Ream not been exposed to the same extent that I am being exposed when he tried to solicit Freya for underage nudes? Why is that not being exposed? Why is he not on trial for what he tried to do, which is a million times worse than anything that I could have ever done or tried to do? It is disgusting. I am someone who is against real predators who try to solicit minors for nudes, not jokes, not saying women are in the kitchen, but real predators who try to solicit minors for nudes and sex, none of which that I have done. I rest my case, and I ask the audience, no matter what the sentence is here, that you look at both sides, and that is all that I have to say. Ave, Christus Rex, Christ is King.
Okay. We're now... Tribunal will now retire to deliberate. The court is in recess. We will come back.
We will return with our verdict. We will return with
We will return. We will return. And Tony,
prosecution
Howard?
doesn't
Tony, no funny stuff while we're gone, okay? Keep my seat warm.
Okay.
Christ is King, y'all know what it is. Whoever wins, we still have one God, and we put our faith upon him. We still have one God. Amen. And we put
Amen.
I just took off my headphones and realized it wasn't raining. Dude.
Yep.
Even if Alexander is guilty of this, I ask all of you guys to forgive him because that's what God called us to do.
We're in
All
recess.
right, we
dude.
can
We're in
we can
recess,
like
dude.
we can stop talking about it.
Yo, what is this guy talking about, bro?
We're in recess,
I
dude.
said, oh no, I'm just saying in general,
Bro,
okay?
hey, yo,
Am
real
I
quick,
wrong?
bro.
Bro,
Am I
we're in
wrong? Can I
recess,
say something,
bro.
bro? Yo, can I say something real quick, bro? All right, thanks for bringing him down, bro. This entire trial, he didn't say anything, bro. And then all of a sudden, at the end of it, he just wants to start. Like, bro, it's over for you.
This guy
It's over for you, bro.
reminded this guy talked more during the last recess than the fucking trial.
Bro, he didn't even
No.
do anything this entire trial, bro. I'm gonna be so legit. Why is he here? He's just yapping on the stage, causing issues.
Exactly,
This
bro.
entire
Exactly,
trial.
bro.
I've removed him from the stage like 3 times, bro. Like, chill out already.
Who's that other dude, bro? I forget his name.
I have no idea, bro.
Yeah, that's like, what were they supposed to be like?
This has been I'm pretty sure
Dude.
this is the longest trial in like RW2 history. I'm pretty sure, bro. Like, God.
Absolutely cooked, bro. Hold on.
Yo, I'm watching the stream and Fantastic is facing Oswald down like it's fucking Catch a Predator, bro. What the fuck?
Hey, Tom, didn't someone said in Vanessa's stream, they said that they thought I was using a voice changer? That's crazy
Yes,
work,
bro.
bro.
Yeah.
That's
Everybody in the
that's
stream.
crazy.
Everybody in the stream. He's
Yo,
just a
let
very,
me just say
he's just-
something. Let me say,
he's just a very bad smoker.
Actually, Tom, stop putting, bro. Like, I'm just
He
like, I
smokes a
smog.
lot. He
all
just
shit.
smokes a lot. No, he just smokes a lot.
Nah, I just smog. Tom knows what I look like in real life, bro. I just smog everyone, including Tom.
Bro.
So,
Yeah, he sent me a picture. He's fat as fuck. He's 400 pounds.
oh, bro, I'm jacked. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Mike knows.
Jacked on cheeseburgers, bro.
That's crazy, bro. Tom, man, bro. I'm gonna have a word with you after this, bro.
I'll be back.
Yo, can we bring Dino back on the stage real quick? Who's Alex witness? Bring Dino back up real quick. He's not gonna talk about the trial. He just wants to come on the stage.
Tell him to request on.
Okay, yo, Dino, you can request to come on the stage if you want to
Oh,
chat.
easy. I regret.
Xavier just wants to come up too. I don't know how long they're gonna like be contemplating this for, so we just bring a couple people up and just kind of shoot the shit.
Salutations, ladies and gents.
We are not doing another trial.
Howard Hughes in the chat, man.
We are not retrialing this.
Oh, bro, now everyone's going to my DMs asking to come up on the stage, bro. That's not how it works, Mr. House. What do you?
Bro, 5.5 hours I've been sat here.
You gotta be a fellow smoker like Aethel in order to join the stage.
Yeah, buddy. I don't even smoke, bro. I don't even smoke, bro.
He used to.
Alright, bro, alright.
15 packs a day to get that voice.
Oh, I'm off the. I'll just do Zins, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yo, is there like, why is there like segregation going on in the seats? What the fuck? Why is all the yellow people on one side? What the fuck?
Well, we had an exploder during the game. That's why.
Oh, yes.
Yo, at one point I think we had like 450 people in the stage. That's crazy. I've never seen.
Yeah, and
anything
these
like
guys,
that before.
these guys called a recess and we dropped 150. Man.
Yeah, that was wild. At least like
Bro,
100.
bro, so we dropped 150 guys on stage because you were boring as fuck.
Nah, bro, I think I can speak. Hold on. Let me ask the chat real quick. Was I entertaining? Am I entertaining during the
Yes, bro.
recesses?
Yes, bro.
If you say yes, you support smoking. If you say yes, you support smoking.
You had the most boring questions. What is your favorite food? What is your favorite?
Yeah, that's awesome, bro. No, dude, shut up, bro. Cause I'm listen. All right, fine. Let me ask more. Hold on. I got a good one for y'all.
What's up?
Hold on. Okay.
What's up, man?
Hold
I
on.
said something more interesting.
All right. Oswald is asking for serial tips, bro.
Hey. What's like your okay? If you had $1 million, what would you do with it? Like right now. Like I'm talking about wired. Hold on. Wired straight into your bank account. All right, no strings attached. $1 million. What would you do with that money?
Yo, guys, no advertising drugs. Don't advertise drugs or alcohol, guys.
Oh,
We're not like
no advertising drugs, bro. No drugs.
Guys, don't talk about cocaine. That's what Athel does. You'll become stupid like him.
Bro, why is Tom? Why do you keep digging at me, bro? Dead ass, bro. Stop.
Yeah. You like it when I dig in you, bro? You like it when I dig in you, bro?
Bro, stop, man, you weird, bro. I see I'm muting this guy. Yo, someone take him off the stage, bro.
I'll take it.
This guy's
Oswald is wondering what the best cereal is for calorie deficit.
Calorie deficit.
I swear to God, if you mention Oreo cereal one more time on this stage, I'm timing you out for a week.
Just don't get cereal then, bro. If you want a calorie deficit, just eat extremely small meals like all the time every day. You don't eat like let's say like you're trying to like eat like a 1.2k calorie like steak meal, right? Instead of doing that, you just take like let's say like 400 calories of a mac and cheese bowl, and then you do it again 2 hours later, and that's all you eat.
We've come to a decision, so get ready.
All right, close the shot, bro. I gotta close.
All right, I think. Hold on, let me just pull people up here. Howard.
All right, we are ready to re-enter.
Okay.
Yep.
You can go ahead and give the order, Chief Bailiff.
All rise.
And then we'll sit back down, and then I'll give the verdict.
No, we agreed on
Yeah.
something.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did.
All right.
Are we ready?
I think we're waiting on the other two tribunal justices, wherever they may be.
You're embarrassing me, Dragonholm.
I literally got
Bro,
kicked out.
are we coming out or, bro? Tony, you had one job, bro. You had one job, bro.
In the matter of Aleczaender versus RCR.
Whoa, Tony.
The tribunal finds the accused
Tony,
guilty of
Tony,
both
you're an
charges.
Tony.
The tribunal will now proceed to sentencing. Prosecution may offer sentencing recommendations.
We just lost all the aura, bro.
Oh.
Do you have any recommendations?
Re-say it, bro. That shit was
Why
not.
is he? Why is he?
Okay, so
What are you talking about?
If someone can mute Tony.
Order
in the court, bro. Order in the
I'm
court.
asking for order. If we could all rise for the honorable tribunal to enter
In
the
the matter of Aleczaender versus RCR, this tribunal finds the accused guilty of both charges.
You sound like JFK, bro. I'll be real.
Will now proceed to sentencing. Prosecution may offer sentencing recommendations.
You may sit down. Please stop jumping on across the game.
Okay.
Can the prosecution...
Applause, guys. Hold your applause.
Can the
Having
prosecution...
considered all relevant... I'm about to say the sentence. Having considered all relevant factors, the sentence of this tribunal is as follows. The accused Aleczaender will be permanently exiled from Octavium and stalemated, and there will be a regime change within Octavium. This hearing is concluded. The court is adjourned.
Tony, you're the biggest spastic in human history.
This is a fucking injustice, and
I hope this is the last job you ever get, Tony.
Put it
I
on
hope
the
this is the
record.
last
This was
job
not
you
my
ever
first
get.
course of action. Put it on the record. This was not my first course of action.
You're fucking done.
You're fucking done, bro.
Oh, bro.
All right.
Unbelievable.
Done. I'm leaving.
Bro. I'll say that's Tony, bro.
May
Tony.
justice be done, though the heavens fall.